Buff Nation, what up? BWB. Those are my bandwagon buffs. Welcome to TLP Sports Club. Make sure to smash that subscribe button and get in the club. And you are now watching TLP Live with your host. That's me, Harry Billion. Welcome to the drama or not so drama that is Colorado Buffaloes. I'm just kidding. Every team has drama. We're not just going to stop at the drama. We're going to talk about the good stuff as well. Okay? So, you got to understand that the drama sells. Okay? In our world, drama sells. Because that's just how we are as human beings. We're wired for the drama. So, in today's show, we're going to talk about the little bit of drama, and then we're going to talk about a lot of the good stuff. But I can prove to you that the drama sells because I have a series on the channel called Colorado versus the Big 12. In that series, I just dropped the second installment of that video, the Nebraska or the North Dakota State Bisons. Okay, who got better? You're going to learn a lot in that series. Okay, so you can go watch that video. Those videos are very informative. They're chunk full packed of information that you can learn about the opponent, the enemy. You can learn a whole lot about the entire you can learn a whole lot about the entire conference. Those videos don't get a lot of views because people don't really, while people are interested, the real core fans that really care about the team, they watch those videos because they want the information. They want to learn more about the opponent. But if you want to watch those videos, it's on there. The videos that get a lot of the views on my channel are the salacious. Those the good videos, the informative videos get like maybe 4,000 or 5,000 views. The salacious dramatic videos, those videos get like the 50,000s, the 179,000s. Like those videos get a lot of views. But I'm not here to kind of video shame you or anything like that. I'm just saying that's how we're all wired, and it's okay. You watch whatever you want to watch. And I appreciate you being here and watching those videos just as well. All right. So, but you definitely want to tune in to the series Colorado versus the Big 12. All right. And off the top of the show, I want to tell you, I'm not sure if I did it last time, but I want to tell you that we have 3 out of conference games. So when I do those, they're not in our conference. I know a lot of people are sending comments and saying Nebraska's Big 10, they're not Big 12, blah, 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 blah. All of that stuff is just, we're going down Colorado's roster and Colorado's schedule. So it was just easier for me to say Colorado versus the Big 12 as opposed to Colorado versus the Big 12 asterisk and the other teams. Okay? Hopefully that clears it up for a lot of people who really don't understand that titles have to entice. I'll repeat that. Titles have to entice. That's the sales point. But that doesn't mean that it can't go any other way. Okay? With that being said, guys, today's going to be a good show. Today's show is based in a lot of information and data as well. So I want you to embrace this show. If you are watching on the restream, please understand that the introductory stuff comes on at the top of the show, but we get into the meat of the show and the discussion happens a little bit later. So if you want to fast forward or whatever, I don't know, but I'm just trying to let you know that, the start of the show is more introductory. But today we're going to talk about recruiting. The new roster is out. Not the new roster. I would say let me term it the spring roster is out. So we're going to talk about that. And then I want to touch a little bit on the last video, the North Dakota State video. I want to touch on that and a little bit more about the series that we're doing. Because obviously we are in a dead period of college football or a football period after the I'm sorry, my brain is kind of like foggy a little bit. After the Super Bowl, the NFL Super Bowl, there's a dead period. So now we're in a dead period. So not a whole lot of football stuff going on, but we have a lot of information. This is the time frame where I'm giving you a lot of information about the Big 12 and learning a lot more about CU. So this is a good time for you to take some time and learn about CU. So if you are not familiar with those videos and you're watching this live stream on my page, I'm doing a lot of videos teaching you about the teams we're going to be playing on the roster and teaching you more about CU, the history, and other things like that. That's what this channel is about. This is your premier channel to learn everything about the Buffs, the university, and college football. So that's what I do here on this channel. So I thank you for watching and supporting this channel. If you haven't subscribed, please do me a favor and hit that subscribe button. That's how this channel grows. I'm doing my best to bring as much information to you as possible to help you on this journey of college football, where a lot of you are not necessarily football aficionados. You're more so here for Coach Prime and every drama that comes with that. In the meantime, you get to learn about football, and that's what I do here on this channel. If you like this type of content, I will please ask you to bless my channel with that subscription, okay? Thank you. Let's get into the show. Please don't forget, please don't forget that right here on top, right here, you'll see to call in, join TLP live at gmail.com. You can write that email down. Sometimes I have to take this off the screen because it covers people's names. This is a screen cover, or it's a screen, it's an overlay. So I would take it down. So jot it down right here. All right. It's right here. It's a simple email that I came up with. I wanted to do something much simpler. We had a longer email before, but now it's just join TLP live at gmail.com. Jot it down. If I'm talking about something, if the panel's talking about something and you want to jump in there, you want to add your voice because you feel like either I'm saying something wrong or the panel member is saying something wrong, and you just got to call in and say, no, let me correct you. That ain't right. Nebraska is not Big 12. They're Big 10. If you want to do that, write down the email, call in, come at me, come get me, do whatever you got to do. But you got to make this show hot, okay? This is your hottest show on the internet for the Buffs. So if it's the hottest show on the internet for the Buffs, then why did we cancel on Monday? I canceled on Monday because of, I guess, medical reasons. Apparently, I'm very wise, and I really am, okay? I'm so wise that my wisdom tooth, all four of them, the top and the bottom on both sides, are giving me the headache of my life. They are the worst pain you can feel. And it was enacted, or it was infused by a sinus infection that I get around this time every year. But I know that thanks to Coach Mike Lowry, I am chewing the skin of fruits like lemons, limes, and I'm eating garlic, and I'm gonna get rid of this whole sinus situation altogether. But I had the biggest sinus infection, and boy, the pain that I feel, God is sending me a message. God said, listen, if you want to be a witness of the kingdom, okay, I want you to feel how it's gonna feel if you go to hell. This feeling, multiply that by 1,000. This wisdom tooth, if I drink cold water or hot water, if I eat anything, if I chew anything, my wisdom tooth, the worst pain that you can feel as a human being, the worst. Apart from losing like a family member, somebody dying, that kind of stuff. But this is the worst pain. Boy, that thing caught me on like before Monday, on the weekend, and didn't let go. And it still hasn't let go yet. And I got this little spray. I'm going to be spraying it every time I feel that pain, okay? So that's why I had to cancel the show. In case I didn't let you guys know, the pain is still there, and it's bad, okay? So I got to get rid of all these wisdom tooth, all of them, all four of them. They got to go, okay? But they're expensive. It was like last year, they was like, yo, get rid of the wisdom tooth. But it's like $400. With my last insurance, it's like $400 a piece. And I was like, oh, no, I'm going to have to deal with that pain just a little longer, okay? So, all right. With all that being said, guys, thank you for being my family. Thank you for being my internet family, guys. I appreciate y'all. because y'all let me babble and go on and on about not so Colorado stuff. And it's like a family over here. That's why I like it over here. I like it when I go live because you guys are in the chat and you're having a good time. And I hope you are having a good time. I hope that I'm a good curator. I hope I'm a good host. My screen will look a little fuzzy. Hold on. Let me see if I can adjust my. There we go. I had my focus was a little bit off. So sorry guys. When I'm live, I have a remote for it. Where's my remote? Yeah, I have a remote for it, but the remote doesn't work when I'm live. So let's get into the show, guys. Let me go ahead and send the email to myself. I'm so bad with this stuff, man. I'll tell you. I'm supposed to send the email before the show even starts, so that way I don't have to do it while I'm on air. But we're all flawed people. We got our issues, all of us. I have mine, you have yours. Mine's a lot. But I love to admit it. That way it frees me up so I don't have to get pimples and headaches and trying to fake things. I'm very flawed, guys. But God loves me just the way I am. If God loves you just the way you are, put a fire emoji in the chat. Oh man. Let me see some fire emojis, guys. If God loves you just the way you are and you know you got some flaws, let me get some amens. Like Harry B. I'm a mess. Oh man. Oh man. Oh, and I had the pink eye. So if my eyes are a little bit pink and red right now, boy, I've been going through, boy. Okay, Harry B. Come on, get this show going, bruh. They're not that patient. All right. Whew. Okay. Shirley said, amen. Oh, DC Carson said, I'm a mess. God loves me just the way I am. DC, God has a special love for you. You know he does. Ooh-wee. Boy, I just want to be a fly on the wall when DC and his great mind is talking to God. Like, yeah, but God, but why that? Because my military mind says that. Yeah, God, okay, I get that part. Amen. But what about that? Am I picking on DC? Sorry, DC. Okay. Let me set up the show. I got like mad requests right now. It is free for all Friday. So remember that it's Friday. It's free for all Friday. So I'm going to bring up the topics. I'm going to start talking about certain things. And then after that, if the show goes a certain way, guys, we're just going to naturally lean into that discussion that we're having. It's free for all Friday. The topics can be started in the chat. It could be anything, guys. You bring it up and I'll talk about it. And that's just how the show goes on Fridays. Okay. So the show is on Mondays and it's on Fridays. Mondays, it starts Monday and Fridays. On the East Coast, it starts at 12 noon. I was a little bit late. I was dealing with some with some stuff. All right. Sorry about that. So 12 noon, and it is 9 a.m. 9 a.m. on the West Coast. All right. So whatever time you just make your adjustments based on the times that I'm giving you. All right. So write down the email. It has to go. So join tlplive@gmail.com. That is the email. All right. Tim, I see you. Phil, I see you. DJ, I see you. I got you guys in a second. So, let's discuss this EA Sports. You know what? Let's do it this way. I'm gonna bring my guests on, and then I'll just toss some questions. We'll do it like a talk show type, and they'll help me do this. So I want to have a monologue to start. Tim said, Tim got the fire emoji. In case you're watching this post, if you're watching this after you just came in, you see fire emojis. I asked the chat to put in there if you know that you're flawed and you accept your flaws and you know God loves you just the way you are. I asked the chat to put in the fire emojis or say amen. So if you see that, that's what's happening. It's not because I'm great, even though I am. Okay. All right. So let's go. I'm not sending these invitations in any type of order, so please forgive me. I don't want nobody to feel some kind of way. Apparently, the show is getting real popular, so guests are starting to feel like, "Hey, Harry B, I hit you first. Why am I the last to come on?" So please forgive me. You know what I'm saying? When you're the hottest show, everybody wants a piece of you. Oh, I'm full of crap. I'm telling you. I'm so grateful y'all be calling. I'm over here trying to front like, oh yeah, I be getting a whole lot of people. Anyways, y'all know I appreciate y'all, man. So the first thing I want to talk about is this EA Sports cover for the Colorado Buffaloes teams that are being invited to earn their $600 from EA Sports. I'm doing this injustice. Okay, so EA Sports is coming out with a new college football game, and this last year in 2023 we teased it was like a breaking news. Coach Prime is doing something with EA Sports. What is he going to be doing? Y'all remember that video? So 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 with all of that drama, EA Sports have been prolonging this. I don't They said that we're going to drop it in February. February is 20. This is February 23rd. It's almost over. They're still messing with the cover. But this is what I want to talk about. I think it makes the most sense business wise, all right, to put Coach Prime and Shador on the cover. And the reason why is because they're the hottest thing spinning. And Colorado, it's every thumbnail that you see online, whenever you see Deion Sanders and you see Colorado, the thumbnail entices you. Is almost like, because the way that covers work and the way that titles and thumbnails work is because is you want to have something. And for those of you who want to start YouTube channels or who have YouTube channels and don't know this secret yet, thumbnails are supposed to leave a question in your head. All right, they're supposed to be enticing, and the title is supposed to ask a question in your head. Once that question clicks in your head, you want the answer. That's the whole idea, the secret behind thumbnails and titles. And if there's any kind of curiosity, you're supposed to create curiosity in your thumbnail and your titles, because that curiosity is then going to draw the person that's looking at it to click on it. So that's why I'm saying the most dominant thumbnails on the internet in 2023 and going forward is Deion Sanders' team. It's him, his team, either Shador or Travis Hunter, one of those people. All right. And it would sell a lot if you put those on the cover. I showed a video in one of the lives where these kids, or Travis Hunter is going to some, I don't know if it was a 1v1 or a 7v, something he's going to, right? And these kids are like, Travis, Travis. And one of the kids in that group says, he said, Travis, my, what the heck did that kid say? Travis, my God, or Travis, my something. Anyways, the team is very popular. So it makes sense business-wise to put them on the cover. Now, if you want to do the right thing, you want to be loyal to sports, and you want to appease the fan base of college football, then you will probably choose Michigan, or you would choose one of the legacy teams that have done well, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe Coach Saban, because he retired. So that would be the right thing to do. But if you don't really care about the right thing, and in our society, we don't necessarily care about the right thing anymore. We more so care about what sells. So in that instance, I would say it makes more sense that Colorado will sell, and they should choose the cover that will sell the most. And so if we were to vote on the cover, I would say, what do you think in the chat? Y'all talk to me in the chat, and tell me what y'all think, because the way that I feel, I think this should definitely put Coach Prime and his son on the chat. So this right here, I think this would be a good cover. Um, yeah. This is from Hayes Fawcett. If you're looking at the bottom right there, the graphics, this is from Hayes Fawcett that you're looking at right now. I think this cover will do very well, and it's a classic cover because they dominated on the internet, and everybody goes to the internet for their news, for their information. And then all of the kids love Shador, and they love Travis Hunter. So it's like Colorado is America's team, even though we didn't have the W's to prove it. But I don't know that the W's are the only criteria for being America's team. So I would definitely say this should be the cover. Let me know what y'all think. If you like this cover, put a fire emoji. Give me thumbs up, fire emoji right now to say that cover should be the cover. That's like your vote for the cover. And with that being said, I've been asked by a couple of my constituents, the BWBs, to start a membership for the channel, so that I'll have special emojis that the members can actually use and stuff like that. I'm working on that. I did submit it. It was approved by YouTube, and now I gotta create those emojis, and I gotta create the badges that you're gonna have. So that's what the holdup is. But I do have the membership already approved, and I think it'll be good. But Phil, Tim Smith's got the thumbs down. Can you explain your thumbs down? See you Buff Dynasty, what's up with you? I didn't say hi to nobody else but see you Buff Dynasty because he's a Buff channel. You see what people do? You see how we do? The low people, we forget all the low people, and then we go straight to the guys that have a platform. Oh, look, see you Buff Dynasty is on my channel. I'm sorry, guys. That's not how I am. Charge it to my wanting to get clicks and views, and not my brain and my heart, please. All right, I'm sorry, guys. Let me say hello to my people. Phil So Real, I appreciate you. What's up, man? Tim, how you doing? I always do this, but I failed to do that today. East Coast Cav, my guy, what's up? DC Carson, what's up, man? How you doing? Who else is in the building? Shirley Kimball, how you doing? The tennis channel is back. He's been missing in action for a little bit. Maybe he had a wisdom tooth. Something was going on, but he's about to come on the page, and he can explain to himself, to the BWBs, why we miss his old school wisdom, old school like Coach Prime. Everybody's in the green room. They're waiting for my babble. Titan or Teton Hall, what's up with you? How you doing? Annette, how you doing? I already said DC Carson. Who else is here? There's a lot, guys. Thank you so much for being a lot. See you, Buff Dynasty. I already shamed myself into you to saying hello to you. All right, so do y'all like the cover or not? Tim said no way. Can we get a thumbs up for that cover? I'm gonna put it up one more time as I bring on my guests. So give me a second. Okay, if not this cover, should it be like Colorado? Maybe not this specific cover, but do y'all think it should be Colorado or Coach Prime on the cover? Just let me know if you think it should be Coach Prime and that. The tennis channel, Willie, man, Big Willie style. What happened to you, man? Welcome to the show. I appreciate you. I always do.
Oh, thank you, man. Glad to be back. I was out for a little bit.
Right.
Had some, you have the issues of life, things you got to take care of and stuff. I've been listening a little bit and stuff like that when I can. I've been listening at the delayed shows, so, like the replays and everything. They've been kind of funny, but hey, I'm back, guys. Good to see everybody. I'll hear from everybody. But I'm back, every day and every way. I'm getting better and better, brother.
Oh man, that is good to hear. It's good to hear your voice, man. Thank you so much for coming back. I appreciate you, man. Let me bring on Phil. Phil So Real, man. You are a member of the show, so thank you for calling in. I appreciate you always, brother.
All love, man. Thanks for having me on. As I've been saying lately, either you running with Raffy or you getting ran over. So I'm gonna have to keep that going, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, man, listen. I don't care how many times you guys come onto the show. Every time you come on is a new time for me. So I'm never gonna fail to say I appreciate you. I want you to know that for sure, for true. If that's true, that's really my heart. East Coast Cav, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you always.
I'm not gonna be welcomed in a minute.
That's fine.
Because I'm telling you now, when you put and I wish we can cover it first, because when you put that video, that bold junk, like Coach Prime used to say, put that video out yesterday about North Dakota being a sleeper team and how good and great they are and blah, blah, blah. I said, I can't wait to get on this show and eviscerate his bond. Because I said, are you kidding me? They're going to beat the Thanksgiving stuffing out of North Dakota State. And I can't wait to get that time.
You're scaring me, man.
You did good research, just not good enough. Not good enough for East Coast Cavs.
You know how shameful it'll be if those guys beat us to start the season.
Sure, they're gonna beat the stuffing out of North Dakota State. Okay, you get Eli Green. You mentioned Eli Green. I get it. He's good. He's a great player. When Travis Hunter shuts him down, who else they got?
Hey, listen, they gotta shut him down. They gotta play the game. That's all I gotta say. But let me bring on Tim Smith with you and your Venom. I know you're ready to go.
Get
But
started,
anyway,
boy.
I know you're ready. Tim Smith, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. You know I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, what's up, Harry? Hey, what's up to the rest of the panel? Hey,
Oh,
East
what up?
Coast. Hey, I second motion that what you just stated. It seems like me and you starting to agree a lot more over the course of these weeks. I'm noticing that.
Let's
But
not do that.
yeah, I had some.
I need drama.
I couldn't wait to this show too because I got a lot of pushback on what Harry pointed out in his North Dakota, Colorado State.
I can't wait, man.
Video.
I can't wait.
But hey, just glad to be on the show, brothers. And
y'all bringing Venom already. Okay, so y'all ready? Wait, y'all want to take on the great Harry B? Y'all sure y'all want this drama? Oh, it's about to be on.
I want all the bull junk, sir.
I want some of Harry too. I want some Harry. This is my first day back, but I want a little bit of Harry too.
Oh gosh, let's go. Yes. You know what? Drama sells. So thank God for the drama. You know, I appreciate everything, but the drama is what I appreciate the most. so that's what's up. All right, let's talk about this cover real quick. Just my little narrative about the cover and just what I said about the cover, and I'll just remind you real quickly. It's just that because of business-wise, not necessarily the right thing, but because of business-wise, I say that you choose Coach Prime and his or somebody in that camp should be on that cover. What is your thought? And we'll start with you, Willie. It's been a while, so let's start with you.
Oh, you mean about the cover?
Yeah, the EA Sports Sports cover. I think it should be Coach Prime and his constituents just for the mere fact of business. I ain't saying the right thing. I'm just saying because of business.
Well, Harry B, you go with what's going to sell. Whenever you're doing advertisement or whatever and things like that, you go what people see first. That's what they normally will gravitate to, and you want your first impression to be your best. The best impression that the game would have would be Coach Prime and his son. They in themselves have been proven winners. Now the team have to we have some challenges with where we are, but when you look at the individuals that's representing your company, they've got. I mean, they're stellar. So I like the cover. I think it's good. I think it's good for CU. I think it's good for Coach Prime. I think it's good for Shador. I think it's a pretty good thing. Now, for people that don't like Coach Prime, that don't like Shador, they got issues with this, you know. But I like it, brother. I'm all heads in for it.
That's what's up. I mean, I think it makes good business sense. Just because they dominated 2023 college football, it makes sense. So, Phil, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, Harry. So listen, go to your Twitter account and you'll see I just posted something on Twitter. I'm actually playing NCAA 14 right now as I'm on here talking to you guys. Okay, I'm gonna tell you like this: they can put a wet paper bag on the cover of NCAA 25 and it's gonna sell. I promise you that. For the people who are really about that life, I still play this game on my Xbox 360. It was down in my basement. I had to go get it just so I can still be able to play it, and I had to download the updated rosters, all that kind of good stuff. It don't matter who they put on there, it's gonna sell. That's my humble opinion. I do think that they should come out with multiple covers like you've seen with NBA 2K. I think, if they want a head turner, put Deion, Shador, Colorado, whatever. But I also think, to be fair, they should pay homage to those guys who haven't been able to be on the cover over the past 10 years. That we missed out on seeing, whether it be Johnny Manziel, Cam Newton, Tua Tagovailoa, Lamar Jackson, those guys. So I think it would be nice to see guys over the past 10 years be on the cover. So yeah, that's what I'm playing right now. I'm on my 10th year with UTSA. We wrecking shop, we ruling. We in the SEC wrecking shop, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. But yeah. That's how I feel.
This guy is a gamer for sure, man. You got is this your man cave that we're looking at here?
No, this is my living room / meditation room / office when I'm
Okay.
riding the clock on Fridays and get off early.
Okay. I didn't know you were a meditating guy. I thought you was a backslider, but we're not going to talk about that right now. So we're going to leave that alone.
Hey, but that's why I got to meditate.
Yeah.
To get me to
Yeah.
slide forward. To get me to slide forward.
Got a couple of meditators on here, Harry. Got a couple of meditators. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I see it because if you're going to backslide to get forward, to start sliding forward instead of moonwalking, you got to meditate. I see what you did there. I see.
Exactly.
That's okay. Yeah. Make sure you tell God that though. But he's waiting. Anyway, let me get East Coast Cavs. Don't come at me yet. Just tell me about the cover, okay? I know you're coming for me. We'll get into that discussion, but what do you think about the cover idea? Is it a good business move, or is it a good business move? What are your thoughts?
One of my favorite animals is a snake, and one thing about a snake is it's very patient. So we'll get there, Harry. We'll get there. But I think Travis Hunter should be on that cover. Definitely because of marketing, and main thing is because all the kids love Travis Hunter, and the kids are playing mainly. Look at the demographics. The kids are playing that NCAA school or whatever it is. I haven't played a video game in years, but I might just buy it just because. But I think Travis Hunter should be on that cover.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Travis Hunter on the cover, number 12 on that cover. That's a good point because Travis Hunter is going round one. I don't know how people feel about that, but Travis is a round oneer. Tim Smith, let's get your thoughts, man.
Yeah, East Coast Cab, man. Are you in my mind today? Like for real, bro.
Oh wow, y'all agreeing? What's going on here?
Yeah, like well, I put in the chat. I said Travis and Shador. I mean, from a business standpoint, from a marketing standpoint, I hope you bring on DC Carson because I didn't like what he said in the chat about why you put a 4 and 8 already. Yeah, but anyway, we'll touch on that whenever he come on. But what I was gonna say from a business standpoint and from a marketing standpoint, having Travis and Shador, two of the hottest NCAA athletes out there right now at this point in time. And like you, and I'm a convert back to what you said earlier, Harry, when Travis was down in Florida, if I'm not mistaken, for that 7-on-7, the kids were going crazy. The kids were going, those kids were going crazy behind his brand I Am Him hoodie. So just imagine you put, and this is the reason why I say putting Travis and Shador on that cover. Coach Prime is, yes, Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, prime time. He's global. I understand that. But I feel like you're not gonna run into Deion Sanders like you may run into Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter is more willing to sign the copy of that game versus Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders is, when you've been in the music industry, so when they say we move, ain't no taking pictures, ain't no signing autographs. But Travis Hunter and Shador, they're willing to sign that autograph for those kids, and I feel like if they see it, they'll run out to all the GameStops, ordering online. I feel like they'll get that hard copy just so they can get that autograph, as well as help ticket sales go up to sell out in the stadium. Because if they can get there early and those players are down there on the field, they're gonna have that game in their hand. Because if you go back and listen to some of Travis Hunter's interviews, he was like, "Hey, if you got a 12 jersey on it and I see it, I'm going to sign it." So if I had that game with Travis on it, hey, I would want it signed because I know that he's going to get ready to go to the next level, to the NFL. And if I can have some memorabilia of him from college, that's going to value over time that maybe the kids can probably pass down to their grandkids.
Tim,
Tim.
Yeah, real quick.
Tim is dropping knowledge. Tim is ready today.
Harry, real quick. You asked about that kid that ran up to Travis Hunter. He said, "Yeah, Travis, my king." He's like,
Travis,
"Travis,
my
my
king.
king."
Yeah. Right.
But
I
that's
was
why you
like,
put him on a cover, man, because he
yeah,
gonna bring them kids are gonna be going up to their parents like, "Mommy, mommy, I want that game. I want that." Man, them kids are the ones playing the video game, so you gotta sell it to the kid.
and that guy destroying, like he did a video on Travis too, so they're friends, so they know each other.
Right.
And man, it's like that. Those kids, like when destroying does something, it's just like, man, they eat that stuff up. So I definitely agree. Let me bring DC Carson on the show because his name was mentioned and he's ready for all of that Darth Vader stuff. DC, what's up, man?
Man, I'm just sitting up here glad to be able to hear some TLP, some good football talk. And I hear somebody's calling for me. So you know what? I'm stepping off into the saloon with my 6 shooters. I done pushed through the saloon doors. I done shot the beer off the saloon piano players there. It's like, all right, we can step on outside. High noon, baby. Let's do it.
Let's go. Hey, man, they're coming for you and me. So, hey, like I said, I love the drama. But hold on for real quick. See you, Buff Dynasty, man. Welcome. I hope you got some heat coming because this show, right? Tim, Kim, ready. Everybody ready today. What's up?
What's going on, panel? What's going on, Harry?
All is
Good.
well.
See you, Buff.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm gonna try to protect you, Harry, but I don't know, man. The topic, I might have been one of the ones that beat you down a little bit, man.
Dang. Okay, I think I'm
Good
good.
luck.
I think I'll be good if I can just get a half of credit, a little bit of support, then that'll be fine. But for the most part, I think I can handle it. If my tooth starts to hurt, then I'll just blame my tooth. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Just don't. Whatever you do, don't bring up that North Dakota debate because you're getting the business today. I promise you.
But as far as that cover is concerned, I'm pretty much going to rock with everybody else. I think you put Prime in the middle and you put Shadou and Travis on both sides of him.
Okay. I like the Travis alone argument, though. I like Tim. Tim really articulated that pretty well. He backed up his argument pretty well. Tim, you are on today, man. Like, you ready? You've been studying, Tim? You've been you're like, hold on, you're using the mirror. When I go on TLP next time, I want to make sure that I really articulate what I'm trying to say. Hey, man, be careful. DC Carson, we didn't hear your thoughts on the cover, man. What's up?
All right, so can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
So one thing as a pilot I got a chance to do was learn how certain environments affect your body. So for example, flying around Colorado, if you get too high, you experience what's called hypoxia. It's hypoxic where you don't have enough brain oxygen going to your brain, and you say stuff like Tim and East Coast Kev do because there's not oxygen going to their brain for them to think that you go.
I like it.
You're going to take a team.
Damn.
Coming with it.
Right. And that you're going to take a team, though, ain't got nothing against Travis and Shadou, but a team that's got 4-8, and that you think that somehow putting these two up there going to sell game. Here's the thing. With Phil was talking about his 2014. I got doggone NCAA football 12 with Mark Ingram on the cover. That's how deep it goes. Man, you can put a baby diaper on that cover and that it will sell because we are feeding out for it. So I get the Buff love. I get all that. But I mean, when you look at college football and say, these the cats that we gonna stake it on.
DC, hold on one second, DC. Let me ask you a question before you continue.
Yes.
Are you just doing your natural, let me just be against the grain because, or are you looking at this from a business standpoint? I just want to ask that question because I feel like you're in your little bag. Let me agitate the CU Buffs and those bandwagon Buffs. Let me just agitate them just for the sake of the show, which I like, but I want to hear the businessman, the one that retired at 55. Let me hear that argument.
All right. Well, yeah, I was kind of trying to poking the wasp nest. Of course, I love it. You know, I ain't got nothing but love for East Coast and Tim. So y'all know I'm gonna poke the wasp nest. But the other thing is, I don't think that's within the best interest of the game. But I do think you should, because it's gonna be digital. I think you should have alternate covers, and I think on an alternate cover that needs to be it. But because it's been so
But wait,
long,
it's a digital game. It's not like a hard cover.
well, you're going to be. For what I understand is that I mean you could that like for example, I have Xbox. I don't know what Phil has, but like you can get the games that way. But here's the thing, and I think that it should be because you can have different options in the game. Like what I heard is throughout the year they're going to upload. So let's say for example, like Michael Penix, he started off not being all that great. Well, he was good at the beginning of the year, but finished great. So they're going to have it where they can adjust their player rating throughout the year. I think that Travis and Shador should be in there if they're doing it, since it's going to be mainly online. Because most of the time now, you just put the disc in, and then all the changes and the upload and the stuff like that, it does it on its own over time. But I think that for business, because it's been so long, I don't think that you could go with those two or either of those two to represent the game as a whole.
DC,
Can
you
I say
agree with me
something
as
real quick
usual.
to DC?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Come at DC.
Okay,
Let's go.
okay. I'm just gonna say this real quick. I understand what you're saying to a certain degree, DC, but what do y'all think about this? And this is to the whole entire panel. From a business standpoint, I would put out like a Penix because he did make it to the national championship. A cover, his face on the cover, and
Nobody
then
would know who
have
that is, though.
Michael Penix.
Yeah, nobody would know who that is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they would.
would. They
And
would.
then or
I
you
mean, y'all
put
would know. I'm talking
are
about when
you
I say nobody, I'm talking about casual fans that the
Yeah,
money matters.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Honestly,
so
A casual
honestly,
fan wouldn't know who Penix is.
I
or
would
if
tell you this. I'll
or
tell
if you
you
put
this.
oh
Oh, I'm sorry. I will tell you this. I think that the cover needs to be the line of Washington and Michigan facing each other. If you're gonna do it, because they were in the main, they were in the game. That's if you're gonna do it based upon last year. Because again, if and I want to know where you're coming from, Tim. Because it's like, are we looking at this game for what's going to happen going forward, or what has happened? That'll
well
help me understand better.
I'm trying to sell units. So I'm trying to move units.
Thank
So
you.
Right.
if I
Thank
if,
you.
Yeah.
from a business standpoint, if I have Penix on the cover of one, if I have the University of Michigan with their glove logo with the Jordan emblem, you know that's gonna move. And then you have Shador and Travis and Prime on the cover of another one, but you have like a signing day where kids can come out and get those covers signed for NIL values or
That's a
whatever.
good one. That's a good idea.
Well,
But I,
if you're
Multiple
gonna have it,
covers.
well, look, if you're gonna have it signed, then you would probably want to put Travis on there because, like you guys were saying earlier, a lot of the kids are gravitating to Travis and Shadur. So if you
Mainly Travis.
for signing purposes, you're gonna do it like that because I'm kind of like flip flopping in between out to Dion. So I'm like right in the middle of that because both of them are going. Both of them are going to sell. Maybe so. That's why I'm kind of looking at that.
So,
yeah, but I think like,
Phil said
let
he
me,
had a question. Let me get Phil in here real quick.
No. So I had a comment real quick. So to DC's point, like gaming systems are moving more towards the digital download. So kids aren't even going to be buying, and adults aren't even going to be buying the actual disc anymore. So that cover ain't going to hit the same. But
But what
to
if it
DC's
becomes a
point,
classic cover and everybody wants it as a memorabilia?
no, and that very well could be the case. But I'm just saying, as a whole, that's kind of where the gaming world is going. My good cousin, he's big in the game, and he be hipping me to the game and all that kind of stuff. So that's where things are going. But I think if you're gonna bring back a game of this magnitude that's been gone for so long, you're gonna want to pay homage to those guys that couldn't have been on there for the past 10 years. So I personally think it's gonna be a collage because the diehards
Yeah.
that want to buy this game, they're gonna buy the game regardless. So I think the initial cover is gonna either be a collage of all the past Heisman Trophy winners that didn't get a chance to be on there. Because traditionally, if you played, if you were still in college, you couldn't be on the game. So it was always guys that had already graduated and went on, or went to the NFL that are on the cover. And I think so. You'll have that one cover that is a collage of all those guys. Then you'll have another one where it's probably just the trophy, and then you'll probably have another one paying homage to Coach Saban, because he retired this year. So I think those are probably going to be the top three options as far as what the cover is going to look like. And then anything after that is pick your poison.
But at the end of the day, a lot of people they said in the chat they don't really buy the game like that. They just buy the download. So it really won't. Because like DC said, even though he said it in his own way, you could put a baby diaper with poop on there. They still gonna buy the game.
You put a wet paper bag and people still gonna get it.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna make my own cover. My own cover is gonna have Shador throwing a pass to East Coast Kev, and he goes to the end zone. That's what I'm looking for. I'm gonna print it up on my computer and put it up there. But no, now mind you, I'm gonna tell you what I'm really excited about. I'm curious. I'll mess with you, Kev, but I'm curious to how they're going to rank Colorado in the game. I really want to see what their rating is going to be, and on there, I mean, that's going to be some interesting stuff.
That's a good point. That's a real good point.
I have another point real quick, and I'm gonna shut up on this topic. But the kids nowadays, the younger kids, they're not out there buying NCAA or the NFL game. They more Fortnite, more Call of Duty.
That's a good point.
So if you make a hard copy where they can get that sign by running to up, bumping into a Travis Hunter or a Shador, like that's gonna help those units move faster. Because if you think about it, you have more of those units left on the shelf than you do Call of Duty or Fortnite.
Hey, Tim, speak on that Texas Truth comment that I have on the screen, because I want to take it off. I want to put AK's comment on that, but speak on that real quick. Real gamers know never want your team or favorite player on the cover. It's a curse.
That's the Madden curse, not NCAA, just to be clear.
Yeah, that's the Madden curse. That's not NCAA. I was going to say exactly what Phil just said.
Hey, but I will tell you this, though. If I'm Colorado, I'm already talking to EA Sports to be able to get my own cover. And I'm at the game giving them out. I'm using that for boosted fun rate. I am absolutely just wearing. I would definitely have my own cover, and I would have it, let's say, in the bookstore or something like that. I think Colorado needs to be all over that. That is some money for them.
All right, so let me bring on Mr. Stretch. Coach Lowry, thank you for joining the show. You can start off with talking about AK. AK, what he got on the screen. I'll read it for you. You have to cater to what's popular. Colorado win or lose made college football a new experience. So putting number 2 and number 12 on it will definitely sell. Some people are going to buy it as memorabilia. I can't pronounce that word like that, but anyways. So what do you think about that? And what do you think about the covers coming in? And by the way, thank you for joining the show. I appreciate you.
Take the border off.
Yeah, before Mr. Stretch starts talking, write down the email if you want to call in, guys. Join tlplive@gmail.com. I'm about to take this off my screen. Write down the email, jointlplive@gmail.com. If anybody asks on how to get into the show, please comment, please chat. Drop that email in the chat. Thank you. All right, go ahead, sir.
What's up?
What it does, what it's going to be.
I ain't coming on with no BS today, man. I heard somebody say, "Oh Lord."
I said, "Oh Lord."
We love you, brother.
Are you low-key admitting? Are you low-key admitting that you had before in the past? Don't tell nobody. Go ahead anyway.
Yeah. You know what? I got some information right now. I'm ready to drop, but my Holy Spirit telling me to stay quiet. So I'm gonna talk about the topic.
All right, go ahead, sir.
I like anything that projects to money.
Okay.
Like if you have that wave, you got to get on the wave. Because at the end of the day, it's about checks and balances. So, with them even being in the talk, I would like to see, like you say, Travis Hunter on the front cover, because he just has that it factor. Like you say, he got that I'm here, that star power. And he's a humble kid, and he's doing it the right way. So I don't got no kind of negative talk to put on him, but I just need him to play better defensive back this year. That's it. But other than that, he's doing everything the right way, and it'll be an honor for him to be on the front cover, because he's up there with those players like the Mark Ingrams and whomever else was been on the covers, and
I hear what you insinuating, though. I hear it.
Yeah, because it's nothing but the truth.
I hear it.
But the truth.
I hear it.
Because he doing everything the right way. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. They just did a video of the line waiting to get into the all these symbolic examples. They waiting on the line to get into the weight room, and everybody lined up, and then Bucky's hollering, the VIP line right here. But I don't think everybody watched. Travis Hunter walked past everybody in the line and got at second in the spot. Like, when you got that kind of it factor and that light on you, and you carry yourself with a lot of dignity and respect for other people, as well as just getting in where you fit in, it's no brainer to put him on the cover, because he's carrying the torch right now.
You want to hear a Liberian quote? Here's a West African Liberian quote for y'all. Oh, and I hope y'all notice my African art right here is dark, so it's hidden, and I did that on purpose. But anyway, Liberian quote goes, "Senior player doesn't have to fight for jersey." I think that explains itself, but I can break it down. Like, I think the best players don't have to fight for jerseys. That's what we say, because we play soccer back home. So senior player, then you will see the guys that don't really play much. They'll be like, jousting for like position and stuff like that. But the guys that are the top players, like the George Weahs and the big players, when they show up, everybody just kind of moves to the side. You see what I'm saying? So Travis is that guy. Travis, and it's not, and I think that you articulated it pretty well. I think you said he's doing it the right way. He's so humble. And I think he's so playful, so humble. Like, he wears the onesies and you know what I'm saying? He doesn't take it too seriously. But when it does have to get serious, Travis Hunter, he is the top dude that you don't want to mess with. So it's like, how can you have those two elements in one body, in one person? That's why you respect him, and that's why you just don't mess with him. So if he wants to go to the front of the line, ain't nobody going to say nothing. He's just going to walk up there, because that's Travis Hunter. So that's a good point. And I think Tim bringing that up, it kind of makes the argument for me, and I lean more to what Tim is saying about Travis being the top, because I didn't look at it like that, and that's why I like this panel, because you guys bring up things that changes my mind sometimes, and I like him on the cover.
So Shedeur doesn't embody those same characteristics.
Not like Travis. Not like. So, you gotta unmute yourself, Mike Lowry.
Overrated.
Yeah. Let me ask. I'm not gonna take over the show. I'm gonna wait till about the end of the show. But I just want to know why people hate on Shedeur so much. I can't understand.
Because he's Deion's son.
No. Stop. Why we go straight to hate?
Because
why can't two things be true? Why can't two, like, Phil, come on, help me out here. You always saying two things can be true at the same time. Shedeur can be good, but Travis can also be better, more liked. It doesn't mean that you hate Shedeur. You don't have to necessarily hate Shedeur to love Travis. I have a quote in my African.
I can hear it though. Clothing. When you have a spirit of discernment, you can hear certain things, man.
Let me finish this. I have a quote in my Soul African clothing line that says, "We can love us without hating anyone else. I can love being African. I can love being black without hating white people. But the second I say I love being an African, and people always think, like, when I say so African, the thing that I hate America or the thing that I hate white people. Why would you think that? Why would you think the fact that I'm bigging up Travis Hunter, that it means that I hate Shedeur?
So what I'm saying is, when you have a spirit of discernment, you can pick up on certain things. And the way he laid that out there, he was saying it as if, oh, he should be on there up above Shadur because he's more humble. A lot of people see Shadur as not being humble because he's flashy with his jewelry and all this stuff. But he's one of the most humble kids that I have seen on that team.
Facts.
But it's crazy that people like stretch y'all from his hometown and y'all hate and criticize him the most, man. That is ridiculous, man. That is
but think about it though.
Let me tell you something. I have not seen a young man in his position conduct himself precisely and as humble as he has before. He is a great young man. He just happened to be the son of a superstar, and he does not even portray that type of thing, man. Shadur is awesome, bro. Listen to the way he speaks, the way he never points blame. He always takes things on himself. He always says what I can do better. This is an awesome young man. Him and Travis should be on the cover, bro.
Hey guys, have you guys have been listening to Shadur at his last interviews? How well he's speaking now. Before he had this little childish thing about it, but now he's more. This is what I've noticed in watching all of his interviews. They've been more adult-like. He's been more precise with his answers and everything.
Yes.
If you look at it though, Travis, I think more people can relate to Travis than they can relate to Shadur and Shiloh because Travis, he didn't come from money like Shadur and Shiloh did. You know what I'm saying? And if you really want to have that conversation, Travis is more like Dion, you know what I'm saying, than Shadur is as far as their upbringing, as far as where they came from. You know what I'm saying? They really got it out the mud. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Shador and Shiloh. Now I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Dion, I will say this, he's a great parent, he's a great father. His kids are, you know what I'm saying, they still got that dog in them, they still got that we got to get it out the mud mentality, but they also still got the jury when they was teenagers to show that they really didn't have to get out the mud. So you know what I'm saying? So I think people will relate to Travis a little bit more because he didn't come from the same background that Shador and Shiloh did. So I think
but you know something else? They made their own.
This is Phil. That was me that made the point.
That was a great point, man. That was a great
Thank you.
point. I like.
I appreciate that.
That was a good defense for that's the best defense that I've heard in a minute. Like that was dope because it's like it makes a lot of sense.
But you gotta understand something, Harry. They didn't make Shador and Shiloh are not living off of daddy's money. They're not sitting back rich and entitled. They're making their own money. They got their own deals. They made their own lane. So it's not like they just sit back like Michael Jordan's son. No disrespect. They're not sitting back collecting daddy's paycheck.
That's not the point, though. This is the point. The point is my 8-year-old is not making his deals, right? My 16-year-old is not making deals yet, right? So the idea is they're living on my money. They're in my house and they're eating my food. So when you if that's how you grew up, then you're not Deion Sanders. You're Shador and you're Shiloh. So I think that's the point that Phil was trying to articulate, is that how you start off is you start off with money, then you're not coming up with prime because you already have money. You didn't have money. That's why you came up with prime. That's the whole idea of, I want to get my mom out of this situation. I want to get her everything that she wants. So who has that more and who's more likable or who's more relatable? That's Travis. That's not Shador. I like the defense. Okay, don't ruin it. Okay, East Coast, stop. Don't ruin a good defense. Okay,
I just want you to get to North Dakota State so I can get this over with. I don't know why you keep beating around the bush. I don't know why you keep beating around the bush, man. I want you to get to North Dakota State and how much it is sleeper game, so I can destroy that thought of yours and get you back on track. That's all I want.
I've said this before. I like those videos to just live in their own universe and do what they does best. But if y'all want to go in there, I'll bring it up at the end. Right now, I just want to stay on this line right quick. Okay. Ron Tate, this is a no-fly zone, so don't come in here with that nonsense, okay? But anyway, welcome to the show. You know I appreciate you, and I always appreciate you no matter how many times you call in. Thank you, sir.
Man, listen. Hey, look. I love this panel, man. I love this platform. But my vote for the guy on the cover is Shiloh.
Oh,
the headache gang.
Let me hear this.
My vote is for Shiloh. He's a good-looking kid. He's very down to earth.
He's handsome,
articulate. And,
you're starting off with he's handsome.
Well, yeah, he is. He's a good-looking kid. All of Coach Prime's kids are good looking.
That's a new one for my guy.
But my vote is for Shiloh.
Okay, let me hear this. Lay it out for me. Let me hear this.
And he's very, very relatable. He's very relatable, and he's extremely down to earth. He is closer to someone was speaking on the attributes of Travis. Shiloh is closer to Travis, in my opinion, as far as his natural humbleness, his natural, if I can say, down to earthness. Shiloh is closer to that than he is on the brass side.
Okay, so give me your business sense. Make your case for the business part of it, because I'm not hearing it so far. Right now, I'm just hearing he's cute and stuff like that. But
no.
Whoa.
I'm talking about relatable to the ordinary fan. To the guy,
I'm just saying, make it make sense business wise, so I can get it. Because I expect the females to say he's cute on the cover, but let's leave that alone.
No, we didn't expect you to say it.
Listen,
yeah, we didn't expect you to say it. But
I don't know how it is. I don't know how it is in Liberia. But when you said a young guy is a good-looking kid,
man, and listen, we are very well-rounded when it comes to our sexuality and all of that. We can hold hands and we don't have no problems with it. Like men, best friends in Liberia, we can hold hands. So it's not anything for us. So it's none of that stuff. But I'm just saying, I want to hear your business argument though. Like, what is the argument as far as business, and how does that make sense?
That is my point. He's relatable to the young guys, that may not be able to afford it, but their parents will buy it for them because that's what they want. You may not be able to afford it, but he's going to cut grass, and he's going to sell his different games to get that because he wants to be a part of that headache gang.
Make it make sense. It's not making sense, Ron.
That's my point.
Nah,
hey, Ron, let me help you out, Ron.
Let me speak, Harry.
Somebody help me out here.
Okay.
Yeah, please help this man.
Hey, Ron, it's about likability.
Even Tim can't help you, and Tim is on today.
It's about, from a business standpoint, it's about a likability. Like, if you say, for instance, and I'm just going to use a random state. If you go to North Dakota and Shiloh walks through the mall, it's going to be like a few people that notice him. But if Travis walks through that mall, then it's liable to shut it down because he's noticeable. He's likable. Not to say that Shiloh is not likable, but Travis is a brand by itself. I put it to you like that.
Yeah, so, the Headache Gang is not a brand yet.
Yeah, Travis is a brand. So, and he was a brand before he even went to college. So therefore, it expanded over into college. So it's if you're talking about from a business standpoint and moving units, you can't leave Travis Hunter off the cover of that. But that's just my argument to what you were saying.
You got any
Travis on that cover
before I move on, Mr. Ronte? Because I think you didn't have your coffee yet or whatever you have in the morning.
No. Hey, listen, I just wanted to throw out someone different. Travis really is my number one vote. I just wanted Travis is my number one vote, but I wanted to throw out something a little different. That's all.
Okay, I see what you did there.
That's why I needed a crutch, and I was so weak on it. Because I wasn't on my number one guy.
You should fine him $5 for wasting airtime.
I know, man. Man. Listen, man, you got man. You gotta do something. You gotta you gotta pay for that, man. Like that's. I was like,
should be a fine. Should be a fine. Total red flag. Somebody.
Listen, man. The Cash App is up there. You gotta send me $5 for that nonsense.
Hey, Harry B, actually,
what the heck?
Hey, Harry B, actually, even Prom said it himself. He said Shador is more humble than Shiloh, because he was talking about that situation. I think some people approached Shador and he kind of wasn't trying to get in no trouble or whatever, and his lineman stepped in, and Shador kind of backed off. But he said Shador, if it was Shiloh would have swung. You know what I'm saying? But he said Deion said Shador is Deion Sanders and Shiloh was primetime. So I don't know about that argument about him
listen,
being.
Listen, guys. If all of us on this panel, we're in a war room. We're in the EA Sports war room, and we're trying to. We got our pads and our pencils, and we're trying to figure out who in college football at this present time is the most talked about, most sought after athletes. Who would be those two people? Who has capitalized college football the most in the past two seasons?
Coach Palmer in the CU Buffs. In the
players.
Past 2 seasons.
But the player or coach? Player or coach?
Travis and Shador.
Travis and Shador. They both are global. They both are very well marketable. They both are exceptional young men. And you are going to want to put both of them on the cover. Not one without the other. You're going to have both.
I hear that, but traditionally, and I know because of NIL things have changed, but traditionally it was never a player that was currently in college that was on the cover. So, I mean, I like the idea, but for me, as somebody who's been playing this game his whole life, I want to see them stick to the tradition. It ain't no hate. It ain't against Shallow. Nick Saban. I mean, but they've never had a coach on there, so like I couldn't argue against them putting him on there. But I think, like I've been saying, I think they should pay homage to those guys like a Lamar Jackson, you know what I'm saying, like a Andrew Luck, guys like that who weren't able to be on the cover because the game wasn't out.
I got some pushback.
In my humble opinion. Go ahead.
If you got a game that's been sitting in the warehouse for a few years and you trying to launch it back out, you don't put you put what's relevant and what's popping at the moment on the cover of it to move those units. Now, if you want to come back next year and put a Lamar Jackson or Nick Saban to pay homage, then that's what you do it. Right now, if I'm trying to move units, it's a critical time. I can't afford to take an L by putting Nick Saban or Lamar Jackson on the front of the cover of NCAA football.
But all of their marketing is catered towards the fact that they're coming back. Like they're bringing something back. It's not that we're trying to do something new. It's an old game that everybody's been playing and people are still playing, even though it came out 10 years ago, right? So they're still trying to market the idea that the tradition is coming back. So that's why I think they won't move in the direction that you guys are talking about. If they were to do it, I wouldn't argue against it. I mean, it makes dollars and cents, but as like I said, as a purist, as a person who still plays the game on the old Xbox 360 that I had to get out my basement, I want to see that tradition still hold true because everything else in college football is changing.
Well, listen, man, he's definitely he got the graphics to prove it. So that was Phil talking. In case anybody's confused, why am I putting up this graphic? That's Phil with his game. Okay, that's why I'm showing that. That's what he said. He put that on Twitter. I got that off Twitter or X. I don't know. But when I say I don't know, I meant X, the name X instead of Twitter. That's whack.
We still using Twitter, man. I don't care. We know what you mean. We using Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter.
So let me ask you guys this: would this be what you think about this idea right here? Make it an order only game, and you can choose your cover.
Man, that's possible. I don't know what the dollars and cents part of it looks like, but I think with the way things are going, that is possible. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
All right, guys. So let's go ahead and pivot away from that conversation. We've exhausted it. Everybody had an opportunity to speak on it. Thank you so much for that. let's talk about the Buffs roster for the spring. There's been a little bit of drama about this because Bishop Thomas is on that roster, and word on the street is that he's no longer a Buff, but he appeared on the roster. Hopefully you can see that on your screen there. But he's appeared on the roster, and then I had a little bit of a puzzle for myself. It was a little bit of a puzzling moment because I saw Chidozie on the roster. Chidozie's on the roster, and I'm like, he's on the roster as a defensive lineman. What is that about? Chidozie, like Chido the block bully, is on there on the spring in the spring. He's on there. Let's not go to Chidozie first. Let's not go to Chido first. Let's go to Bishop. What is this? If anybody in the college ranks understand this whole? His name is on the roster, but he's not a part of the team. Why would it decide to do that?
So I think I saw somebody else. It was on another panel or something somewhere that someone asked, "Is that roster updated?" Because they still had a guy that had entered into the portal still on the spring roster. So I don't know if it may be 100% accurate. I don't know.
Well, who was that guy that you're talking about?
I have to go back and do my research. I didn't write it down, but there was a guy that entered into the portal that's still on the spring roster.
Oh, I didn't see anyone that was that's on the portal. For some odd reason, my left screen is moving. I wanted to show y'all the names, but my left screen is moving. My other screen is moving, and the one that I'm showing you on the screen is not moving. But anyway, it's probably a glitch or something's happening. But yeah. So let me see. Maybe this will move it. Nope, that's not. Y'all see my little cursor moving?
No. Oh yeah. I see the cursor. I see the cursor. Yeah.
You see the cursor moving, but yet the screen itself, the screen's not moving on your end, right?
No.
Okay.
Not on my end. No.
Okay, I got two screens. One is right here, and the other is this one is moving, but the one that y'all are looking at that I'm seeing is not moving. But anyway, so Bishop is on the roster. I mean, I guess there was some type of idea that for those of y'all who don't know, who are new to Buff and watching this channel, Bishop Thomas was one of the best defensive players. I think overall he was one of the best, most dynamic players that the Colorado Buffs had on the defensive line or the offensive line, because he was temporarily moved to the offensive line just because last year 2023 was a duct tape team and we had to move pieces around. So Bishop was moved because he's such an explosive player. So, but then something happened during the offseason. He did something on campus, allegedly did something, and Coach Prime suspended him. And now I think the news is that he's no longer he's no longer a Buff. But yes, he is on this roster, and I wonder why he's on the roster. But what's more, so he's not on the roster, he's not there, so we're not really going to spend too much time on that. But the question is, Chidozie, the Nigerian guy, the African bully, the big muscular dude. I think he may be cute depending on what Ron thinks, but if you can tell me, why would he be on the defensive line? Like, I thought he was a edge. I thought edge was his title. Is it practice and what they're seeing or what conversations they're having?
He's the inside guy. He's an inside guy.
Yeah, he's trenches, man. He's trenches.
He's trenches. He's always been trenches.
Really?
Yeah. Always.
Oh, so
he can't be an edge guy at 5'11".
Yeah, he's never been an edge.
Yeah, he might play defensive end if that, but he won't be considered an edge rusher, like playing outside linebacker for sure.
Yeah, he's always.
He's a defensive lineman.
Yeah, he's a D-line.
Oh, why is he not undersized for that? Then
no, he's not. He's strong. I want my money back, Harry. I want my money back, Harry.
No, but I didn't bring no Fugazi though. Like that was not. It's a question.
No, since we brought him over here, he's always been a defensive lineman.
Yeah, he's always been a D-line.
Oh, word. Maybe I was thinking about somebody else because I'm thinking
he's a nose guard. He's a nose guard.
Yeah.
He's a nose guard.
Hey, Harry, it's not Chidozie, it's Chidozie. Chidozie's the Nwankwo. You gotta pronounce your African names, brother.
Chittle.
You the African brother, African expert. You supposed to pronounce the names right. Chidozie.
I'm no expert. Experts are learned people. I don't have to learn African. I'm not an expert.
You ain't Liberian. You American. You one of us.
I like lasagna and I eat African food, so leave me alone. Anyway, listen. All right, so I stand corrected. Chitto is not he's a defense. But you know what? You know what confused me? His size confused me. Okay.
No, he's perfect for the nose guard.
Okay.
Type of position.
So Chitto, the guy that's from Pittsburgh. You thinking about the guy that's from Pittsburgh?
What do you mean? Chitto's the black bully, right? No,
he's the black bully. But Chidozie.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, remember we got it mixed up last time. We had to go in and do some research. This was about 2.5 months ago. The guy from Pittsburgh is the defensive end / outside linebacker, and then Chidozie is the middle nose guard from Houston.
Yeah. You talking about Sam Okunlola, right? From Pitt?
Yeah. That's what we thought that was Chidozie at first. But then we had to go check it out. I guess you didn't check it out yet, Harry.
No, I did. Because Chitto is the guy that has the Chitto is the guy that has the orange hair, right?
Yes. That's him down there on the bottom. Number 10.
Okay, maybe.
And Samuel is number 8.
Okay, so maybe that's what I'm thinking, but no. But when I saw Chitto's size, it just confused me a little bit. But
he's not that tall for it.
Is that me or is that you?
What?
Did you hear the audio?
Blurring up.
Did y'all hear the audio went kind of crazy for a second there? Okay, so I had Chitto wrong. That's my bad. I had Chitto wrong. So Chitto's on the defensive line. So I'm glad that I figured that out in my head, because for the life of me, the whole time I'm thinking Chitto plays outside. I didn't know that he was inside. Okay, so we leave that alone. But did y'all notice that Trevor Woods is still at linebacker? What?
They're gonna have to put some weight on him. They're gonna have to put some weight on him.
He's been with the team. Listen, let me explain something to you. We teach our players that the game is 90% mental and 10% physical. So the reason why he was switched down from strong safety to inside linebacker, because he knew the defense in and out. Like when you're a coach and you know that you have a coach on the field and you know your subs or your backups are not good enough to play on Saturday, you're gonna switch. It's called plug and play. So yeah, we're not high on Trevor Woods, but Trevor Woods has a high football IQ. And with that being said, he can put the defense in place when they're making calls on the field. He's already at strong safety, / free safety. It depends on how they plan it. And he knows he's been in the system since last December when Prime got there. And so, as you can tell, he picked up the system pretty quick. And so, with that being said, with his IQ being that high, he knows how the defense runs when he's out there on the field. He's probably a 4-year player, probably a 3-year starter at CU. And so, with those qualifications, that's why he's at middle linebacker. Yeah, they need to put 15 to 10 more pounds on him, but on the other panel that I'm on, we're not high on Trevor Woods. But he has the same stats as Shiloh. So, when you say Shiloh's the top safety, you got to say Trevor Woods the top safety. But from the eye test, from what I see on the field, he make a lot of critical errors and key moments. Both of them do.
Hey, coach.
Go ahead.
And also, take into point that Trevor Woods also they may have moved him down there or got him Harry listed at linebacker because he started off as a safety, but moved him down like what Coach just said. But also having him, I feel like from a football standpoint, having him at that position, probably add more weight and etc. But he's a good cover guy. So having somebody with that mindset and having him down there at linebacker, he's smart. He knows how to cover. So I feel like he'll be a good fit at linebacker because I don't feel like we have a linebacker that's a cover linebacker.
But
do you think
like
he's gonna stick his nose in there when they start playing against Kansas State and Oklahoma State and against North Dakota State? Even if they do put 15 pounds on him, do you think he's gonna come down here and lay that wood against those teams that's gonna run the ball? That would be my only real concern. Yes, he's gonna be good in the cover part of it, but when you're playing against those more run dominant teams, is he gonna be able to do the job that we need middle linebackers to do? That would be my.
That's when you bring in Wester, the guy that came from Liberty.
Okay, so if that's the case,
we're not going to pause at all. Lay that wood. We're not going to pause. We're not going. You're just going to go straight.
Hey, that's a football terminology. I'm an adult. I try not to go into those jokes, but it's a football joke. But listen though, but that may be cool to bring in somebody else. But then you're saying, okay, well, they're gonna start looking at personnel. If Trevor's not on the field, then we're gonna put somebody else out there. Oh, we're gonna change up the play. Instead of running it, we're gonna pass the ball, let the running back, get out wide and do something like that, get him in a one-on-one situation. So you can't always say, well, if Trevor can't do this, we'll put somebody else in. Because if you're a good offensive coordinator going against Colorado's defense, you just gonna change the play.
Phil. That's a good. I understand what you're saying. That's a real good point.
Hey guys, I was out the car, I guess, when you guys were talking about Chidozie. Did anybody get a chance to catch Dave Talks Buffs breakdown of Chidozie when he was at Houston and all of the plays that he watched? At least 65% of the time, Chidozie acquired a double team. So he is a dog.
Yeah, I've been put that out there. Dave Talk Buffs ain't doing number follow my key points.
Yeah, he's a dog. Whoever said
I told TLP about Chidozie when I was watching the film, and TLP say, we're not having a statistics talk today. We're going to...
Oh, really? You going to do me like that? You going to do me like that? Why you do me like that, man?
He is a defensive lineman that will call for a double team. So I think that'll help the linebackers out a great bit much.
So, okay, so...
Hey, but listen, they said no. But let me hit you up. But what's the name say he put him in the dirt? Mayor say he put him in the dirt yesterday.
Talking about yesterday?
Yeah.
I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard that.
Look at him laying on the ground right now doing whatever he was doing, rolling on the ground. But Mayor's allegedly say that was the guy that he put in the dirt on the one-on-ones.
I don't think Chidozie was there. I don't think Chidozie was there.
Chidozie was there.
I don't think he participated in that one-on-one.
You better look at what he said.
I did. I saw what he said. I don't think he was talking about Chidozie. Later on in that same clip, it said, yeah, Chidozie wasn't there. He wasn't part of that one-on-one contest where they said that the offensive line whooped the defensive line.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't know why he implicated that was the guy that he put in the dirt. So I don't know if they capping or not, but it is what it is. But
in regards to Trevor Woods, I think if during this offseason and the spring ball, if they have him at linebacker, he's going to do well there. He's going to do well if he's able, like someone said earlier, if he's able to lay that wood and stick his nose in there. And those both are football terms, Harry. They are.
I'm not so mature, y'all. My ears are getting pricked.
No, listen. It's your mindset. But you talk to any true football player. A football player knows. A football player knows.
All right,
yeah,
I'm gonna start.
I'm not so mature like y'all.
I'm gonna start a little controversy. I don't think Trevor Woods gonna get a whole bunch of burn outside of special teams.
I didn't think so either.
I don't either. I don't either. I think he's going to be relegated to depth.
Yep.
When those guys line up, I think he's going to be part of the depth practice.
He'll be on kick return.
Yeah, he'll get a lot of playing time.
He'll
get a lot of playing time.
If you watch TTP, Trust the Process, he get in the wash a lot. He don't know how to read as a linebacker. He get caught up in the wash a lot. If you watch Trevor Woods, the way he reads at linebacker, he don't get caught up in the wash. What I'm saying is, yes, he's not a good player for our standards, but you put a little more weight on him, and he could be a reliable player on the football field. I don't think he's just a special teams guy. That's my.
You notice the white man, the one that's good at reading, right? You notice the white man, the one that's good at reading.
Come on, here we go. Oh Lord.
But Harry, something I see in this.
Years though, so it's okay.
But this DC, something I see in this thing too is that I think that CU will have a drastically improved starting on offense, defense, and I do think they'll have some players on. I think they've got a good kick returner coming in, so they're special teams. My concern, though, with them, because I look at the pluses and the minuses, and the minuses are not considered, it's just something that you have to mitigate. Okay, understand my background. You don't just ignore stuff because that'll get folks hurt. But I think the thing is, my concern is that with all that, the promise we're building, can they retain some of those depth players that are crucial after the spring game, because then people are going to be looking to move around. I think Colorado will be able to line up and be competitive with just about anybody. I just think when they start getting in to if they don't build that depth, see, that's the thing that's going to get you later on in the evening. I mean, I'm not going to get into the North Dakota just yet, but when you start getting beat up by teams, when you start getting beat up by teams, because thinking you ain't going to get beat up by teams, even Wild Dog said that's unrealistic. When you start getting to that 6th and 7th game, you're going to find some things. Well, you got some ballers that are coming in there. So if they got better depth than you do, then that's going to cause a problem. Again, I'm going to restate, CU should be absolutely pretty good and be able to go out and line up and get just about anybody. But if they start losing these players like you're talking about after that spring game, and I might cause them some issues.
Be mindful now. They had some players that didn't play because of injury last year that they were pretty high on, and they had to plug some other people in.
But I'll give it to you. But like I'll give you an example, Ron. What I say is that to Harry's defense, but to East Cav's point a little bit, you're going to face a team that can that you might beat, but they can beat you up. And so when you start getting that's going to be the issue is that, I understand all that stuff. But when you start taking I don't think folks are looking at this. You got a team that you're not just going to finesse down the field that can put something on you. You got that the first game with North Dakota State, and you have that with Nebraska. Thinking,
you have that with Nebraska and Colorado State. Those two teams are going to be, they're going to be putting a hurting on the players, whether we win it. Well, as we win both games, there's some guys going to come out of there a little nicked up.
Right. But so you hear what I'm saying is they're good. I guess that's my concern, though.
I also want to interject that no one is talking about how they rescheduled the schedule and basically giving CU a gauntlet run at a good season with 7 games back-to-back at home. No one's talking about that.
I don't think it is. I don't know. I haven't seen this schedule where it says they don't have 7 games at home. I haven't seen that.
You better check.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think
at least 6.
What is Coach on today?
Yeah,
I don't.
Six at home.
We're going to
6 at home.
I don't think they're anywhere. There are 6 games back to back at home. I don't think they have it like that.
Coach, do we need to change your name from Stretch It Out to Sleep It Off? My bad, future bro.
Leave stretch alone.
My bad.
Listen, man, pull the schedule up, and look at the schedule when the schedule first came out. They say to be continued, to be announced, and look at how they got those games scheduled for them to be successful. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. This is a successful run for this team. They got a lot of the team games based on being at home in the latter part of the season.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Look at it. I want to bring it up so I can see if I'm wrong or not. I'll stand corrected.
All right, hold on just a second. I'm gonna
before
we
bring up, I got
Harry.
the schedule. Before we bring up the schedule, I want y'all to look on your screen. This is the video that everybody wants to hate on me for. The video that you see, it says Colorado on the thumbnail. It says Colorado, North Dakota State.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's shamefully only 1,800 views. But that's like the information in that video. Like, you need that information if you are a true Buff fan, so you can know the enemy.
Yeah, there was a lot of good information. A lot of good
information.
A lot of misinformation too.
We about to get into that. And then the video right next to that, Colorado versus Nebraska, and I skipped Nebraska to the top because they were our top rival, at least for now. We got some other things brewing, but yeah, that one is only like, it's about to be to 6,000 views. But then the Salacious videos get like, you know what I'm saying, like 200,000 views. I'm like, all right, cool. I know what to do on this channel. But anyways, listen, North Dakota State is, when you look at North Dakota State, since y'all want to bring this up, I'm going to pull up the schedule for those of you who are having issues with. For those of you who are having issues with the schedule, let's pull up the schedule. So, give me a second. Let me. I don't know what's going on with my. Hold on. Okay, that's the wrong photo because. Give me 1 second, guys. It's coming in.
If I need to email it to you, I can.
No, it's weird because it's coming up as a web photo on my screen, so it's not yeah, it's not coming up as a what's the name? So let me see.
Hey, it looks like they don't even have two back-to-back home games this year. They have two. They have a back-to-back road games against Nebraska and then Colorado State, but they don't have two home games in a row this year at all. I think, Stretch, what you getting confused with is when the original. That's what I just sent you on Twitter.
This is the updated one with the change game with Baylor being the homecoming.
The Baylor game is going to be on the same day. They just changed which day homecoming was going to be on. So yeah, that is correct right there. What you got?
Okay, so this is the schedule. All right, Coach Stretch, go ahead and give us your argument that you were trying to make. Articulate your points, and then we'll get into this North Dakota situation. The schedule is on your screen now, Coach. So go ahead.
Look like I'm dead wrong when I'm saying at Kansas, at Texas, at Arizona.
Coach, listen, you were thinking about the schedule when they were telling you who they were playing against, not when they were playing against. And I was trying to stress that point 2 months ago when Harry had
on the flyer I seen, it had, I don't know. I need to go back and check my sources because that don't seem right.
Because it said to be announced. It was telling us who they were playing, but not when they were playing them. So the first 3 games of the season, they already knew those dates. So that's why they had them in the correct order. Everything after that was all the away games and then all the home games. That's why I was trying to stress that this was not the order that the schedule was going to be in 2 months ago. But it's all good. We all make mistakes.
Right, and see, this is the thing I look at is that I'm looking at the players, and I do see them. You know, that the different team. There's a different look in their eyes. They're doing more team building. That's something that I'm very impressed with Coach Prime is that he bought in the Marines. He said, I need to build a team while I also build the individuals. That's phenomenal. But like when you sit back and look at the schedule, you have to look at the impact. You know, you got to look at the defenses. You can't just and again, I think is it Chinozi? I forget. How do you say that? I think you got some things. You got some players that can really get after it. So for the folks that think I'm a Colorado hater, I'm not a Colorado hater. I just think that I'm just not finna drink I'm not sipping from the prime juice at so much like some people do. I can support them. No, I'm not. Listen here, Arthur Ashe. I'm messing with you, tennis. I'm messing with you. You know I had to get to that, but no. But seriously, though, that the thing being is that that's the thing to celebrate. Like you really got some key pieces that you needed. They really did go out and plug holes, and I've seen that in a lot of Harry's videos talking about that. They've been filling holes and really trying to bring them together. But I think, like I said, when I sit here and look at the schedule, it's like you get to the end and you're getting into some teams that can kind of, if put it like this, if they stay healthy, I'm right. I can see where I ain't gonna go as far as East Coast Kev with 10-2. But I can definitely see, 8 wins possible. But if they get beat up, man, whew, and I'm gonna tell you this, that is a battle cry that y'all better have is don't touch 2. Because if 2 goes down, that's it, baby. It's over.
Yeah. So some Prime Effect 101 says that's the cover right there. That's a great point right there. Like, look at that cover. It gets everybody in there that we were just talking about. Shiloh's right there.
That's the cover I called out earlier, Harry. I said you need to have all 3 of them on there.
Yeah, that's the one. And then you got
the best one.
That's 4. That's all 4. So, but yeah, you got Coach Prime up there. That's actually that would be a dope cover. And Prime Effect 101. You guys know who Prime Effect 101 is, but I'll let them tell you who their name is. But they just told me that yeah. But yeah, that's a good cover. But game number 1, let's talk about this. We're almost done, guys. We only have 15 minutes to talk about this. This is your opportunity to come at me. Game number 1 is a trap game because North Dakota State is a problem. And I want you to understand why they are a problem. And I want you to go watch this video if you can. The video that's on your screen right now. I want you to watch that video specifically because there's a lot of juicy stuff in there about the team for you to learn about who the team is, and you will get you will understand the dynamic of the team, the moving pieces. They got a new coach, they got a new OC, the players stuck together. They're bringing back a lot of their starters. They're bringing back 9 starters, I believe, on their 9 starters. Maybe one starter on the O-line. But this is a trap game, East Coast Cav, because somebody said in the comments, they are the Alabama of the FCS. And FCS, remember, FCS is where Coach Prime was coaching before he came to the FBS, which is Football Bowl Subdivision and Football Championship Subdivision. Football FBS is more like the bigger brother. It doesn't mean that these guys can't play. So when you watch the video and you understand these guys have been the champs since let's say 2011 to 2021, they've been the champs. Now South Dakota State is taking over. They've won 2 in a row, so they're kind of becoming a dynasty, like I said in the video. But North Dakota State is a trap because you can overlook them and say they're FCS, they're little brother, they're not FBS. But if you sleep on this team, they come up and they can give you they can body you. And I think they can body you, but I want to hear your argument, East Coast Cab, because that's what you came on the show saying, you ready to body me. Let me hear what you got to say. Articulate your point.
Hi, Harry. How are you, sir? Thank you.
I'm fine.
Thank you for having me today, and I really appreciate it. I'd like for everyone to congratulate Mr. Harry B. on his tremendous research of North Dakota State University. Your research was great. However, the problem is you didn't research the teams they played. Now, let's go down memory lane real quick. Let's go to week 1, Eastern Washington. Hold on. You said we was gonna. You said we was gonna talk about it. Let's talk about it. Eastern Washington.
But context matters, right?
Let me get there. We're gonna get there.
Hit him.
Eastern Washington, 2023 season, 4-7,
data man.
22,
data man.
3. You said the data. We going over the data. 2022, 3-9. Let's go to Maine. They played Maine. They blew Maine out. They really But here's the problem. Maine, 2023 season, 2-9. 2022, 2-9. Let's go to Missouri State, 5-6. 2023, 2022, 4-7. Let's go to Central Arkansas. It's a good program. 7-4. 2023, 2022, 5-6. Let's go to North Dakota University. Both years, 2022 and 2023, they were 7-5. But guess what? They lost to North Dakota University. They got blown out. So they lost to a good program. That means against good programs, they're 0-1. But there's more. Oh, here's Western Illinois, 2023 to 2022. They were 0-11.
I'm about to destroy you.
Murray State, 2023, 2022.
Yourself and you don't even know it.
That's a great pool. That's a great pool on information, brother.
That is. But he's trapping himself. He don't even know.
I'm not trapping myself.
Let him finish.
I'm letting you.
I want to hear it. Let him finish.
Yep, here it comes. Both years, Murray State, 2-9. Southern Illinois. Now here's a good program. They beat Southern Illinois, 8-5. The year before, 5-6. So they're 1-1 against good teams. Northern Iowa, 6-5 both years. Drake, they beat Drake. They were 8-4 2023. In 2022, they were 3-8. So they were rebuilding their program. And they barely got out that game. It went to double overtime. 2023, here goes Montana. They actually beat them. So right now, okay, they're 2-1 on good teams. They beat them. They were 8-4, and then they were 12-2. South Dakota University, they lost to. That's another loss. They were 10-3 the year before, 3-8.
All right, so bring it home. Bring it home. We can't do
the bottom line. Last one. South Dakota State University. They lost to them too, and South Dakota. So then the last one is Montana. They actually lost to Montana because they were 11-4. They were also 13-2 at 8-5. So they're 2-3 against good teams. So what that means is, they had a good record, North Dakota State. But look who they played. They played bums and mediocre people. Stevie Wonder could have beat them teams.
How do you compare the good teams?
Thank you for that, brother. Thank you for that.
Hey, can I piggyback on that?
No, not yet. We got to stay on this. How do you compare those good teams that you're saying are the good teams? How do you compare them to Colorado?
How do I compare them to Colorado? They don't have the star power that we had. Not just the star power. They don't have the players that we have. These programs, a lot of these programs are getting leftover players. Players that couldn't make it to the big programs. So you know what? I can go to this rinky-dink program like Murray or Drake, and I'll get some playing time.
Let me make sure that you're answering the question correctly. The programs that you said that were good programs that they beat, right? Those programs that you're talking about, right? You're saying those programs are not as good as Colorado?
Those programs ain't good as high school football.
So okay, so make it make sense to me, because I'm not the sharpest football guy. How is it that you're saying that they're the best football team that the good football teams that they beat, but you're saying that those are not good? Those are like high school teams. So how are they good? How are you comparing that?
Sir, I'm looking at their records. I'm looking at who those teams played. The teams that North Dakota played, I'm looking at those teams that they played, and they weren't in good programs. I'm just pulling up facts.
No, okay. Hey,
do you want me to help him out, Harry?
Well, I'm trying to get him to clarify what he's saying as far as like understanding the good team. Because if you're gonna say, "Oh, they're 2-0 with good teams," then I want to understand what you know about what you're saying are good teams.
Okay,
can you clarify that?
Having a 2-9 record is not a good team, apparently.
Maybe you're not understanding the question.
Okay, let me help him out. Last year, They played Boise State. North Dakota's in the FCS conference, right?
Okay.
They played Boise State. Eric Eric McAllister single-handedly destroyed North Dakota State. He's a wide receiver for Boise State. Boise State sucked last year. North Dakota, they played in Boise State. North Dakota was 2-0. Boise State was 0-2. And North Dakota State got blown out. So what East Coast Cab is saying versus what you stated, and a lot of people saying this is sleeper game, etc. I don't look at all that. I feel like Colorado gonna come out with that same intensity, if not even higher than they did when they went down to TCU. But the bad thing about it is North Dakota got to come to Colorado, so that plays a factor.
Bang.
So, and if Boise State, Eric McAllister single-handedly killed their secondary, and then you stated, Harry, in that blog that you had posted that their linebackers in their secondary are suspect or weak. They're not as strong as their defensive line. But if you go back and look at some of the clips in the FCS, where like East Coast Cavs was just stating, they're not playing anybody. Colorado played top 25 teams last
Thank
season.
you.
So week in and week out. So therefore, the FCS level is a lot easier than the Big 12, than the Pac-12, than the Big 10, than the ACC, and especially the SEC. They don't
But I feel
play
like you're
those
not
type.
making your argument though. I feel like East Coast Kevin, you are not making your argument. I feel
The
like
high.
Yep.
your argument is not holding water, and let me tell you why though.
I'm talking from a football perspective.
Well, obviously, this is a football perspective. We're talking about football perspective. This is what I'm saying. The idea of a trap game is not saying they're going to lose. Your argument should support what you're saying. You're coming from a standpoint of Harry B said that we're going to lose. That was not my argument. My argument was it's a trap game, and these are the elements of a trap game. Where are the elements of a trap game? That this team could be easily overlooked by when we go to Oregon and Shiloh's looking at those guys and they look small. It's like, you guys look small. We about to run y'all, right? And then they get blown out the house. So
don't use Oregon as an example. Use Stanford as an example. I'm using them
because I said if you merely look at them, that was the idea. So hear the argument, and then you can articulate your point. I'm saying if we just merely look at them and say they are FCS, and we just say, hey man, these guys are our little brothers. We're in the FBS. We do everything just like you guys are laying it out, as if this is my argument. This is not my argument. I never said that Colorado will lose this game. I merely said it was a trap game. Trap meaning that there are elements that if we ignore, it can come back and possibly bite us in the butt. So that should be where your argument is leaning. Tell me why it's not a trap game. Tell me why.
Tell me why it is. You said you mentioned Eli Green. Hold on a second, because you mentioned Eli Green.
Can I jump in real quick, guys?
It's not a trap game because I feel like they suffered the embarrassment of what a trap game would look like when they played Stanford. That's gonna rest in everybody's mind. Even the players that they just got from the portal are gonna come in with that same mindset, because I'm pretty sure that they look at the game as well, because they talk about it in well-off media. But I'm gonna let somebody else speak.
And Harry B, in your theory, every game is a trap game. If you want to be technical, because every team is gonna come there and play them like it's a championship game. That's all I'm saying. And Mr. Seven, I see you in the chat. Why don't you call up, buddy, and defend yourself? Don't be a coward. Call up and defend yourself.
I feel like if you're gonna come on the show, right, on this the hottest show on the internet with the Buffs, if you're gonna come on this hot show and come at me, who is the data man, and you're gonna say Harry B, I'm coming for your head, and I'm like, okay, fine. And then you're gonna make a weak argument, and you're not even supporting the argument that you're talking about, as if my argument was that I said that we're going to lose. Then you're flawed, and that's why I said you're trapping yourself, and I'm about to destroy you. And I haven't even unleashed the weapons yet. This is just the surface part.
So where is it a trap game? That's what I'm trying to understand, Harry. It's not a trap game.
Weapons, man.
You mentioned Eli Green, man. When Travis Hunter shuts him down, Eli Green, what else do they got? That's what I'm asking you.
Nothing at all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nothing at all. And they only got two. They got two returning linemen.
I just ran down to him all the bums that they played.
Garbage. I think my man, whoever that was that laid down, whoever they played, and this, that, and third, he laid that down perfectly. And that speaks to the fact of they have been the best of the low bottom teams.
Thank you.
They have been the best of the low bottom teams.
That makes it a trap game. So that's why I want to caution you. I want to caution the players because we were sleeping on Stanford. So let me let Phil come in here, and then I will lay it out, and then I'll destroy you in a second. Phil, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'll say this real quick. I'm gonna try to make it quick. I don't think this game is gonna be a trap game for the simple fact it's the first game of the season. Trap games are usually something like the Colorado State game where they had to
USF,
win in the
UCF.
end. Yeah. I'll give you that. That will be a trap game. Those games in the middle of the season, the game prior to a bigger opponent. That is what I would call a trap game. I wouldn't think this is a trap game because it's the first game of the season. However, they cannot go in there and just think they're going to roll over on these boys. They still got to play some good football. And if you want to make me feel confident as a detractor or as maybe a not staunch believer like some of y'all with Colorado, let them go out there and lay an egg. And then it's going to be hell to pay for the rest of the season, in my opinion, for Colorado. But if they come out there and play tough, then it's going to be I'll be confident. I got one more point, and I'm gonna lay it down. If you want to say that North Dakota State was the best of the worst, then what was Deion doing at Jackson State? Did nobody show respect to HBCUs?
Don't hurt them.
I mean, just be careful with that because these teams are really good teams for their level.
But it's okay. I haven't even gotten to that part yet.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna lay my sword and shield down. You got it, Harry. Go ahead.
I was about to say, because you know what? It's like y'all want your egg and y'all want to eat it too. Y'all want your cake and y'all want to lay in it too. I don't care. I'm botching that whole phrase and I don't care. But this is what I'm saying. You can't have your argument and argue it too, because you want to say, oh, FCS is this and FCS that. But then when I bring up the argument of Coach Prime's past and Coach Prime's resume, then you're on the other side of the argument and start telling me how they are good because Coach Prime's resume should stand up. And then everybody's arguing that Shedeur, at the end of the day, because it shouldn't matter that he comes from an FCS program. And guess what? Shedeur didn't even win the daggone championship. So you're telling me now, you're on that side of the argument. You want me to accept Shedeur Travis that came from the FCS. Y'all want to argue with me at the end of the day with all the videos that I make, bigging up the FCS and Negro football, okay?
Hold on, Harry. Jackson State did not play in the FCS playoffs. They lost in the Celebration Bowl. So
thank you.
They didn't play in the FCS
against a team that they were better than, though. But they lost against two teams that they were much better than, though. Let's also point that out, though.
Let's make sure we say that correctly and not mislead. Not mislead the chat.
That is my point exactly I'm making. My point exactly is you want to accept Shedeur and Coach Prime's resume in the FCS, right? You want to say they are just as good and the Negro League is just as good. But then at the end of the day, when I bring up this team that I'm saying the argument is it's a trap because we got to be careful because of what they're going to bring to the table. They're not just going to lay down because they're the little brother. Now you're saying, how can you call this a trap? Or how can you even think for 1 second that they will even give Colorado competition when they couldn't beat two lowly teams? They can barely beat two lowly teams. So if that's the argument, then how can you be on the other side of the argument accepting Travis Hunter and Shador and Coach Prime's resume. You can't have it both ways.
That's not a good argument, Harry. I'm sorry. You lost. Sir, sir.
If it's not a good argument, it doesn't make sense to you, because at the end of the day, this is the argument that I always make. I say you're gonna draw yourself you're gonna back yourself into a corner. People always back themselves into a corner because my brain is data brain. Okay, the data never supports what y'all be saying, because I can be on this side of the argument. Now I'm arguing that Coach Prime and his team got to be careful with North Dakota State. You're saying those are bumps. You know what I'm saying? They are the bottom teams. And now let me remind you that Coach Prime and his Colorado Buffs are the bottom team in the Pac-12.
In the Pac-12, but we're not in the Pac-12 no more. We moved on.
But you were Pac-12 material.
Right now they're ranked 7 in the Big 12.
You were
they're ranked 10, I think.
You were the bottom of the Pac-12, so you are a bottom team also. So let's not make it like you're one of the best teams in college football.
Sir, TCU was a bottom team before they went to the championship.
So let me correct. Hold on. Let me correct you on what I said, because I hear you saying it wrong. I didn't say North Dakota State was the bottom team. I said they became dominant from what my man was reading off as far as their opponents. They were playing bottom of the barrel teams. That's
Thank you.
I didn't say they were bottom of the barrel.
And guess what we're saying, Harry?
But guess what? They won the championship that Colorado's Deion Sanders, Shador, Shiloh, and Travis could not win.
They didn't have Shador and Travis scheduled.
They were not playing.
North Dakota would have had.
Wait a minute. Let's make sure we stand corrected for the chat. So Shador, Travis, and Shiloh did not play in the same tournament as North Dakota State played in. Let's make sure we get that right. Coach Prime did not want to go into that tournament because it would have cost them more money. So don't try to parallel that as if they played in that tournament and they couldn't win that tournament. They did not compete in that tournament.
But I want to push back on that, because I heard Prime said that he wasn't ready for all that. Because just like he said
he's not ready to play in Alabama or something like that. He didn't
when he was at Jackson State.
What he said was he didn't want to compete in the FCS because you have to spend too much money going around from round to round.
I got that, but then what I'm now saying, as somebody who went to a SWAC school, what's confusing to me is that people are trying to paint the SWAC as a top of the FCS when it is not. You have teams in the SWAC like your FAMUs, which are good, and Jackson State when it's playing is good, that are great. But then the bottom is it's really Division III. It's Division III talent. You can't no way around about. Now, I'm not saying they don't have good players on there. They do have. SWAC has some great players in there. But I'm telling y'all, I've seen a lot of SWAC football, and I'm challenging anybody to sit here and tell me that when you look back at all the SWAC schools that came out of there, and when they played Division I, the Auburn, and when Alabama State went out to UCLA and got our butts kicked and stuff like that. But let's bring it back over to here, okay? Because it's not the same team, not the same conference. But I gotta agree with what Harry is saying. It just seems to be like this. I won't call it arrogant, but it's right on the overconfident. Where it's to a point where everybody on here we can dominate.
So
and
DC,
you can't.
Yes. So DC, I'm not going to disagree with you, DC, but I just want to make sure that we stand corrected on by the comment that you said, because we don't want to mislead the chat. You said that Prime himself said that they can't stand up to that type of competition. Who he was speaking of was the Alabamas and the prominent program. He was not saying that about any FCS team. So we just want to make sure that we stand corrected on some of the things that we say. But I agree with you.
You know what? When I went back over it, you're exactly right, and I don't have no problem with that. You're exactly right. He did say that because I heard him talking about the trenches like he did now. Yeah. The thing I gotta make sure folks are understanding it though is that, can I just keep it real?
I agree.
Keep it
all the way funky.
But let's keep it all the way funky. Is that I hear the same stuff that people were saying when he was at JSU that they saying now. And at the end of the day, it did get to the point where you're not with that you won the SWAC, which again, if you looked at the quality of the SWAC from the top's got some good stuff. The bottom, no. I'm sorry. Sometimes they had to stop playing them because Division I schools because they was getting injured. And even Prime said that ain't gonna put nobody out there and get hurt. So we're talking about two different things. But the thing I would sit back and say is Colorado is good, but I think just like I saw at JSU, and I'm telling you, this is a concerning thing. It's like folks are counting their chickens before they're hatched because we got to see they are going to be improved, no question. How far improved? No. They may come out there and dominate North Dakota State, but we all know if that ain't one that generally, because like I heard some people say Trap came UCF. UCF is not even Stretch will probably tell you it's some ballers at UCF, not to play with. So that's not a trap game. That's one of them games where they can beat you and you playing them on their own field.
Yeah, we use that as an example, though. It's not. We're not saying don't sleep on them.
The second half of my argument, which some of y'all, so East Coast, you're not going to deal with the data because you don't want to deal with the data. Okay,
I just gave you the data. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm giving you the data, but you don't want to hear the data because you're saying that, the SWAC is different from wherever.
I didn't even bring up the SWAC. I don't know what we're talking about. I said the teams that North Dakota played, most of them, in my opinion, were not great teams. So, of course, they went 11-4 and then 15-0 the previous season. They weren't playing nobody. Now they're about to play Colorado. Let's see what happens.
That's fine. But that's the second part of my argument is that you're saying that the teams that they played, but guess what? We also have Texas on our team. We also have Texas on our schedule. We have a couple of teams on our schedule, and people are going to make those same arguments and say the teams that they played, they didn't play nobody. But it's not about the team that you played. It's about the team that you're going to be playing. So you have to understand that this argument that we're having, you can look at their schedule and say, hey, if this team beat that team, because y'all told me that too. Y'all said, well, it doesn't matter who they beat or who beat them. It matters about what they're capable of doing. So if you're going to say, well, if they play this team and they play all WAC teams, but guess what? If that's the case, then some of the teams that we played, we should have blew them out. So the argument has to go both ways, but it's hard to really put it into words because then we have to go back and look at each team that every team played for us to be able to make that argument on every ground.
If you're gonna do the research, do it all the way. Don't halfway do it. Don't just look at one team and say, look at their record. They're going to be a sleeper game. No.
Listen, it's a trap because, and maybe the trap is the wrong terminology because the idea of a trap game is like, there are elements in there. Maybe that part is a wrong characteristic, but the idea is this is not a team to sleep on because the way that you put it, right? You just laid out for the constituents. You just put on there, you just told the fan base, they play all bump teams. So now we're supposed to go into that game with our mindset. If they play all bump teams, then we should roll this team.
I just said in the beginning. Before it started. I said in the beginning that CU is going to have to play every team like it's a national championship because every team's going to play them like that. I don't know. You got the wrong argument, buddy. My argument was
when you lay it out like this, when you tell the constituents, when you tell the fan base, these are all the bump teams that play and they ain't played nobody. That's why they went 11-4, and that's why they won that championship. That the side of the argument that I'm on the side of caution, saying, hey, players, do not overlook these guys. Do not overlook them because they played all bump teams, because they are in the FCS. I'm saying look at them, look at their information and how tough they are in their conference, given the teams that they did play. Because they're not going to
other than Eli Green, who does North Dakota State? Who do we have to worry about on North Dakota State? Because Travis is going to shut that down.
Individual players. It's not about that. You're making it about one or two people. But guess what? A lot of the teams that we play, especially Stanford, we had the better roster. And how do we come out on that? So it's not about the individual players, it's about the will of the team. The entire team has to play.
Let me say this, Harry, and I'm curious what CU Buffs, even Tennis Channel Stretch have to say about it. It's not the fact that Colorado should have better talent. They should. The thing with North Dakota State is that those schools, because of they're generally going to be fundamentally sound. So you're going to have to play fundamentally sound football in order to beat them. Versus, because if you come out there and just we're just going to beat them with just pure strength. I think that's what Harry is coming from, is that's what's going to get you, is that if you come in there and thinking, put it like this, if you come in there and think you're going to out scheme and out X and O them, you might have the issue. And I get that point.
That's the point.
Right. Okay, so
they are a solid team. The coach is solid. Their O-line is solid. Their D-line is solid. Their quarterbacks are running for 13 touchdowns. Their quarterback have the most rushing yards on their team. So that's what I'm saying. Like, please be careful. Okay, if you think number 13 on their team on Stanford gave us a problem, you better be ready for their number 13. I'm trying to tell you, look at these elements and come ready for those elements, because they're gonna give you everything they got. It's not gonna be about one player.
Sir, that's gonna be every team. Every team's gonna give you everything they got, because they know that CU is in the national spotlight.
Right.
This is our first team.
Let me say this. Let me say this right here. Let me say this before I lose my signal. As a CU fan, granted, just because they're FCS team does not mean we're going to go in and have a cakewalk. Yes, we do have to scheme good. Yes, we do have to play good. Yes, there are things. Yes, there are things that we have to watch out for. Yes, don't go in this game and be blindly and have another Stanford out turn. But that does not have anything to do with. It's almost like when my man read off those records, it sounded to me like a high school JV team going against the high school varsity. That's what it sounded like. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, but
that's what it sounds like. It sounds like North Dakota State got all those championships from going against JV. They may have won against a couple other JV team varsity teams, and their record came out 2-3. That's what he was saying. That's what it sounds like. But can we take them lightly? No, we can't. No, we can't take them lightly. But we will smash them. Don't you even worry about that. We will smash them.
But let's be clear. You make these videos to encourage the team to not sleep on teams like this. Because
hold on. Hey, Stretch, let me interject right quick. Stretch, let me interject right quick before I lose my service. Also, pay attention to the players at CU. All of them that have been on camera, they also have said that's going to be a game. We cannot sleep on North Dakota State. So their mind is in the right place.
Go ahead, Stretch.
No, I was just saying, you make these type of videos so the fan base can be aware, as well as the athletes that are playing the game and the staff that is coaching the game, be aware that this is a sleep game. This is a sleep game. You know, you don't want to overlook nobody. You want to always take the mantra of you take one game at a time. You prepare for this team all week, or you're going to prepare for them for the first 2 months of the fall season, which is the summer workouts as well as the summer training, and you do your due diligence on your video evaluations, your scouting evaluations, and you come into this game, because you got to remember, both of these coaches don't have no film out there for CU as coordinators, not really. And so we get to come into that game being a underdog ourselves, because we don't know
like
what
TCU.
Yeah,
like TCU. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, but to your Stretch, but you know what, Stretch, that you brought up a good point, because and again, I get what East Coast Kev is saying. I get it, but there is a point you're bringing up, and that is you're going to have. You know how it is, your first game, like I know, like when we go and do training, the first the first couple of days is getting used to talking to each other and being on the same page. And so that's something that is could be a threat to CU is that that's their first game with their new staff and how they operate. Like you're getting used to getting into game day, you're getting used to all that kind of stuff. You're getting used to talking, you're getting used to getting signals from the field and back and forth that communication. That if they do what they should do, they'll be fine. But if they're not on the same page, that could be something that can impact the game. Not saying I don't think Colorado loses this game. Just being honest with you.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Tim.
We dealing with a bunch of players that have like what 1 year left. Some may have 2 years left. But Travis, Shiloh, Shador, couple of those linemen,
BJ Green,
these guys are trying to get to the league next year. So their mindset of this year, especially Travis and Shador, like, and Shiloh as well, and pretty sure Green.
Hello?
But what I want to say, that's every senior going to think like that. But every senior going to think like that.
Hey, let him stretch. Let him finish his thought.
It came out on top. You know, we about to play. Not to say that a sleeper game, because like East Coast Cavs said, all the games are going to be. Everybody going to give their best because it's CU, Coach Prime. They trying to beat Coach Prime. But I feel like that North Dakota State is not a sleeper game. I feel like Baylor is more of a sleeper game than North Dakota State. But I'm looking
to touch on that real quick, and you got it right back. Baylor beat UCF last year.
Baylor was the 2021 Big 12 champions.
Yeah, but look at 2022 and 2023. In fact, Baylor beat UCF, so that's why I said every game gonna be a sleeper game if you want to be technical.
Yeah, but Baylor also had a 5-game losing streak as well to end the season, so you can't.
That's right.
Come on now.
So this is the idea. I want the fan base to understand this specifically, because y'all remember the gut punch that we got when we lost our first game, and then the second game, and then the third, that gut punch. I want everybody to understand this. This time around, I want you to understand that all of these elements that we're talking about are gonna display themselves. But understanding the opponent is important for us as a fan base to know who are we playing. Because what we did, the mistake that we did, and a lot of fans did, especially the TCU fans, because I interviewed a lot of them, and I still got to put that video out. It's pretty fun. It's a really good video. I haven't put it out yet, but the TCU fans were listening to the pundits. They were listening to the analysts, so much so that they didn't listen to anything else, like my channel and other channels that were doing videos and letting them know, hey, listen, pay attention to these, pay attention to this, and this. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to do this time around. When I talked to one fan. I was walking down to the TCU stadium, and I'm talking to these two fans, and we're kind of jousting back and forth. I said, "Hey, Tyson," I said, Chandler Morrison. I said he lost his girlfriend, and he might not play his best game. You got to be very careful. This is a sleeper game. We are underestimating us, but because fans listen to these things, they'll listen to they'll listen to the Vegas information, and then they'll listen to pundits, and they'll say, "Oh, based on the spread, based on all these elements, like East Coast Cav is listing, they play bums, they're no good." If you follow that kind of thinking, at the end of the day, and then you go on that field and Colorado barely comes out with a 3-point win, that's going to be a gut punch for you. And that's what I'm trying to circumvent that kind of idea, is to understand that this is a formidable opponent. This is not no opponent that you're just going to walk over because of these elements that I put in that video. That information that Sam Herder wrote, and and I was able to, bring alive a little bit. But I want you to know, when I found that information, I'm trying to find this stuff so I don't get that gut punch. I don't listen to the pundits. I don't listen to the wrong type of information. You come to this channel so you can hear everything and then make your decision. Because if I was just listening to East Coast Calf, I'll be like, okay, we should run these dudes. And then when we don't run them, what do you come out with? What is your brain, or what is your brain tells you after somebody tells you you should win? How did you feel when Donald Trump won the presidency?
I was happy. I don't know what you're talking about. I was happy. I'm voting for him again.
No, I'm saying for months when people were telling us that there's no way there's no path to his victory. And then what happens? That's what I'm trying to tell you. The same thing that happened to the TCU fans, I don't want that to happen to us. I want you to look at the data, make your own decision based on this right information, not the stuff that all the big channels and all the big media, all the big bettors and everybody's saying, oh, TCU, University of Colorado should run this team, 21-point spread. We're not falling for that trap. We're not going to fall for no 21-point spread. As a matter of fact, don't even give us a spread. Let's just go in here and start winning, because that's game number one for our rebirth. This is a rebirth. Game number one, we can't afford to lose, especially to the type of opponent. This is our TCU game. Do you understand that? Number one, they're FCS. That's number one. Football Championship Subdivision, which is not on the same level as Football Bowl FBS Subdivision. So if we lose to this, we're going to be like Chandler Morrison. We're going to go into depression and not even finish the season. You understand my drift now and why I say certain things and why I went into that line of thinking? That's what I'm doing.
Is it my turn yet?
I don't want to be a TCU. I don't want to be like the TCU fans that doubt this team and then they come out with a strong victory because everybody's online doubting them, and they band together and come out like, remember the Titans, win a game like this, and that will make their season, make their argument, and then we go into depression. Go ahead.
Is it my turn yet? I'm sorry.
I said go ahead, didn't I?
I didn't want to cut you off, buddy.
Whatever, man.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Now, I didn't say we're going to blow them out. I just said we're not going to lose to them. And because TCU had TCU beating Colorado by 20 points. I didn't say 20 points. Why I said Florida was a sleeper game is because when this past season when we went in, we won the first 3 games, and we won those games also because, unlike Oregon, those first 3 games they didn't have film on us. Oregon had film on us, and they knew how to beat us. We were out coaching that game too, not just the talent. All I'm saying is, if you're going to go off that game of not being a sleeper, we got to look at all of them as not being sleepers. That's my argument, and I'm still trying to figure out who on that team, what player is that you feel other than Eli Green, because I told you Travis is going to shut that down. Better yet, let me say this: if Travis okay, cool. If Travis shuts him down, what else do they have? So what I'm suggesting is go on that nice little computer of yours, shine it up real nice, go on there and see. And I want to know what other players, what other playmakers can they use?
Nice.
He's poking the data bear. You don't play with me.
Go ahead, get your data. Get all the data you need. Go on there, shine it up, get the data.
I don't even need data for this.
I just want to know what players they have that if you take away Eli Green. Okay, I'll tell you what. If you take away Travis Hunter, they still got what?
We got beat every game after Travis left.
We still won that game with Colorado State. What did we win with? We had Jimmy Horn. We had Mikey Harrison. I think he's gone now. He go to San Diego State, wherever he went. But we had other playmakers. Jimmy Horn. We had Xavier Weaver. We had players.
Don't let the play. Listen, this is what Tennis Channel 2.0 told us when he was on before. It's a team effort. you keep trying to individualize this thing, but football is a team sport. So if we're going to make the argument and say football is a team sport, everybody has to have synergy. And we have all of this talk about synergy and all of these things. And you keep telling me, hey, man, go back and go do your homework. Can I finish my thought? Let me finish my thought. If you're going to come back and now tell me, hey, go tell me one player that can do this. Tell me that player that can do this. This is a team sport. You have to understand that when football happens, when football has synergy and football is in their bag, if they're in their bag as a team and everybody believe in themselves, there's one part of this story that you didn't pay attention to, and I want to tell you this, and then this is going to wrap up my argument. Okay, thank you, Prime Effect 101 for the super chat. I appreciate you. What will CU's record be for 2024? Which teams are beating them? Why? Okay, so listen, this is the part of the argument that you didn't get. This is in the video. For those of you who are listening, go watch that video and you will get this. In that argument, right? They had a guy. All right. They had a coach who was an assistant. When their head coach left to take an assistant job at USC, the team they wanted their guy. I forget the guy's name, Rule or something like that. They wanted him to be elevated to the head coaching job. And they were all banding together to say, hey, listen, and we're going to threaten on Twitter, if you don't put him or elevate him as the head coach, then we're gonna walk out if you don't do that. Eventually, the guy took a job at Tennessee State. All right, he left because they chose somebody else. They chose a former OC to become their head coach. But this is the part of the story that I want you to home in on when it comes to team. Their core team were shook up by NIL deals. When the money came to threaten their core, their units, they said no. They band together and they said no. We're not going to be broken apart by money. We're not all these other teams. We're going to band together and we're going to stick together and bring back our core team. I believe the FBS has a couple of teams like that. I think Michigan and a couple of other teams, maybe Ohio State or Ohio. I don't know for sure, but there's a couple of teams that says we're going to stick together as a core team. So nothing's going to break us up. That's a team mentality. These guys are locked in. I'm not saying they're going to beat Colorado, but I'm saying these are the elements that make teams like Colorado red meat for teams like them. Because if they're a unit and they're rolling like a unit and they say, man, we about to put in the work, sometimes it's hard to beat a blow like that. Sometimes it is. That's what I want you to not overlook, per se.
You still not answering my question. I'm still trying to ask you. You said not to be you said not to be a sleeper team. You said not to be a sleeper team, but what makes them what do they I'm asking you, what do they bring to the table, Harry? That's what I'm trying to ask you. To say, you know what, they can't sleep on these guys.
The same thing that you said I shouldn't pay attention to because that's not football.
East Coast. So the thing that Harry is missing, he was correct on one point. It is a team sport. It is about continuity, but it's also about impact players. So if you can have all your team, both teams can have continuity, but it's still about who has the most impact players that can have a great effect on the game. And like you're saying, at this point in time, they only have number 13. If you take 13 off the table, what other impact player do they have that will have a great effect on the game? And that's be none.
That's what I'm talking about. That's not true. Thank you.
None.
It's hard to
none. And you can miss me. And you can miss me with all that band together. We not going nowhere. Nobody wanted them players, bro. They coming out of the FCS. Let's be for real. Nobody was chipping at the bit to get those players. What are you talking about? Nobody's flopping at the mouth to get those players, man. What are you talking about?
You're having barbershop talk. This is barbershop talk.
They would have been gone.
They would have been gone. Stop for a second and think. You're doing that thing. You're doing that thing right now because they said the same thing about Coach Prime and the FCS. Nobody wants those players. They're FCS guys. Nobody wanted those players. But in that same video, I told you guys, or Sam Herder told you guys, that those guys were being shook up. Their core was being shook up by NIL deals from Power 5 teams. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When you just say that, you're being disingenuous.
I'm not going to take Sam Herder's word. I'm not going to take whatever his name is, Sam Herder. I'm not going to take his word as fact and law. That's his opinion.
It's not
He's
about
a reporter.
That's
his opinion.
Deals.
It is not fact. Show me. Okay, so then let's do this. Show me the NIL deals that were thrown on the table for some of those players. Show me.
You
Pull it up.
It or not, listen, this is a writer that has credibility. This is not
you are the fact. Listen, you are the fact god. You are the fact god.
This is not East Coast BFF. This is a writer that has credibility. All right, this is a writer with credibility. I only do the writers. You notice that when I do my videos, I only choose writers with credibility because they're journalists. Journalists have to have credentials, and what they do, it has to stand water because people that are checking for them are big people in the industry. So don't tell me about show me the NIL deals because who votes on the things of the sport? It's the writers. Who named the sport? Who named the teams are the writers. The writers are the one that run the sport. So you should miss me about telling me that, I don't look at him as law. I didn't say he was law. I'm just saying the writing is credible because he had to do research for that writing. Research that his company can afford. So you can miss me with that.
So for conversation's sake, I'm going to agree with you, right? I'm going to agree with everything you just said. Now, I'm still going to come back and say, wait a minute. I'm going to agree with you.
Have you watched the video?
I'm going to agree with you. So I did. I have.
Did you watch the entire video?
I watched it this morning, about 5 o'clock this morning. I watched it. So listen, I'm going to agree with you. So now, this same reputable reporter, where are the NIL deals for what players that were thrown on the table to pull them away?
So let me make sure I understand your argument right now.
Okay.
You're trying to negate and you're trying to say, I don't believe that they had NIL deals. And the reason why you want to say this is like the Fannie Willis situation. She told you she had cash, and you're saying, I don't believe you had cash. All right? I don't believe you had cash. And I'm trying to make sure that you are lying because if you had NIL deals, and if I can show you the NIL deals, then it can make your argument that, okay, the players have value. And you're trying to devalue the players. So what if the NIL deals come, then your argument is going to change like the buff fan base. You're going to move the goalposts again like you do for Coach Prime. If I was to come and show you the NIL deals, if I show you the NIL deals, then tell me, see you Buff Dynasty, does that then give them the credibility that we should look out for them?
What I'm asking.
Is that what you're trying to prove right now? Are you trying to prove that if I can show you the NIL deals, then that will give them the credibility that CU Buff need to be careful with them? Answer that question.
What I'm asking.
Again, hey, can I help out a little bit? Everybody's NIL deal is not publicized, number one. You know what I mean? Everybody doesn't disclose how much money they get. And so the writer could know something behind. The writer could know people that's up on a higher pedestal that does make those decisions, but he's not able to disclose it to the public like the.
But that's the point. The point that I'm trying to make. This is the point that I'm trying to. The question I'm trying to ask you right now. See you above Dynasty.
Yes, sir.
What is the point of me proving to you the idea of some of those players were offered NIL deals that could have shooken up their team? Are you saying, because you already said they're trash, they're no good because they're FCS players. Now you're saying they didn't have NIL deal. Why am I spending time on trying to prove to you they have NIL deals? Would that then change your mind that they are decent players, or are we just wasting time? Because something tells me your mind is not going to change with the NIL deal because you're just going to be like, oh, okay, that's not that much money. Then the goalpost is going to move anyways because you're not trying to prove that they're good players with the NIL deal. What are you trying to prove here?
So name me this. Okay, let's do this. I agree with you and I agree with him. Name me 2 highly sought after players on their team. I'm gonna wait.
That's not important. Let's move on.
I'm gonna wait.
This is the reason why it's not important. I want you to understand. This is the
But
reason
you
why
were
it's not
able to
important.
name Eli Green, though. Wasn't that? Well, how was that important?
That's what I'm saying.
Green was not the only person in that video. Did you watch the video?
Yeah, I watched it. You named the quarterback and you named Eli Green.
was not the only player that I named in that
You
video.
named the quarterback and you named Eli Green. I said take Eli Green off the table. What else do they have?
I did not just name those two. I named a lot of players in that video. Go watch the video.
Name them now.
Why should I name them now? What is that going to do for you for this argument? What is that going to do for this argument?
You know what it's going to do? It's going to prove what me and the brother are saying. All we saying is if you take Eli Green off the table, what players do they have?
What
that we could say
impact player
not an impact?
I told you that I laid out an argument, and there's a lot of players that were in different rooms in that video. If all you picked out was Eli Green, that's on you. I'm trying to make the argument that don't look at the individual players, because we have one live here that told you that football is a team sport. So with all of the great players, if you're going to look at this and say, name all of the impact players, it's in the video. I don't have to remember all of the impact players that I named in that video. That's just the ones that you remembered.
If you can name them in the video, why can't you name them now?
Watch this right here. Watch this.
If I can name them in the video, I'm doing the video off of research. I'm talking live to you, so I don't have.
So I mean, you have to research now.
I don't have all of their names committed to memory to tell you on the live show, but that's not the point.
All right, Harry.
The point I'm trying to make here is that is not my team. That's a team that I try to make sure that you understood who are these guys, why are they important, and why we should not overlook them. That's what you have to understand.
Hey, Tim.
I could say
Tim.
I was. Yeah.
Hey, Tim, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Watch this right here. Football is a team sport. Watch this. Who's the impact player for USC?
Huh?
Who's the impact player for USC?
What are we doing? What is this to improve?
No.
USC?
Yeah.
It was their running back, the quarterback, and their wide receiver.
Who's the impact player for Alabama?
What are you trying to do though?
It was the running back. Well, it's pretty much their whole team.
Right. All right. Who's the impact player for Georgia?
Well, okay, we're gonna keep. I gotta end the show.
I mean,
but what
I'm doing, Harry, what I'm doing is I'm trying to show you that what me and my man is saying. Outside of that one player, there are no more impact players on that team. If you take him off the board,
your argument,
they're dead in the water.
Who are the impact players for Stanford? Let's go.
You keep going back. You keep going back to Stanford. That's last season. We're talking about NSD, North Dakota State. This is what we talk about right now. We don't even play Stanford this year, so that's irrelevant.
Who are the impact players for Stanford?
That is irrelevant. We don't play Stanford this year, buddy.
Yeah, we're looking at the future. You said that earlier.
We don't even play Stanford.
Your argument. This is your argument. Your argument is impact players are going to impact the game.
Yes.
Stanford has how many, when we play Stanford, how many impact players did we have more than Stanford? How many?
We are not playing Stanford this season. That does not matter.
So your argument is flawed then. Your argument is flawed because we have, on paper, we have more impact players than Stanford and they beat our butt. What are you doing?
This is 2024. We're not playing Stanford this year, buddy.
Hey,
so what about Texas Tech?
Based on your argument, based on your argument of impact players, if it's just about impact players, we have more impact players. We have more 5-star players than Stanford, and they beat us.
Hey, so what is your argument? Say something real quick. Hey,
go ahead, brother.
Isn't that what it is?
Hey, Harry. I don't want your tooth to start hurting back there in the back, bro. Come on, man. But I know you on 10. I know you on 10 right now. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to help you out a little bit. I'm going to help you out a little bit. It's 11 on 11, right? Okay. My point of view earlier, and I understand where you're coming from, because North Dakota State is well coached. They well-rounded. they pay attention to the little details. They pay attention to fundamentals. Fundamentals will get you killed. I don't care how good your team is. Fundamentals will get you beat any given Saturday. And they have chemistry. They have chemistry. Now, just like Utah, just like Oklahoma State, they have chemistry. But I feel like the caliber of players that we have, I mean, that I don't see. I feel like if we come in with that same mentality that Utah is going to come into Boulder, that's why I feel personally that we will blow them out of Boulder. It's for that simple mindset. But I will agree with you on they are well-rounded and they are well-coached. And they're a very disciplined team, just like Utah,
Well
Oklahoma
coached
State.
against who? Well coached against who?
You can only play against who you play against. You can only play
Yes,
against who's on your schedule.
they were well coached against bum teams.
Okay, so listen, Stanford was a bum team too, and they had less talent than us, and they found a way to cohesively put together their bum players and bumly beat us. Okay, so
that was one team. I
don't care.
That was one team. North Dakota State has 7 teams like that.
It's only one team.
North Dakota State has 7 teams like that. What you mean?
Listen. You said there was only one team. I'm telling you that North Dakota State is our first game, and they're only one team. Okay? And all they got to do is bring their bum FCF cells here, put together their chemistry, which Surferboard 3000 is saying that chemistry matters in football, and you don't see that. You're thinking like,
I believe that.
You're wasting all this time talking about let's name all the impact players. But because you're scared of going back to Stanford because they beat you so bad, they embarrassed you last year. You're so embarrassed, you don't even want to revisit it. And I'm trying to tell
us. You mean us.
we got embarrassed.
You mean Harry? You mean us?
Okay. You're arguing the affirmative. I'm arguing for North Dakota State right now. So they embarrassed you last year. They embarrassed you. You had a 29-point lead, and they came back with their bum squad, and they embarrassed you. And now you're telling me that nothing matters but impact players. Okay? You have mad impact players, but 13 buried you. He buried you. So what are you talking about? Go ahead, Stretch.
Yeah, they did.
Hey, I want to put this out there, and I love your energy right now. I see you screaming at the top of your lungs, that ginger, that garlic, that lemon, that lime work. Hey, and I'm sorry to hear that you got wisdom too that's going bad. You know what I'm saying? Like Tim, DC, and all the boys say, chill out for a little bit. Let me take over the horse real quick because you about to have a heart attack. Listen, I'm going to tell y'all something right now that I know the chemistry still ain't there with this team. I got sources, breaking news reports that there was a fight in the locker room last week amongst 3 players. Breaking news from Mr. Stretch himself that there was a fight in the locker room with 3 players last week that are on the football team. Also, my sources states that there has been no chemistry on this team and everybody is pocket watching each other. I just look up the NIL.
Here we go with another guy. Here we go with another guy with an inside source on the team, bro. Here we go. Listen, oh my God. It's so many. It's so many inside sources on the team,
man. He's talking. Listen, man.
I'm sorry. You got it. Every team fight. Every team had these same arguments, man. Go ahead.
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Nobody can hear this audio if you're just gonna jump in there and just cut people off.
No, you got it, but every team fights.
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Let him articulate what he's saying, then you can come in.
Go ahead. Pardon me, brother.
I give everybody an opportunity to talk.
You got
don't have to show your text message. Go ahead, talk. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Coach. Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying is we are on the trail of what we're trying to correct. There's nothing wrong with making videos to tell our team, do not be a sleeping giant. Do not get hit in the mouth and wait for somebody to wake you up. Let's go out there and dominate like our coach is saying. Let's not negate that there is division still going on within the team that has to be corrected. It comes from the head all the way down to the tail. Let's not disagree that I do have sources, and I have been on point since the beginning, since we started these platforms and talking about the CU program. I'm part of the BWBs, and I love that I get to express my feelings and my disgruntled feelings towards this team and where it's going and how we want them to dominate. As you can tell, that this man has took a lot of time out and researching and doing his research on his team. And you bring up a lot of the factors that this is going to be one of the most gruesome schedules, meaning that we couldn't stop the run last year, and we're going into a league that is dominating totally on run, and then they throw the pass in. We got to get ourselves together. That's all we're saying. Yeah, we want this team to be successful, but with the way it's looking right now, it don't look successful. And the head coach has to clean up. He has to bring his mantra back out. He has to stop giving us teasers. He has to come out to the public. He has to announce his coaches. He has to do a public presser. We looking for these type of things. And when we see these things, we're going to adjust and we're going to bring these things to the forefront. There is no chemistry on this team. You still have a duct tape team. You're still putting a team together with one and done players. Like, you can't build a successful team with one and done players. That's logic.
Stretch. All I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is this. But as far as the fighting and the people jealous of this and that, guess what? That also happens in the NFL. Players are mad. This person's getting more money, or he's getting more money. That happens in the NFL too. So this is a good thing you said that, because this is a good life lesson for these coaches to understand, for these kids to understand what they're gonna face in the NFL.
We can't read that. You're
just showing us. You should read it.
Hey,
we can't read that.
Hey, let me say this right here. It's amazing how there are so many, and this is no shot at you, Stretch, because you may have an inside track. But right. It's amazing how there are everybody who states their points nowadays have some type of inside track, one way or another. Why? So wait a minute. So Chick is from your hometown. With your inside scoop, why is Chick off the team, bro?
Why is who's off the team?
Chick, Tavarius Dawson.
Tavarius Dawson.
Why is he off the team?
I'm gonna give you 2 or 3 nuggets.
Why is
Bishop be it?
Off the team?
Chick went home for Valentine's Day.
And when did the fight? Wait a minute. And when did between?
Hey, ask one question. Let him answer the question. You asked him.
Really is a bad thing. Sometimes we got a lot of competition and a lot of battling that can be good at times.
Chick went home for Valentine's Day. Chick went home for Valentine's Day before.
Okay.
Can y'all say who Chick is? Because people in the chat are asking who is Chick.
Tavarius Dawson. Tavarius Dawson.
Tavarius Dawson.
Yes. He's still in school. He's no longer on the team. He wished it would have happened before the transport portal closed. He said they've been gunning for him since he's been there. He said that they wanted to basically get rid of him so they can bring in other guys, because he's not part of the prime guys. He's not part of Shadur guys. He went home and he missed his flight. He was late back to school, and certain people had something to say about it. And he did not take that lightly. He brought up some other things that happened within the team that was what they call teacher's pets. He brought up the teacher pets moment within the team, and that didn't sit well with the staff. And he wanted to know, why can these guys get a pass and he don't get a pass? Why is everything he does is scrutinized, but the guys, when they do things, they sweep those things under the rug? That's what the conversation was about. And Coach Prime didn't like his tone. And Coach Prime got rid of him without even being on probation. Didn't even give him an alternative. And just dismissed him from off the team. And I told the player of personnel, the director of player personnel, when you house individuals, you cannot house individuals in the same position. You got to put the D lineman with the receiver because they're not going to be talking about what's going on with them if you put two receivers together. Willie Gaines and Tavares Dawson was roommates. And Willie Gaines has took to Twitter and he has commented on Tavares Dawson's feelings, his subliminal feelings that he has put out on Twitter. And Coach Prime has narrowed down on him and singled him out because they're taking their private locker room issues and bringing subliminal messages to the public. Coach Prime don't want the information to get out there, but I have so much information that I can leak. But Coach Prime don't want that information out there to the media. We've been put out there that the team has talked. The team we put out there, even Harry B knew in the third game of the season that the team was falling apart. And as well as the little touch of the Amazon Prime videos we saw when Bishop Thomas fell apart, as well as him not wanting to participate in going to classes and also doing other things that he wasn't supposed to be doing. A lot of these things are not coming out to the forefront, but they're going to be coming out soon because you're going to get that one guy like Chick Tavares Dawson that's going to do an interview and he's going to tell his side of the story.
Stretch. That's every team, though. Stretch. That's the point. That happens in the NFL.
Let me run the show, bro. Let me run the show. Please don't do that. I had a follow up. I had a question. Give me a second.
Do something for the chat right quick, Harry. Make sure that you say that all day.
Let me run the show. Let me run the show, please. That's all I'm asking. Because when you jump, I can't do nothing. So, Mr. Stretch, is this alleged stuff, or are you coming out and you're saying like this is information that you know? I just want to put this on the record. Like, are you alleging that this is happening, or this is information that you know? I can't read that. So you're showing me your screen.
That's
I can't read
Chaney. That. Coach Chaney, I told Coach Chaney. All right, I am good friends with Tavares Dawson's dad, and I'm a classmate of his mom. All right. Tavares Dawson's dad, I reached out to Coach Chaney, and I told Coach Chaney, I said,
why you so close to the camera? Why you got so close to the camera?
Because I want them to see my face, and I want them to hear my voice.
Take your glasses off. Let's see your eyes.
You got to do like Jay Novell and take your hat and glasses off.
You got to take the glasses off so we can look into your eyes.
There we go. When you talk to grown-ups, you take your hat and your glasses off.
I told Coach Chaney that you got the whole community supporting y'all, and you let us down because I'm the only one that's doing my investigative reporting on this team. A lot of people are cheering from surface level. I'm cheering in my bunker. I'm trying to figure it out. And so I said, with Chick could have went to Cincinnati. He could have went to other schools that wanted him, but because you was his head coach up there, why y'all not doing what y'all say y'all was going to do? There's been some things that was been supposed to been promised to these guys that they haven't even followed through on. So I'm not just talking. I got the text message. Coach Chaney has unfriended me off Facebook and blocked me because the things that I was saying to him, he didn't understand how I knew. But like I told my homeboy, I said, listen, I'm coming to you right now, and I'm going to tell you, I'm on this chat line where I'm a good source of information. I say, do you mind if I tell the story? He say, no, tell it for you, because they had me fooled too. I can tell you some things Coach Prime have said to Tavares Dawson, to his personal self, but I'm not going to tell you because I'm not. Everyone want to keep saying that I'm a hater on Coach Prime, but I know how to treat somebody when you're in authority, when you're in a rulership. And I can see and I can sense there was something going on. When that AMG popped up for Western when he got that brand new car, when he came into CU as a 1,000-yard receiver, and they paid him that is NILs. You go and look at the NILs. CU has almost about 6 players that are worth every bit of $500,000 in NILs. So these guys are getting paid. And so with Chick being on the team and he's contributed to the team, and he's wondering why all these guys are coming in and he's not part of the new scheme, I would feel some type of way too.
Yeah.
And when Coach Prime states he wants everyone to be a father, not a deadbeat dad or a baby dad, and he goes home for his daughter to see his daughter and misses his flight, I can bring up the things that Chick said that Coach Prime would made you aware of what was going on. These guys are not like, they're not dumb. They see what's going on. Like, there's no way Chick and Omarion Cooper wasn't supposed to be at the NFL press release pressers. There's no reason why Preston Hodge was supposed to be there before Omarion Cooper. If you from the hometown, listen, if you from your hometown and you have some of your hometown boys up there, you shouldn't be taking them through while they're hungry. After they got and after they paid their rent.
Let me get somebody else in here. Let me get somebody else in here.
Hey, Harry B.
Go ahead.
There's 2 things right quick, and I'm gonna let it go. First thing, I understand this your show, but sometimes you let Stretch rabble on and he go into 40 different topics for a long span. Like, second thing is, for the sake of your show and for the sake of the panel, I think it'd be wise that you put out there that this is alleged information. We do not know. We don't care if you're from the same hometown. That's good. But this is alleged information. You have to make sure that you put that out there for somebody to run back and try to think that this stuff is fact. There's no proof that this stuff is fact. So this is alleged information, man. Because nowadays, the cool thing to say is, I have an inside track to CU. Everybody's doing it nowadays, man. This is alleged information.
So let me answer that.
Listen, real quick, Harry B. I can read word for word of alleged conversation. You want to hear it?
No, let him get it. Before you say anything, on real talk, CU is right, and you know, Harry, I done been in the environment. Give your disclaimer now, please.
This is alleged. So, because when you have private conversations come to the public, and they're being put out there, the source can discount what you're saying because they don't want it to be portrayed the way that you're trying to portray it on this panel. So that's why we're gonna say it's alleged, because that's your private conversation. The person can come back and say X, Y, and Z, and then you're gonna have to send those text messages that you got. You're gonna have to then go to court and do all that extra stuff. It gets real messy and it takes time and all of that stuff. But for the sake of the show, for the sake of the constituents and the people that are hearing it, that are not privy to that information that you're sharing, we're just gonna say it's a private alleged conversation that you're having, and it's not a fact that TLP is supporting to say this is a fact that Coach Stretch is sharing. It's an alleged private conversation. So we're gonna treat it as such. But CU Buff Dynasty, let me tell you this also. I don't like when people try to discredit somebody and your tone is a little bit undertoning. It's like saying everybody's saying that everybody's got private conversation. It's a thing now everybody's doing. It's not genuine. It's disingenuous to say that, especially when you got the guy right here with you and you're having a conversation. It's just the way I live my life. Because when people do it in the comments, I check them, and I'm checking you live. It's disingenuous for you to come on here and say everybody's doing that nowadays to discredit somebody's conversation that they're having, especially when he's telling you this guy is my friend. The coach, Tavares Dawson's dad is my friend, and I go to class with his mom. It's disingenuous then for you to come out and say, hey, man, everybody's saying that now. Obviously, not everybody's friends with with the dad and the mom, and are in class with the mom. So I just want to check you on that. I don't know how you feel about that.
I accept that. I accept that, Harry. I accept that.
Harry, can I say
Hey, real quick, I just want to ask a question. I just have a question for my brother Stretch.
Let's not take the conversation away from that. I want to deal with that. I want to deal with that first before you move away from that.
Okay.
Then I have a question about that.
I do too. I do too.
Guys. I want to see you buff Dynasty and Stretch to deal with that before we move on. Because
that's what I want to ask the question about.
Harry, wait a minute, Harry. Let me do this in front of the panel because I'm a grown man. I accept that, man. I understand, and I won't. You know, what I'm saying I try to stay away from that. I understand.
All right. East Coast, go ahead with your question. He's already dealt with
that.
I
just want to. I'm sorry.
He's already dealt with his part of it. He's accepting it, and then I'll have Stretch give his comment after you ask your question.
All right. What I'm asking is this. I ain't excusing nobody. Are you I'm gonna say the word because I'm gonna cooperate with Brother Harry B. Are you alleging that there may have been some, I don't know, favoritism on the team?
I've been saying this since day one without me being investigated, and then I just started investigating, reaching out to the people that I know was a part of the situation, and I got my information, and my information was validated. And if you go back and check out these panels that I've been on, from Rob the Media to Rawhide Media, I've been saying the same thing all season, what was going on, but I didn't have the factual proof because I didn't want to hit my homeboy up and like, hey man, what's going on, man? Tell me this, tell me. And so I started digging deep and I started getting my answers. And I don't want to be the type of guy that is the bringer of bad news, but someone has to speak up on this stuff, man. Someone has to speak up on this stuff. And
that's what I'm asking you. Are you alleging that there's favoritism on that team?
There is favoritism on this team, as I stated. There's proof when you have a guy playing both ways and he comes off an injury and he gets targeted 20 times and the other receivers are on video wide open on the field, waving their hands for Shedeur to throw them the ball, and he never looked their way. So these are the things that have stemmed into the locker room. We know what's going on. We see what's going on. Like I say, Chick Dawson helped beat Nebraska Cornhuskers with his 2 touchdowns that game, and he was on every platform. And I guess, I don't know, they wanted to dummy down his light.
But we didn't
see
I gotta tell you what, I got you next.
I have seen none of it. We've never seen none of it.
But you know what? I got you next. I got you next, brother. You next. I'll tell you what. You're right, Mr. Stretch. I think there's favoritism there. I thought it was some daddy ball there. I think it's favoritism. But you know what? I played football in high school. It was favoritism on my team. I watched football in college. There's favoritism there. I watch it in the NFL. There's favoritism there. Every coach, just like in your family, I don't know if you have siblings. I had them, but your parents don't tell you. They say they treat all their kids the same, but guess what? Harry is their favorite son. Harry B gets the best presents because he's the favorite child. There's favoritism everywhere. On your job, they treat all their employees the same, but there's favorite employees. And on the team, it's going to be favorite players. I'm not excusing it, but that's just the way life is, man. It's favorites. Tavares Dawson, I don't know what happened to that, but to say I can't speak to it, but to say that it ain't favorites anywhere else or everywhere you go, that's what when Deion was playing, it was favorites on his team. He was the favorite. That's why he was able to go and play baseball and football at the same time. It's favorites everywhere, and I'll leave it at that.
I want to go after Tennis Channel. I want to go after Tennis Channel.
Listen up. I heard this story the other day from I was watching an ESPN thing, I believe, and I can't think of the guy's name, but he played DB. He's on a lot of the chats. He played DB for the Steelers. He went to LSU, and here's what he said. He said Nick Saban stayed on his. Can I say ass?
No.
Okay. Stayed on his butt the whole time. Cursed him out. Was cursing at him. And he said he went to me and said, look, I'm your best player here. I do this, I do this, I do this. Everything you asked me to do, I've done it. Why are you coming at me? And here's what he said, Nick Saban said. He said, I come at you like that in front of them because I know that you can take it.
That was Ryan Clark that said that.
Ryan, yeah, exactly. He was the best player on the team, one of the best players on the team. Nick Saban stayed in his butt. Prime has players on that team that he come after. I don't know about the favoritism.
Like Commander McClain?
Yeah, Commander McClain. What's the big guy? The big guy of the lineman. I can't call the names right now.
About Jordan Seaton?
No, not Seaton. The other guy. The one that didn't play last year. The guy didn't play last year.
Tyler Brown?
Tyler Brown. He stayed in Tyler Brown stuff all the time. Okay? I played sports before. I had a coach, he favored other players. I still played, but there was favoritism with that. But I still played because I wanted to be there. A lot of these younger guys these days got to get their feelings out of the way. You got to get your feelings off your shoulders. I'm not saying none of that stuff didn't happen. But Harry, we've got to be careful here too on this channel because we want to portray, or we're trying to portray, CU in a very positive light. Would you and your wife have an argument? Are you going to tell me about it? Harry, are you? Why not? You need to put it out there, but I want to know all the dirt. I want to hear it. I want to know the nitty gritty.
Listen, tennis channel.
Transparent? No. We're not talking about transparency here.
Mr. Stretch, let him finish his thought. You can have it after he finishes.
That's not what I'm talking about here. And I'm like
mute.
Listen up. I'm like Dynasty. I hear certain things that people are not saying. It's not what you say, it's your attitude and what you're saying. We got another guy that comes on. He does not here, but he says things, but the attitude, man, I pick up attitudes like really, really good. And something goes off. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. Now, I sat through the whole thing. You're right on this side, you'll go right on that side. But then we got off into this. And this is why I'm saying something, okay? We've got to be careful how we say things, what we say, where the source. We have no idea of whether we saw the private emails and stuff like that. I didn't even want to see it. Am I going through this thing with my blinders on? We all have issues that we're dealing with in this freaking life. Everybody got it. Let me hear some of your stuff. East Coast, let me hear some of your dirt. Let me hear some good stuff. I know it's out there. Okay? So that's all I'm saying. That's the point. That's all I'm saying.
I got a question.
Hey,
I got a question in a little bit.
Real quick.
Go ahead. I got a question, Tim, in a little bit of pushback based on what Tennis Channel is saying. So I thought the information is what sold the tickets. I thought the Prime was the idea that sold the tickets. So if you don't want that stuff, then can we get rid of Prime already then? If you don't want the drama, which comes with Prime naturally, then let's get rid of that stuff.
But that's not what
Let's get rid of the cameras. Let's get rid of the cameras because you want us to see it. If you're showing it, people always come at me and they always say, you're the one, you're the reason. Why are you showing this? And then I laugh for a second and I say, it's funny that you say I'm showing it, but I got the video offline. Offline is much bigger. Their platform is a lot bigger than my platform. They have over 300,000 subscribers. I only have 12,000. So if I got it off of the 300,000 subscribers page,
you're welcome.
Then how are you blessing me? How are you blasting me for saying I'm the cause for pushing this narrative? If they're putting the videos out and I'm just saying, hey, look at this video they put out. It's the same thing that DJ Academic went through with the whole Chicago situation. The killers are killing, and he said, hey, look, the killers are killing. And then people blame him for saying, you're saying the killers are killing. I'm like, okay, so what do you want people to do not to talk about the stuff that they're putting out?
Harry, what you see, you can verify. What you don't see, there's no verification of it. What I see with my
you don't see the text. You don't see the text.
What I see with my eyes. Okay,
those are his eyes. Those are his eyes. His eyes and ears are on his friend. Are on his friends. He's talking to his friends. The dad.
I want to go after Tim.
So that's what I'm like.
I want to go after Tim.
Let Tim go, and then Mr. Stretch. Let Tim go.
I want to go after Tim, and then I'll be real quick. It's DC. I'll be real quick.
All right, go ahead, Tim.
I was just going to point out that all these coaches and organizations, they're selling. They're salesmen. I've been saying it from the get-go. They're good salesmen. So it's up to like Dawson, when he came to see you, he jumped in the portal to come play for Prime, right?
Mm-hmm.
So kids, young men with NIL, and East Coast Cab made a valid point too, that you have to make the best decision for self, not for anybody else. And I commend some of the young men that decide they come take their trip to Boulder, see everything, look at all the glam, the hype and everything, and they don't choose CU because they making the best decision for themselves. So I feel like Dawson should have had another opportunity, but like Tennis said, what you see with the naked eye, what they allow you to see is what you can go off on. We can speculate all day about what we assume is happening, but as far as Stretch's one-on-one conversations with his parents, I feel like I wouldn't expose that out here on Harry B channel, and that's just my personal opinion.
Oh, so you hating on me on my channel? You're hating on my channel. Why
no, I'm saying I wouldn't expose information that I have, like Tennis Channel just stated, that they have not put out there. So now it becomes a speculation. Not to say that what Stretch is stating is not credible, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that what you're saying is not credible, because that's you and his parents' personal conversation. But go ahead, Stretch. Go ahead. I see you got your hand up, Doc.
So not to take this the wrong way. I only brought this up because of the chemistry and what was said about the chemistry of the team and just the fight that happened last week. But I just want to read this to y'all real quick. And I'm like you, Tim. I'm only speculating too until I got facts. I say, bro, what's going on with Chick? Is he not on the team anymore? This February 16th.
Hey, one second before you continue. I'm just going to ask you this for your legal reason, legal stuff. Or is your source hold on? Is your source okay with you sharing that information publicly?
Yeah, I already talked to him. I already told him. I asked him, can I go on the show and share it? Yeah. I'm trying to bring you up to speed.
Oh no, I just wanted to make sure, because if your source is good, if your source is good with you sharing that publicly, then that makes it okay for you to share it, because that's your source. Your source is actually the dad or the person that is linked to the player. So I guess this is breaking news because nobody else has this, right?
No, I broke the news. I broke the news probably about 5 days ago on TV channel. How TV knows it or says it, I don't know. We was talking and we was all trying to figure out where's Tavares Dawson because he's not on the roster no more on the CU Spring Athletic roster.
Who's TB? Who's TB?
TB is a guy from one of the panels that we own. He has his own talk show like this now.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, but this is good for my channel, so I appreciate the information. But go ahead.
Yeah. This is good for your channel. But what I was saying was, me and TB told me that TB and CU Buffs was on when we did all this, and they went to speculate because I didn't have that much information at the time because they was trying to persuade me not to like Tennis Channel, don't be putting everybody's business out there. But see, what happens is I feel like we get bamboozled by Coach Prime. That's what I feel. Just from watching the games, to watching how they played out, to watching how certain players got away with certain things. Just me using my discernment as CU Buff say he has. So I reached out and said, bro, what's going on with Chick? Is he not on the team anymore? Just curious. I haven't seen him in the Well Out videos or the Reach the People videos. He said he got kicked off the team. I say, why? I say, oh my Lord. Damn, dog, not Chick. He said, right? I can't believe it either. That man said something, blum, 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 blum. He had to go. I say, any school gonna want him. I say, is he staying in Florida? Like, what school is he thinking about going? He said, bruh, before the transfer portal closed, he had like 5 schools wanting him to transfer. I say, damn. No, for real? He said one of them is blank, blank, blank. I say, tell him he'll get another chance. Tell him we rooting for him, that the CU Buffs are sad that he's leaving. They like your son, my dog.
Yeah, we do.
I say, is there anything new with your son yet? I say, did your son snap on any of the coaches? Like, about the guys with the red eye and the AMGs? Like, what did he say? Like, the CU fans are disappointed. I need to know. I said something on a platform, and I'm just trying to confirm it because the guys want more information. Then he gave me his number and told me to call him.
Don't show that. You don't have to show that. Yo, you be trying to give it all. You be trying to do. You gotta give all the tea. Yo,
realist,
here's his number right here.
Faker, man. I'm a realist. I ain't no faker. I ain't on here trying to say I got sources. I have people in the war room, on the field, ready to go. That's why I joined the CU platform, this movement, because I got some other side of information that can give us some clarity, so we don't speculate all the time. I want to talk to y'all about the information that he said, but I don't want to throw Coach Prime under the bus because everybody keeps saying I'm a hater on Coach Prime and I don't like the Sanders. So I don't want to get back and forth with what the words that Tavares Dawson had with Coach Prime and the other CU staff members had. But the reason why he's going off the team because he went home to see his daughter for Valentine's Day, and he missed his flight, and they wasn't too happy with that. So
that sounds a little curious.
But did Coach Prime state that?
Hold on, Tim. Hold on. That sounds a little funny though, because how do you go to see your daughter? You miss your flight, and that's the conversation. That's because then how do you go to Paris and go model, and that's okay, but a kid can't see his daughter? That sounds too funny to me. It sounds like there's something missing. We're missing something. And how do we do that? So Stretch, talk on that. Like, that sounds funny. You sure that's all the information? Is that everything?
You bring that up, and that was the precise thing Chick Dawson said back to Coach Prime that got him kicked off the team. I'm glad you are living in your discernment, sir. That's why I come on your panel, because you see through all the madness that happened last year. And now you're trying to get it right for this team to be successful, as well as Coach Prime to be successful, because he's leading us into the forefront. No matter what we want to say, no matter how much critique we give him, he is leading us right now. And so with that being said, that is the exact words that was brought up to Coach Prime of how you going to tell me that you want me to be a father to my child, and I missed my flight, but your kids are over there in Paris. And Coach Prime lost his cool. But that wasn't the only thing they said back and forth, but that was one of the things that Tavares Dawson said to Coach Prime. And Chick Dawson wanted to let everyone know that his son was wrong for that, like Mr. Tennis Channel say, and everybody else. But I told his dad, I say, no, that's wrong of them, because they promised that man some things coming out there. And that's why I got on Coach Chaney, because he had an offer to go to Cincinnati. And the NIL was bigger than what they gave him at CU. So as you sitting there and you knowing that they tell you they're going to give you certain things, and these things haven't came to fruition, and all of a sudden you see things happening for other people, what happened to me?
But like, something's missing still. Oh, hold on, Coach. Something's still missing for me, because there's obviously they're not here to give their side of the argument, but something's missing for me, because I'm a fair and balanced type of guy. My brain is telling me that this information is too one-sided. This is not indicative of Coach Prime's, let's just say, for this argument, for his public persona. Let me just term it that way, so that just for this argument's sake, because at the end of the day, it just seems and feels like this is not the Coach Prime that I know, that I cover on this channel. It doesn't feel right for that to be the only reason where somebody says, I missed my flight to Coach Prime, and that was the thing that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I feel like there's more to this.
There's a bunch of things that go on. You remember when Coach Prime and Shadur was saying that they didn't want guys on the team that was cancerous, and they was in the chatterbox bringing up things that they didn't have no business doing, or when they doing their workouts, they're not giving 100%. I asked Coach Chaney, which is the director of player personnel, was Chick on probation for anything? He said no. So the whole basis of this was Coach Prime and Chick got into a standoff conversation that led to him being expelled off the team. He shouldn't have said some of the things that he said, and which is pointing to the things that we have said on this panel and other panels: favoritism, daddy ball, getting him out there to Colorado and not taking care of him. Yeah, he's still on scholarship, but you got to remember, if these guys don't take nothing home from school, from the cafeteria, how are they going to eat sometimes? And the price of living is so high in Colorado, so when they give him his stipend, all that money is going towards bills. So we gotta, when we talk about these things, we don't actually really be knowing what be going on. That's why these guys be getting caught for breaking into people's houses and stealing stuff out of the locker room and robbing up stores. And these guys, some of these guys don't get. Oh my God, man, it's the truth, man.
So why do you? But why do you feel? Why do you feel that I need to know about this? Why do you feel we need to know about it? Why do we need to hear about it?
I can answer that question.
I don't. I mean,
can answer that question. You want me to answer the question?
Answer it.
Okay, we are in Colorado. We're Colorado.
Honestly, I want Stretch to answer this question.
Well, he will. I'll give him an opportunity, but I want to, because I do a channel, so I want to answer it from the channel's perspective. I want to give you a true answer.
But the channel did not ask the question. We will answer your question, but
give me a chance.
I want Stretch to run the show. That. I know you do, but I want Stretch
give me a chance. Respect the fact that this is my platform. That's all I'm asking you to do. That's all I'm asking. I want to answer this, and I want to give this part of it too, and I will give Stretch an opportunity to give you the answer that you're looking for. The reason why this is important from a fan standpoint. A lot of us did not know that Tavares Dawson was off the team. You have to understand this. This is news to me. I did not know this because I covered the team. I've been down. I've been, with my with my tooth situation. I didn't even see the fact that they put out the new roster for the spring. So I didn't even look at the roster to see that he was not going to be on the team. And this information is new to me, and it's new to a lot of people. So to bring this information up and say, oh, he's not on the team anymore, and then to get the follow-up as to why he's not on the team, I think that gives us more understanding of what's going on behind the scenes, information that we're not privy to. That's why this is important to the public, so that you understand that, oh, we didn't know, because for the most part, the information that gets out, he's gone. You didn't want to know that Bishop got suspended? That's disingenuous. You're telling me that now we're being all righteous, and we're saying now, so nobody clicked on the video where Coach Brown broke up with his girlfriend? So now we're all being righteous. Now all of a sudden, the information is no longer plausible for any platform. Oh, so we don't want this no more? So we gotta be fair on all sides of it.
You need to get both sides of the story, though.
But I got a perspective.
You got to get both sides of the story.
But I want to hear.
I
got a perspective.
Hold on a second.
I want to give a perspective though. Just real quick. One thing is that I agree with what East Coast Kev said. Is that there are favoritisms on stuff that happens in almost any organization. The problem comes when the favoritism turns into jealousy. And that's corrosive to any organization. I don't care which one it is, and football is not immune.
True statement.
So here's the thing. I'm concerned that there may be truth, because two things can be true, and that there is a torpedo thing going on being, directed at Coach Sanders. I'm not saying you're doing it, Stretch, so please understand that. But what I just heard, that's concerning to me. Okay. The other thing I want to say to folks is that I get it. But the thing I notice about a lot of in the CU community is that they have a tendency to only want to hear information that's complimentary and flattering. Like, you want me to taste your sugar, but ignore the smell of the what.
Exactly.
And that's only fair.
Part of my point.
Right, and that's only fair is that's going to come. And again, when you are saying, here's the thing, folks, and again, I'm not saying it's true, it's alleged. I'm listening to it, and I have no reason to say that Stretch is telling the truth, or like I'm just listening to the information and taking it as it is. What I will sit here and say, though, is that this is one of the things you have to understand, CU fans. And I'm glad I've learned more. I know more of CU's players now than I do Alabama, and I like that. But you got to understand,
so put some respect on our name.
But the thing I'm gonna say is that you got to be careful when you want that shine. This is going to come with it every single time. So you can't ask for all the eyeballs. You put it like this: you can't ask for the circus and then get pissed off when your elephants get loose. I mean, it is what it is. Now, hopefully, it's stuff that can be resolved and it's just a one-off thing. But if it's systemic, you're finna have a problem.
All right, so let me get Mr. Stretch to answer his question. Let Stretch answer his question, and then Tim, if you got something to say, you can go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Stretch. Answer the question, because I was just answering it from the base of the fans' perspective and understanding how channels like mine, kind of we disseminate information. You answer it from what he wants you to say.
I went to school for reporting, communications, and a minor in acting. And I played college football and stayed on the student government. I come from a place of information and factual information. I don't want us to continue to be BWBs and get led down the wrong trail. We're supporting this guy. We're supporting this team. And we want this team and this legacy to come up to where it's supposed to be. So if you are mad at me for holding Coach Prime and all his minions accountable, then so be it. But I have a right to free press and freedom of speech.
Okay, here's where I'm coming from also. I too have a degree in journalism. I was a videographer, photojournalist. I worked on a news station. I did weather. I did all of that stuff. I went to school for this. And one thing they taught you to do is that you have to be responsible journalists. Everybody else going off and doing all kind of crazy stuff, but they taught us to be responsible journalists. That means make sure any story that I did, I went out and got the story. I interviewed the people. I talked to the people. I brought the information back. So therefore, I know the information was viable. This is what I'm saying. So when I hear certain things, and I'm just like, what I never took one side. It was always confirmed. We did a story one time that was done at the border one time. We had to verify the information and found out that the sheriff that was given the information had lied to us. This is why.
What are you insinuating? That he's
I'm
lying?
I'm not insinuating anything.
Verify yourself. Why even say it?
Let me finish saying what I'm saying, gentlemen. Please. Let me finish. Hold on. No, let me finish saying what I'm saying, and this is all I'm saying. If you got, we need to hear from this story and from this gentleman, because it sounds like it's a three-party here. So we need to hear from Coach Prime on this. If we're gonna be responsible and let it out in the air, we need to hear his side. Are we gonna hear that? No, we're not gonna hear.
So okay, let me just say something else. Let me say this because I said this to See You Buff Dynasty. Okay, the way that you approach what you just said is sounding accusatory. Like I too went to journalism school. I was told that when we bring information, it's got to be credible information. When your phraseology and then the way that you attacked it, it was almost accusatory, as if he was, number one, lying, and it was also insinuating that his credibility, it should be questioned, and that the stuff that he was saying was not credible. So unless you want to clarify, unless I'll give you a chance to clear it up, because you're using examples that are kind of like embedded with that what I just said. So can you clean that up for me? Because I wouldn't use those. I wouldn't come at it at that angle, saying that at journalism school they taught us to have credible information. So what are you saying then?
You learn in journalism school, if you're going to do a story, this is what in writing anything.
He's not a journalist, right?
Regardless, if you're going to put it out there, you're taking the place of a journalist. He's a journalist. He said he went to school for it. That's all I'm saying. And Stretch, I'm not attacking you in no way, form, or fashion.
Oh, but you
That's
are,
not.
though.
No, I'm only stating an opinion that I have based on my experience. Based on what
and the information that he's your experience, you're speaking on your experience based on the information that he disseminated. So what I'm telling you about what you just said, the interpretation of what you said from my brain, it sounds as if you're telling him he's not credible.
You want some clickbait in here? That's what you're trying to get. You're trying to get some clicks going, brother.
Hey, but you know what? Hold on 1 second.
That's what it sounds like to me. Harry B.
I want to ask Tennis a question.
Hold on, DC, hold on. So Tennis Channel.
Yes.
Do you feel like I'm the only one that feels the way that I feel based on what you just said?
Oh no,
I don't think I can take a poll. I can take a poll, and I can even ask Stretch himself if he felt that way. Because when you said what you said, to my ears, to my learned ears, because I have degrees too, okay? To my learned ears, my schooled ears, it sounded accusatory, and it sounded like you were insinuating the things that you were saying to words. Stretch, how did you feel about that? How did you feel about what Tennis Channel said, what he said? How did you feel about that, Stretch?
He ain't the only one. He ain't the only one that questions my integrity and my information. I just bring facts.
Thank you. Question
Don't
it.
say thank you, but that's he's saying exactly. He said that you were questioning his integrity. That's what I'm saying. That's the point.
Because it's not verifiable.
So you're questioning his integrity. That's what I was telling you.
It's not verifiable.
Well, Tilly, I got a question though. I got a question for you again.
Can I speak right quick while I'm in a good signal area?
I'm just gonna jump in and say this real quick, and then I'm off. It's that I get what you're saying. That's true, but the thing is, we don't know if it's credible, but we can't say it's not accurate. Do you know what I mean? It's like we can't say what's exactly the truth, but we can't say it's inaccurate. I'm just curious, but let's see you Buffs talking then, because I got a question for you, really on that same line. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in a bad scenario. So this how I'm gonna do it. Any situation that goes on with the Colorado Buffaloes, I always try to wait for Coach Prime to bring in. I'm gonna give you a prime example.
Coach Prime ain't gonna give you this. Coach Prime would not gonna give you this.
Wait a minute. Let me show you. Wait a minute. Let me show you. Let me give you a prime example. Cromartie McClain. We all had our own guesstimations, and this is going on, that's going on. Finally, Prime got fed up with it. He came out in the open. He said what it was. And in turn, what do we see Cromartie McClain doing? He's tightening up on the same things that Coach Prime said. In due time, Coach Prime will tell you exactly what happened with that situation. If you went home to go see your daughter, and I kind of missed this part because my signal was bad. If you went home to see your daughter on Valentine's Day and you missed the flight or you didn't get back or something in enough time, this, that, or third, understand this. Prime has rules. You know those rules. He does not have problem with you going home or doing whatever you want to do. But when you're supposed to be at that breakfast on X day, you're supposed to be at that breakfast on X day. Whether you miss your flight, whether the plane fell out the air, that does not matter. Rule is rule.
It does matter. That's not Prime. You're not talking about Prime.
No. Prime.
I push back on that.
I agree with that. Yes, absolutely.
Don't talk.
The rules are the rules.
Hey, listen, man.
Unless Bin Laden shot you out the sky.
I'll let you talk. Let me finish, and then you can have it. I have to push back on that because this is not the Prime that I believe I know. The rules are the rules, but don't make it seem like Coach Prime is not a bendable person. Don't put Coach Prime in this box to say that he's not a human being. He doesn't understand situations. My issue with this whole, with what Stretch is showing and telling us, sharing with us, I only have an issue with it because it's one-sided. I need to know that what Tavares Dawson did, what he said, more so than Coach Prime's rules, because I don't subscribe to anything you're saying in that whole rules is rules situation. This is not the spirit of Coach Prime. I want to make this clear. Coach Prime is a Christian man. He understands that people make mistakes. So a simple thing like, oh, I want to go see my daughter and something happened and I missed my flight. If that's met with humility from the Tavares Dawson's end, and he says, Coach Prime, I know you're right, my guy, I'm sorry. If he didn't push back and probably have some type of pushback and the coach didn't get angry, maybe the conversation goes differently. Pride often kicks in when people feel like, hey, this guy's getting this treatment. This guy went to Paris and you didn't say anything. And then how the conversation goes, that's the part that my spirit, I'm just saying, I don't agree with you when you say Coach Prime has rules, and if you break the rules, he's going to do X, Y, and Z. That's not the Prime I know, because I know that Prime is a humble man. 1 second. I know that Prime is a humble man, and he knows how to deal with situations that come up. So it is not no situation where Prime is going to be like, no, you off the team because you missed your flight. I don't care if your flight fell out of the sky. Rules are rules. That's not the Prime that I know. Go ahead, Kevin.
Oh, it's definitely deeper. It's definitely deeper than that. That's not. I know. No,
but I didn't want you to start painting this picture like, oh my gosh, rules are rules. That was
so. That's definitely not the end all be all, because then you have previous accounts before this date of things happening, posts being made. So there's a lot more tied into it. There's another side of the coin that is not being expressed. Am I saying Stretch is stretching what he's saying? No, but there's another side of the coin that is not being spoke about, because there are other instances leading up to this.
I always said, I just want to say this part. I've always said a long time ago. I'll give it back. I'll give it to you. I always said a long time ago. Huh?
No, I didn't want two audios going on. Let's just one person speak and then the next person.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna let it go. There's always three. I was always told by my aunt, rest in peace. There's three sides to the story: his side, your side, and the truth. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay, hold on, guys. All right, go ahead, Coach, and then I gotta bring Alfaru on. Alfaru when he has something to say.
All right. All I was saying is I'm giving all sides of the coin. I'm giving my interpretation of what I've seen with this team in the beginning of the year, throughout the year. I'm giving that I had to do some reporting and ask the people that was in the program as well as on the staff questions. I have been trolling Shadur and Shiloh, and they blocked me. So when I hit a nerve, and when I strike a nerve, and when I ask questions, and I throw out a paraphrase, and you decide that you want to block me, that means I've done my job.
So respectfully, I'm gonna say. Let me say this respectfully. You're not giving. Let's just be respectful. You're not giving all the sides of the coin. Let's just be respectful. Let's just understand what that means. The terminology of all sides of the coin. Coach Prime, those guys, Tavares, Dawson, they're not here to give that other side. So respectfully, you're not giving all of the sides. You're giving the side that you are privy to, but they're not here to give the other side. So let's just make sure that we understand that.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick to Stretch?
Go ahead. Ask your question. Let him answer it. Let him answer.
What I was listening at you, and I'm trying to figure out what it is that was promised to him.
Well, let's not get into that. I can't. No. I can't go. I can't. Let's not go there because that's going to change the texture of this. And I want to bring up.
I'm not going to put that. But this information, the information that I have is very true. You can trace everything back. Like if you wanted to trace everything back, you can.
No, so, Coach, I'm not trying to trace. I'm not trying to trace it back.
Let's stop for a second.
Okay.
Listen, I don't want to change the trajectory of how far this has already gone. Let me bring on Alfaru because I don't question your relationship with your sources. I don't question none of that. I'm just my reservations, and like I said, I'm always fair and balanced. I read everything. My spiritual gift is kicking in right now. There's some things that I could say and I cannot say right now for my spiritual gift, but I want to say that my reservations are I don't know the other side. I just want people to understand that there's multiple sides to this. And my channel, the respect that I would have, my channel, I cannot respectfully say this is all of the sides of the story. There's something missing because of the person that I know in Coach Prime. I would want to protect that also. I want to protect that knowledge that I have about him being a humble Christian man. I want to protect that to say that I don't know all of the sides, so I cannot make a judgment based on. I'm not judging Coach Prime based on that. But let me bring on Alfaru. Alfaru, thank you for joining the show. We're almost done, but go ahead and share your thoughts on what you've been hearing.
Oh, not much, man. So I was just curious, man. I caught in kind of late. Just thought I saw y'all was on talking football Fridays. I'm kind of free. So with you, what do you mean that you don't you? I didn't hear the whole story, but you said you don't believe Prime cut someone because they missed something.
Oh,
is that
no,
what you're saying?
What I was trying to articulate, and thank you for the super chat. Charmin A Stretch, don't forget they gave him 60K. So thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. To answer your question, this is what I'm saying. Can y'all mute your thing? Can you mute while you're not talking? So let me articulate that so it doesn't get lost in the sauce. The coach that I know, the Prime that I know that I've been doing research on, that I've been doing all these videos on. If it was just a mere, hey man, you know, I want to go see my daughter on Valentine's Day. I didn't have the opportunity. Sorry, I left. And it was approached with humility and saying, hey man, this is what I did. I'm sorry I missed my flight. I know that what I know from his public persona, because I don't know him, right? On the other side of it, from what he's given us, I know that he's a humble Christian man who understands situations like that. And he will probably say, I'm saying probably because, like I said, if this is true, then that's the other side that I don't know. But if he would say, hey, okay, so what was the situation? He'll give you an opportunity to explain it. And if you explain it and you're humble, you say, yeah, that was the situation. And Tavares Dustin is like, hey, yeah, that was the situation. Then I don't see Coach Prime saying what I don't know if it was CU Buff Dynasty or Ron was saying, that the rules are the rules. I don't care. I'm not gonna shake. I can't bend. You know the rules. You shouldn't have left X, Y, and Z. That's not in my head. That's not a Prime that I know. That's what I was saying.
Okay. I don't think that's his argument. What I'm saying is his. I think was it what it and I kind of.
It wasn't your time to say it because he's asked the question. So let him come up and then you can take it.
Okay, so just to follow back on it. So what if it was as simple as they need scholarships and he made a mistake so they can use that scholarship to open up a spot that they might need? Could it be that simple? This is college football and coaches do it all the time. Similar to how Coach Prime on his first day, his first public address to the team was, I need some of y'all to go into the transfer portal so I can bring this Louis luggage. So why is that?
That's not what we're talking about.
But what I'm saying, well, no. I'm not talking about what happened. I'm talking about your trust and belief that Prime doesn't have that side of him wanting to open up a roster spot.
No. You misinterpreted the entire thing. This was not. You didn't bring up. Nobody brought up roster spot. The idea wasn't about roster spot. It was about how he got let go and the simplicity of the message of saying, oh, I missed my flight. I want to go see my daughter. I missed my flight. I don't care if you missed your flight. If you saw your daughter, you're out of here.
But you got to
understand. Can I speak on that,
if
Harry?
That happened, if that was Travis, okay. If that was then what I'm saying is you got to dig a little deep.
Can you answer?
If that was Travis Hunter, that was Travis Hunter that caught a late flight, I'm sure he's not losing his scholarship. But if it's a kid and he's the 18th receiver out of 20, and I need another scholarship, I can use the rules in the book saying if you miss meetings or you do something detrimental to the team, I can pull your scholarship.
Then you don't know Prime.
What do you mean? What do you mean I don't know Prime?
Can I say what I was going to say?
Can I say something real quick?
I think you don't know Prime. If you think it's like that, I think this is where I stand from this channel's point where I say so that you understand. That's fine. So from the BWB standpoint, where we're saying I'm a bandwagon buff because of Prime, and I invest in so much information about Prime, knowing him and his personality. I feel like you don't know Prime if you think that is that shallow for him. Is that easy for him to just say, I need your spot, you miss your flight, I need your spot, you out of here. I don't think that's the Prime that I've come to know. And if you think that's the Prime, then maybe you haven't been following the interviews and all of the information that he puts out about who he is.
You don't think he's told a kid to hit the portal? You don't think he said that? Like, I think you should hit the portal. You don't think he said that?
Hey, Harry,
the point. That's not the point.
But it is because that point.
It's a different side of the point. The side of the point is listen to the whole story. I went to go see my daughter on Valentine's Day. Sorry, Coach. I missed my flight. I'm sorry, Coach. If Coach, my bad. I missed my flight. Please forgive me. I missed my flight. If the humility from Tavares Dawson is there and he's having that conversation with Coach, you actually believe that Coach would not care that he went to go see his daughter? He missed his flight.
Hey, Harry, can I cut in there? Can I finally speak?
I feel like
you said
go ahead.
Let me just say this.
Let East Coast go.
I feel what Harry's saying because my thing is, if Prime comes, all right, picture this. Prime comes to him and says, hey, what's up, man? Why were you late? Whatever. If he came to him and said, you know what, I missed my flight. I was going to see my daughter. You know, I own it. Look, the key words, I own it. I'll
Right.
make
The
sure it don't happen
humility part.
again.
Yeah.
Then fine. I don't think Prime just would have said, you know what, you off the team. What I
Right. That's
believe, in my opinion, I'm just saying my opinion
something
theory.
happened. Something else happened.
Yeah. Let me give it to you. I think Tavares Dawson, when Prime tried to tell him, well, look, man, you got to be on time, blah blah blah.
He flexed.
Tavares Dawson, in my opinion, allegedly, this is where I'm going with it. Well, you didn't have a problem with your sons going to Paris and going and walking down the aisle and being supermodels.
See, that's
So
not.
why you got a problem
All
with me
right,
going to see my daughter?
I got to push back on that because now
I
we're
Can I
got
getting
you.
into
say
I got
something,
you.
Harry?
hold on, but just real
DC,
quick,
don't scream your way
If
in.
he
DC,
can't,
don't
let me finish though. I
That's
got
not
you.
fair.
I got you.
let
I'm
him
gonna let you
finish,
finish.
DC, and then Tim goes. DC,
Yeah, I'm
don't
gonna
scream
finish.
your way in.
Let me finish, and then you got it back. But if he
All right.
came at Prime like that, talking about you let your sons go to Paris and all this and live up the lavish lifestyle, but you mad at me about my daughter. If he came at Prime like that, then that's probably why he got kicked off the team.
That's what
Okay,
I'm
let me.
But if
saying.
he came at
Hey,
Prime humble and said, you know
Yeah.
what, I own it, you right. I
So let
own
me.
it. I
Let me.
was wrong, won't happen again.
hey, hey,
Go
Harry.
Then
ahead,
I,
Tim.
I don't see
Go
I
ahead,
was,
Tim.
No.
I was,
good.
I was gonna say, like, you know what I mean? It sounds like some jealousy there, and on Tavares Dawson, and
What?
somebody stated, somebody stated earlier that Prime has rules. Yes, he does have rules for the team. I feel like, the way Prime comes off, and I'm speculating here, the way he comes off, uh, how he interacts with his players, you know what I mean? How a lot of them use the term, hey, why wouldn't you want to play for somebody like him? Because they can relate to him. I feel like Tavares Dawson went home, visited with his daughter and family. There shouldn't be no reason that he missed his flight. That's number one. Because Prime and the Well Off Media laid that out to the whole entire team about how severe it was for them to be back on time. He don't care about
Right,
them going to
right,
visit with their family and
right.
enjoying loved ones because that's what he portrays. Prime portrays family time. He value family time on top of that. Now, I feel like Tavares Dawson may have got it mixed up with,
He
okay,
got
you know what
caught
I
up in
mean?
some nookie.
I feel like he got caught up in the feeling like Prime is his homie. We homies. I can sell anything
I
to
can
him.
talk to you any way I can talk to you.
Yeah, missing
Right.
that he's my coach. He is
The
running an
authority figure.
organization. Exactly. He's the face of Colorado football program right now. So I feel like he totally missed that. I feel like he may have said something fly. And to the fact of Shiloh and Shador going over there to Paris to walk the runway, hey, who's to say that they were not there to fulfill a contract? So if they fulfilling a contract, they don't have no choice but to go there or be sued. So we can speculate around that as well. But I feel like he got slick with the mouth and it didn't fly well with Coach Prime.
There
That's
you
All right,
facts.
so
go.
let me just
Hey guys,
let me
when
say
are we
this.
gonna
Let me
keep
say
it?
this real
When
quick.
are we gonna keep it real? When are we gonna keep it real? We keep going around the fact that man went home to see his daughter. He probably got caught up in the stuff that go on at home. He probably got caught up in a piece of nookie. He came back late. Let's stop acting like we got saints around here, man.
All right.
If you directly going home to see your daughter for Valentine's Day, you're gonna be back on time. You're gonna be at the airport on time. That man probably got caught up in some hometown stuff, which made him miss the doggone flight. Why are we
But
acting
that's
like we
not
dealing
false.
with?
So
There's nothing
hold
wrong
on
with
one
that.
second. But hold on 1 second, because I'm gonna say this and then punt the Alpha Rule. So here's the thing, y'all like Coach Prime, but you don't really know him. One, You don't know him. You know what you have seen, but you don't know what's behind the closed door. The second thing is notice how y'all are how the
Based on that, we don't
conversation.
know anybody. Based on that,
Right,
we
right,
don't know
right.
anybody, so we
True,
can't
true,
talk
but
about anything.
right. But watch this. Notice how when something was said about Coach Prime, it was excused away. You don't know what this young man has done, but we already making decisions about what he did or what he probably did. I got a problem with that because now we're sitting up here saying his Coach Prime's like when Alpha said that, you're acting as if that again from what you know that we don't know that happened, but that he could have been to a point where it could. I'm not saying it is, and I'm not saying Coach Prime is a bad man. What I am sitting here saying is it could have been a situation where it's like we need to get a scholarship. He just walked in our opportunity to get one. So again, I'm just going to sit here and say this: if you're going to take carte blanche the positive information and microanalyze the negative, that's not being fair and balanced, and that's how people get caught up because there's one side, there's the other side of the truth, and the other thing is again, you got to look at what y'all just did. That's why I'm kind of speaking up like this because we're gonna say all this stuff on this kid, and then hold on, and then the last thing is that right, and it's almost like every time there's something that goes on, it's never Prime, it's always somebody else. You
But
got to think
okay,
about that.
okay, DC. Let me speak on that, and that's why I've been very cautious with the information that Stretch has been sharing, and it sounds a little disingenuous from your part. Let me just say why. All right, we're not saying Coach Prime can be this or that, but what you know from public persona, what you know from public information, and what Coach Prime has said in his interviews himself, even when the situation came out when he was on the live with his sons from one of those videos and they were talking about the whole Paris situation, he tells you, he's like, look, people got to do stuff all the time. I think even uh Tyler, I think Tyler was like, yeah, I had a situation where I had to go do X, Y, and Z, and Prime was like, there's no problem. We only know these public figures from what they do, what they say, and that's all we speak from. When you know somebody publicly to move a certain way, then that's the information you have, and you're going to hold them to that. I only know how you are based on what you share on this platform. So if somebody was to come to me sideways and say something about you, I would have to check it against the things that I know about you from this panel and say, okay, does it line up? And then I make my decision based on whatever this person is sharing with me. And
Right.
I would either defend you or I would say X, Y, and Z. So it's
Right.
disingenuous to say, well, we know all of these things about Coach Prime, and he's everything that he said in his press conferences and everything, and the way that he moves, he doesn't throw anybody under the bus. The coaches are speaking nasty about him. He doesn't do none of that stuff, and just his genuine spirit and how he moves, right? He said he moves clean. We believe he moves clean, and he's been clean. So now for us to now sit here and say, well, no, and Coach Prime can be this diabolical. He can just request I want your scholarship. You out of here. You missed the bus, you missed the plane, you out of here. It sounds weird based on this public information that we already know. So
Yeah, Harry, you know what? I will say this. I will say this, we clearly up here said allegedly. In my opinion, I suspected. We never spoke truth to it. All we're saying is I suspect Tavares Dawson may have flew off at the mouth,
right,
and that got
of what
ignited.
we know about Prime. You know,
Yeah.
It ain't gonna be just, oh, he missed his plane and Coach Prime was like, yeah, you out of here because I need that scholar. It's weird. Like you gotta look at it, DC. You gotta look at it, DC, and say, come on now.
Can I share something real quick?
Watch this
Two people
quick,
are
Harry.
talking. Two people
We
are
don't
talking.
even know that it's official that he even missed a freaking flight. Ain't nothing came out from the team to verify any of that information, bro. We don't even know if he missed the flight. Because
ain't nothing gonna come out. Ain't nothing gonna come out. First of all,
Not
let me
right.
tell you this.
That part is not important. Stretch. Let me say this, and I want to let you know that part is not important to the narrative that we're talking right now. I just want everybody to be clear on how we're talking. We obviously opinion. We're all spreading opinions, and I want you to please understand. I defend Coach Prime when I have to defend him, but I'm not going to defend other things when I don't have to defend them. The problem that I know, because the reason why I'm BWB, this guy has a clean spirit. Like, he tries his best to be, you know what I'm saying, to be a good man to his sons, to everybody else that's around him. Travis would tell you that. Other people would tell you that. So from all of his teammates and all of the interviews that you say, when somebody says, when people are on platforms like Undisputed, can you mute whoever's doing that? When other people are on platforms and they tell you about the character of this person, like, you go to another platform and somebody starts to speak ill about me. You know,
hey Harry, I'm just say this. Have a good weekend, man. Thanks for letting me up.
All right, man.
Y'all have a good weekend. Be blessed.
All right, you too. So if you go on another platform and you hear something about me, like, yo, Harry B in this, Harry B in that, you know, at a certain point, you're gonna defend me or you're not gonna defend me based upon what you already know about me. So if you know I move a certain way, my character is a certain way, you've heard me talk, you've heard me say certain things, defend certain platforms or defend certain topics, that's what we're doing here. So that's why I don't want anybody to get this twisted. I'm not saying that Stretch is wrong. I'm not saying that, you know, the information is not credible. I'm just saying the fact that he spoke with the dad and they have that, and then he even put in there, I don't know if y'all remember that he said, I think he said the dad said, bruh, you shouldn't have done that. Stretch, if you're still here, you can verify that, right? Like, his dad said, bruh, why did you approach the man like that? You shouldn't have done it like that, right, Stretch?
Correct. But like I was trying to tell, Alpha is on to something. I'm just trying to throw out just little hidden gems so everybody can put the puzzle together, put the pieces where the puzzle go. Alpha is on to something. You are on to something, Harry B. I've been knowing what happened is they've been jugging at Tavares since he's been there. And like Tim Nolan said, that sometimes when you programs do jug at you and jug at you and jug at you and jug at you and jug at you till you break. But these kids these days, they're not the same kids as us. So when you got somebody like Willie Gaines saying, I'm a grown man, and he's roommates with Tavares Dawson, what do you think they're talking about every night after he done had his best game of the season against Nebraska, and then he don't even get 1 or 2 targets a game anymore? How do you think he's feeling? And then he gets put out with a concussion after Coach Prime tell everyone that they're not hitting in practice no more. The receivers won't be getting hit. And after they got blowed out by the Oregon game, now they're going at war in practice. Like, I was putting that out there back when this stuff was going on back during the season.
Like, so you make a good point. So listen, you make a good point, and I think a lot of people can kind of, like, we can encapsulate this and say, listen, when you got different people on the team that have different ideas, could you mute whoever's doing that? There's a lot of scratching sound. Can anybody mute their mic if you're not talking? So who is that doing that scratching? Okay. Anyway, so at the end of the day, if people on, I think this is, let me just bring it all together so we can close out. If people are on the team and they're feeling disenfranchised, if they're feeling like, oh, this group of people are his people, we're not part of his people, it can break a locker room. It can break certain people's spirit. So, we're learning all of these things. Then it's to tell you that this team could be, divided in some certain sense. And we don't want that. We want to make sure that the guys on the team are not having any type of jealous feelings. Some of those guys are not feeling like, oh, they're getting all this money. I'm not getting none of that money. So what am I playing that hard for? We want everybody on this team to have a cohesive spirit to understand. I don't know if you watched either Reach the People or I think it was either Reach the People or Well Off, where Justin Mayers is telling some of the guys in practice, and he's like, look, some of you guys may not be taking it seriously, but it's serious to a lot of us because we have aspirations for outside of the college rings. And just paraphrasing, and he was talking to them in the sense where, like, some guys, you can read between the lines and say some guys on the team are not, it was Well Off, okay, some guys on the team are not taking it as seriously as other guys are. So that's why I'm like, okay, the inside information is obviously delicious, it's juicy. We love it. I love it for my channel, but I treat it. I want everybody to understand every information that comes here. I treat it fairly. I'm fair and balanced. If I hear something that's a little bit off, I'm gonna push back. I want you to understand that. But this is our team. This is the CU Buffs. If we're not cohesive and we have jealousy in that locker room, it's a poison that can poison the team, and it can cause division. And we could see another season where guys are not all the way locked in. In the Big 12 and championship teams, they're locked in. North Dakota State is going to be locked in. They're together. They don't care about the NIL stuff. They're locked in. So I want everybody to take that away from this channel, from this conversation that we just had. So we're gonna leave that alone. We exhausted it. It is free for all Friday. For those of you who are still here that don't understand why we spent so much time on it, is because the energy of the show was going there. It's free for all. We go with the energy goes on Fridays. All right. I would have shut it down earlier, but there was interest in it. I mean, the numbers were going up while we were even talking about it. So what am I gonna do, right? So anyway. I hope.
I see you, Harry.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
Yeah. Everybody's like, shut it down. To go to the next one. I gotta run a business here. Just like we started the show off by saying, what should EA Sports do? You know what I mean? It's business. So, but at least I'm fair and I'm honest. I just want everybody to know, if I'm hearing something, my ears are not sounding right, I treat all of my information with God GOD gloves. And I want everybody to know that as we close off. Everything I hear and I do hear, I treat it with GOD gloves. You know how people say I treat it with kid gloves, or treat them with kid gloves? I treat everything with God gloves. If it's not sounding right, if somebody's doing something doesn't sound right to my spiritual ears and my natural ears, I'll shut it down. But I want you to know that. The tennis channel, I hope everybody's good. There was a little bit tense today. All right. We all came at each other's throat. We said certain things. I want everybody to know it's in the spirit of the discussion. Is everybody good on this panel?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh,
Roger.
Very much, man. Very much.
Hey, iron sharpens iron, man. You know what I'm saying? Iron sharpens iron. I don't think any of us are weak. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's gonna get tested like that. You know what I mean?
I got beef with Tennis Channel, and I'm gonna tell you why.
You can say your beef in your closing statement. I'm gonna go to the tennis.
Don't say your beef. No. It's not a beef. It's not a beef. I'm just sitting up here saying, I love you, brother. We've been missing you. Don't go missing again. That's my beef.
Glad to be back.
So tennis channel, you have to. I'm starting with you. What are your final thoughts, please, so that we can go ahead and wrap this up?
Guys, I'm a little passionate. Sometimes when I get really passionate about something, I get into it, and so that I like what I'm hearing here. I miss you guys. I've been out sick a little bit, but I'm better every day. I'm getting better and better every day, in every way. But this, I mean, it's I'm good. I really am good because I need this. I need this. But you
need
guys,
this community, right? This is community for you. This is soul food.
you guys bring out the passion in me, man. You bring out, and sometimes I just sit back and I just listen. Like I hadn't been participating a lot. I just been listening, and so it's all good, man. It's all good. Trust me.
Hey, Surfer guy, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you saying this was a good show. We tried our best. All right, Mr. Stretch. Mr. Stretch, I'm gonna ask you your favorite. I mean, you're on the show, so you're already giving me permission, but I'm gonna ask your permission to use the segment that we went into as a separate video that I'm gonna cut out and put it out online. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, I don't mind, man. I ain't scared of nobody. I was born to live and I was born to die.
Well, I don't want you to die, but I'm gonna use the segment that we did that we went into to cut a separate video going into the Tavares Dawson's situation, and I just wanted to make sure that I was cool with you. I don't want you to be surprised when you see it online and I have this crazy title for everybody to click on it. I have you looking like, you know what I'm saying, like X-Men. Nah, I ain't gonna use you on the title, but go ahead, give me your final thoughts.
Listen, man, they already know where I'm coming from. I already tell everybody where I'm coming from. Listen, this is the deal. Things happen. No one was given a psyche of what was going on in the locker room. I was the only one going away from the X and the O's and the Jimmys and the Joes. And I was bringing all the different things that go on into a locker room because I've been privy to be in those spots myself playing this game of college football. I'm sorry that I had to bring this information up. I was here and I wasn't going to bring the information up until the chemistry of the team was being questioned. And so I brought the information up with privy of my personal information. I've been blocked because of the things I've challenged people on. They don't like that I've challenged them, and they have blocked me. And I don't care, but I do what I'm supposed to do. I am a messenger, and I don't partake in favoritism. I don't like it. I never liked it, and I always spoke up because I'm an activist and a revolutionary. And so with that being said, I put that information out there, and it's out there. And I asked the son, Father, can I put the information out there? And he told me he appreciated me because someone had to stick up for what was going on, because everyone likes to keep their information private. No one likes to challenge nothing anymore. We like to go with the times. So with that being said, I want to apologize to everyone that has misinterpreted my information. I wasn't coming from a place of maliciousness. I was coming from a place of factual information that we are not dumb and we're supporting this guy and this whole institution because of this guy, and some things need to be cleaned up. And who would be better to help him be accountable than me, Mr. Stretch?
Well, if this is a hip hop beef, then if you I ain't getting invited to the barbecue because you know how hip hop beef go. You know how hip hop beefs go. If you with the ops, if you rocking with the ops, we'll love you. Oh, dang it. Oh man, I ain't gonna get invited to the cookout. It sucks, but DC, what are your final thoughts, man? Rescue me, please. I want to get invited to the cookout where Coach Prime has his YouTuber cookouts. I want to get an invitation, man. Now, but I'm messing with the ops here, Mr. Stretch.
Hey, real quick. I used to drive I used to work in Birmingham, which is an hour away, and I would listen to Paul Feinbaum going back and forth, which talks about SEC. This was way before he came on ESPN. And Harry, you do just a good job. You got similar things going on, and I pray your show does well. Fellas, I want to tell you, like even Ron Tate, Alfru, East Coast Kev, all of you, see you buffs, man, you have to understand for a guy like me being around military all the time, and we can be very abrasive. I mean, to the point. And I like y'all allow me to have that camaraderie that I didn't. And again, being a Bama fan, but I really love this community, and I want to see it do well. I want it to thrive. I don't want you to be Bama, but I do want to see you thrive, and I want to see Coach Sanders do well. So thank y'all, because it's not just y'all doing football. This is kind of therapy because I can get some work done while I can still talk to people. So thank y'all, and thank you, Harry, for having the show.
Yo, man, thank you, man, for being a part of this community. Yeah, I second that motion, man. This is kind of therapy for me too. I don't have many friends. I had a lot of friends growing up, but when you are as controversial and you are my spiritual gift is prophecy. If y'all saw that movie, that cartoon, and there was a guy in that cartoon that everybody hates. What was that famous song? Everybody hates some guy. I forget. It was a Disney show. If you can remember, guys, you can let me know. But everybody hates Bruno. I think it was called Bruno. I'm sort of Bruno because it gets crazy when I get these words. I have to say it. My spirit feel like I have to say it. So I don't keep a lot of people around me because I want my spirit to be pure enough to say what I need to say without interference. And if you are a yes man, if you are a person that agrees with a lot of people because you don't like conflict and controversy, it's hard to be you when God says, I need you to be my lightning rod. It's hard. It's a very lonely place to be sometimes. In this community, it was a little fiery today, but I'm glad that you guys are mature enough that we can have these conversations. So, Alfaru, you came in kind of late. I don't know if you want to speak on your lateness or you want to give a thought on what you heard during the show that made you come on the panel today. But if you want to give us our final thoughts, please.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. I mean, we can agree to disagree and we can have
opinions. We didn't give you a chance to even finish everything you were saying. So sorry.
Oh no,
about
no. It's all good. It's all good. I just kind of wanted to. I know you're big on being fact based, so I kind of wanted to point out some facts. No opinions. Okay. No opinions about Tavares Dawson. No opinions about Prime. It's just the facts of the situation of what we have here. So let's just deal with a couple of just facts. The facts are at every school in America or every program, whether it's pros or college, they have a list of starters, they have a list of projects, and they have a list of bubble people. Bubble people are those individuals, if they do anything wrong, whether on the football field or off the football field, we have to figure out a way to get them out of here. That's in any program. I don't care where it is. It's any program. And that's not saying if Prime has that list, which I'm about 99.9% sure he has a list of kids that he needs them to go into the transfer portal. That
99.9% means you're sure.
Yeah, well, no, I'm gonna always put that little extra out there. So
what I'm not sure, but 99%.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, I know Dawson is absolutely a bubbles guy. Dawson is absolutely holding a scholarship, and I know Prime on many occasions has expressed in the offseason, I'm going shopping to replace all of these guys. The only way he can replace a lot of these guys is if those guys leave and go into the portal to open up those scholarships. And I'm not saying he did it because of that. What I'm saying, both things can be true. Both things can be Tavares said something crazy, but he also was a bubble guy to get himself put in that situation. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he just going around there looking for people to miss meetings and all of that other stuff, and we gonna get rid of him, because he wouldn't have done that. If no matter what happened, he wouldn't have done that with some of the guys on the team. If they missed and they came in late for practice, I'm positive they would not have lost their scholarship. But for a bubble guy, that's a strong possibility on any school in America. If you a bubble guy, you better be crossing your T's and dotting your I's and not making mistakes. Whether it's in the classroom,
could you break down bubble again for the audience? For
a
people
bubble
that
guy.
understand?
This is what a bubble guy. A bubble guy is where you're holding up a spot that I need because I'm not depending on your services. That's a bubble guy. A bubble guy is someone I need you to be gone, really, to be the reality of it. Okay. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Harry.
Yeah, I'm talking a little bit because I don't understand. And I'm sure there's probably a couple of people that's going to watch this video.
Okay, so a bubble guy is okay. Think of just a bubble. If you're sitting on the bubble, that means in the pros, a bubble guy would be someone that's, if there's 53 men on the roster, you 53, you 54 in training camp, you 52. If somebody gets injured, you're gonna be the first one cut. That's what a bubble guy is. If I need a scholarship, I got a list of these names that if we can figure out how to get them out of here.
No. Let me clarify. I know what the concept is. This is what I'm trying to get you to do. How Tavares Dawson is a bubble. That's what I'm trying to get you to articulate.
Okay. Well, let me ask you. I mean, I have my opinion, but I want to get your opinion. Do you think with all the you know what? I haven't heard his name, let alone anything. I haven't heard his name since they received all these receivers in 3 months. His name has not even come up. Even when you do the breakdown of wide receivers, y'all never bring his name up. You haven't brought. When's the last time you said the Dawson's name? I've heard Omarion Miller. I've heard. Hold up. I've heard Omarion Miller. I've heard the guys from Florida International. I think it's Florida Atlantic. I've heard Timmons. I've heard all these names, but Dawson's name does not come up to even get on the field. Am I right?
You're wrong.
Okay, so you've mentioned Dawson?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, so what do you have him? There's 18 receivers. Where do you have him in the rotation?
Okay. Well, okay. I don't know if y'all remember, but we was talking about the heroes of was that the Nebraska team, the Nebraska game? We were talking about the like he was a hero. Like I feel like the stars are made in moments. So Trevor Woods became a star in a moment when he caught that interception at TCU. It was very pivotal moment. Who else? Who's the tight end? I forget his name. I'm thinking too fast. The tight end.
I know the guy went to San Diego State.
Harrison.
Mikey Harrison became, Mikey Harrison became I think it was the CSU game. He became an instant hero for CU football. Tavares Dawson, the same thing. So, and then Tavares Dawson disappeared. We didn't articulate how he disappeared or why he disappeared. And now with Coach Stretch sharing the information that he's sharing, it's now making me think like if he was roommates with Willie Gaines and he was one of those people that was in the locker room that may have had some type of jealous energy or some type of energy and maybe they didn't know how to articulate the feelings that he was having, then maybe he found himself to be an outsider on the Coach Prime likability side of things, and that could have caused the fact that Coach Prime didn't favor him, and that maybe was one of the factors for him to disappear.
Okay.
But he was one of the guys that I was looking forward to because I was like, dang, Tavares Dawson is a beast. Like, and I even make videos and I talked about it. I said, dang, when are we? I think Tavares, I made a specific video and I kept articulating. I said, remember, guys, I was talking, I said, where are there other Tavares Dawsons? Because Coach Prime has his favors. I said, remember the people that are supposed to do well in practice, and they were supposed to, if they didn't do well in practice, they were supposed to, show out. And then Coach Prime was like, I've never seen Tavares. Was it, if I'm making a mistake, let me know, guys. And I said, Coach Prime said, I never seen him do that in practice. And then I articulated and I said, well, duh. I told you that some people can't show up in game time if you
I thought that was Miller. I thought that was Omarion Miller.
That was Miller. That was Omarion.
That was Miller.
Okay, so
Dawson never got brought up really on this channel,
never
but
bring
with
Dawson
Nebraska.
Okay, so they didn't bring up Dawson.
But with the
They didn't bring up Dawson.
He did. He brought it up. He brought it up against the Nebraska game because we had a conversation of why we need to be getting ready for Nebraska game because that's a rivalry game. You made the video and we talked about it, Harry B. We brought Dawson up over here.
Correct. So my question to you is: so with Dawson leaving, let's say Dawson's leaving, have your rotation or record or concern changed since Dawson's gone?
Oh, I looked at Dawson as a high potential, not necessarily a game breaker. Dawson was a young developer. He was developing. We saw flashes of greatness if Shador could trust him, if they can get on the same page. But he disappeared, so we don't know what happened. Well, we know we got a receivers room. So the answer to your question is no. It doesn't change anything. I just felt like he was a good developing player that could have been a game breaker if he was to get in with the in crowd. I don't think he was interested in getting in with the in crowd.
You know what I noticed? You know what I noticed? I noticed when he disappeared after the third game. Remember he had the first game, did wonderful, beautiful game. So that next game, I saw Shador target him twice, and both times they were incomplete. And the only thing I could figure from that, from watching it, is that he didn't clear. He catch balls really good in the opening, but if it come to him battling for a ball, seemed like he didn't want to do it because both of those times when Secure targeted him, and he wasn't quite open, but he didn't make an effort to try to get the ball. That's what I saw, and I only saw that one time.
Okay.
So,
all right. So go ahead, Alfred. This was there's usually no pushback on your final thoughts, but hey, man, you open up Pandora's
you don't have to push back. It is what everybody has an opinion, and it is what it is. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm wrong. I'm just saying there are certain facts, and I just have one question. If you were Coach Prime, what position can you afford to lose a scholarship to open up a door?
I usually answer
receiver.
these questions. I usually answer these questions based on a question.
No, I'm literally asking the question to you
to get at what?
No, I'm asking a question. If you are Coach Prime and you have a list of openings potentially to bring another person in, what position on the field do you feel like you might be overloaded in that can open up a scholarship window? What position would you choose, Harry?
I have a problem with the question.
Because why?
Because I want to know your intentions.
No. I just want you to answer. I'm not going to even follow up. I'm not even going to follow up with another question.
I don't think he's trying to set you up, Harry. He's not trying to set you up.
I'm literally just asking you a question. And the fact that it's that hard,
something different.
The fact that it's that hard,
something different than you're talking.
No. The fact that it's that hard lets me know. I probably already know the answer. I probably already know the answer.
I know what your spirit is thinking. So I just want you to know that. I know what you're thinking.
Yeah, I don't mind telling you what I'm thinking. I'm just asking you a question so you can feel it come out of your mouth.
I want to know what the intentions are before I answer.
My question to you is, if you are a coach and you know you want to get ready, wait a minute. If you are a coach and you know you need openings before the next portal, and you're trying to look at what positions you are overloaded in, looking at Colorado, what position would you say, you know what? If I need a roster spot or I need an opening, somebody has to go from this position. What position would that be? Would it be?
I will go for the wide receivers because, I will go for the skill positions because they're easier to get. That's just from what I've learned over time studying for this channel.
Okay.
I feel like in Colorado's, I guess in their environment, I will go for the wide receivers room because that's the easiest room to fill from any other. If I would not touch the O-line, golly, I would not touch the O-line.
You're not cutting no D ends and D linemen, right? You're not getting rid of any of that.
We can't get
even though you don't like the linebackers,
so
you're not cutting any of the linebackers. You don't like them, but you're not getting rid of them.
Nobody.
The tight ends, you only got one and a half. You can't go after the tight ends. So everything on the field where is no way in heck you're going to have a rotation of 18 wide receivers. There's no way they're going to rotate 18 people. That's impossible. So all I'm saying is it's not far-fetched to think that there are people on a list. If they do something crazy that's detrimental or doesn't follow the rules, then we might have to drop the hammer on them because that happens in college football across America. It really does.
But so I get it. I don't know where this is coming from, but I want to.
Well, because you guys,
the reason why the character of Coach Prime was in question, right? The character was in question.
No, but it's not character. You guys are hold up.
You know what I'm saying?
Confusing. Wait a minute, no. If he did it, I'm not mad at him. He's a college coach. That's what you do as a college coach. That's like me saying, like at home. Hold up. At home, I'm gonna give you an example. We got military people out here. At home, if I go out and get a gun and start shooting people, that's not good, right? That's not good. But if I'm in the army and I'm at war and I shoot people, I understand he's an army person. I understand Coach Prime is a college coach and he's trying to build a program. Everything, the way the sausage is made is not always sweet. He does have to do things, and he has done things that some kids may say like, damn, that was cold-blooded. But he's a college coach, and he's in a type of profession. That's all I'm saying. You don't have to make it seem like he's going to do everything up and up.
Based on what you're saying, I'm saying you're not – okay. I don't know if context matters, but context to me is everything. Because I'm not that smart of a guy. So everything has to work in a concept or my brain just gets lost. All right. So that's just how I am. That's how I'm built. Context. So the context was the question of the character, not the necessary. Does he know how to make hard decisions? Does he make hard decisions? That was never the question. He does, because look at what he did when he came into Colorado. That first meeting with the Louis luggage. I get that part. So you're preaching to the choir right now. I'm not questioning his football coaching acumens. No, it was the character that I was speaking to. I was just saying, hey, the character doesn't match the public character that we know of him. That was it.
But I know, and we'll get off of this, but this is my last comment on it. I agree, but I think you're looking at that situation as it being damaging to his character, and it's not. That's the facts are you're a bubble guy.
But it's
You
not
don't
true.
have the
It's not.
freedom. Hold up.
I just
You
want
don't
the
have the
truth, whether
freedom.
it's damaging or not.
No, but I'm saying you don't have the freedom to be late to meetings. You don't have the freedom to not do what I tell you to do. We're sitting here looking for scholarships, and you come in here, and even if he came with an attitude, you know what? You gave us a reason for us to say, you know what, you might have to leave.
There you
all
go.
they need is a reason. That's all they need. They're not going to do that with certain people, and I get that. That's the fact. All of us has worked somewhere where you can get away with something, or you can't get away with something.
I thought you was going East Coast Scout. Don't come in here starting nothing, okay? Don't be trying to put fire under this guy. You don't need no fire. Alfaro stays on his own.
It's all good. Y'all good, but I love the show, man.
I agree with him.
Keep rolling. Keep doing your thing. I just don't. I really don't want it to turn into he say, she say. Stick with the facts and just roll with the facts and don't make it a character thing or not.
What you brought in, if contextual wise, is that let's wrap it up in this contextual bubble so we understand the size of the coin. We're not just gonna throw out stuff and be like, yo, I'm speaking facts and you just talking. And I'm too smart for that. I just want to let you know, even though I don't know football that well as you do because you played it, I'm not going to sit here and just be like, just let you like say, oh, coaches do this. The context was the idea of Coach Prime's character, whether it was facts or not. He can do that. I'm not saying Coach Prime cannot do that. He has the right to let people go. I need the spot, bro.
Correct.
But you have to also understand, I feel like if you don't really know Coach Prime, then you can say anything you want to say about him.
Correct.
But if I stay here and I say, well, you know what, man? Coach Prime is too nice of a guy. He's too clean. He rides too clean because of what I know from his previous times. Then I can't say he ain't gonna just let nobody go like that because they missed a daggone flight, man. Come on, like let's be frank. Like,
but what I'm saying is he's still clean if he did that. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but that's fine. But
he's still clean. So when you put it in that context, then yeah, it looks bad. I agree with you. Prime seems like an up and up guy. If he had to open a roster spot, I'm still gonna say Prime is still an up and up guy. This is the business. You shouldn't be missing meetings, and you are on the bottom of the roster.
If the question is, if that was him, if that was his character, if that was the way that he rode, but if you were to put Prime in front of you right now, and you say, Prime, let me ask you a question. Come on, man. I know that we have this situation where bubble guys gotta go and this gotta go. You telling me you just let that kid fly and he had to see his daughter, man? What kind of nasty dude are you? This dude wanted to see his girl, man, his little girl. Come on, man. He missed the flight. He wanted to see his little girl. You telling me you just let that boy go because he was on the bubble? You're telling me, Alfaro, that you're gonna sit here in front of all of these people, in front of God, and say, yes, Prime will let him go?
I would say yes because I've seen him do other things, and I'm not saying he's a bad guy.
Oh, okay.
I've seen him say other stuff. We can go. I'm not gonna keep going back to the Louis comments. I'm not gonna go back to the from UCL, no, from Oregon all the way to the end of the year. He told y'all I'm getting rid of these old linemen. He literally told y'all
we're gonna get new linemen.
I'm getting rid of them. I'm getting rid of them. He told you that
because they were bad. They were bad.
I know, but that's what I'm. See, you can't have it on both sides, Harry.
Yeah, that's the point right there.
You can't have it on both sides. You can't say he can say the old lineman can go.
I got you.
You can't do that.
Let me give you this, and we'll let it go. Let me give you this for the sake of argument. You're making an argument based on him getting rid of bad players. That's a difference from the guy that was already on his team. That was not a bad player. That was a developing player.
You're using the wrong word. Dispensable player.
Okay, fine. Dispensable player. Okay, you're making that argument and saying he's done it before. Look what he said with the Louis statement. It's what I'm saying. It's a football decision. That's different from the guy that was already on his team, right? That he let on his team. The guy left another team, came to his team, and said, Coach Prime, I'm here to play for you, right? That's different from, oh, Coach, I went to go see my daughter, right? I went to see my daughter and I missed my flight. That's a whole nother situation. You're telling me that Coach Prime doesn't have a heart. And
no,
I'm just trying to let you know.
Bro, you keep bringing it back to that, Harry. You keep what I'm saying. There's a cause and effect. There's a cause and effect.
Decision.
Harry, there's a cause and effect, my brother. See, every time you come back to that, you keep saying he's cold-blooded for getting rid of a guy. It's not. That's two different things. Harry, it's two different things. It's business.
My context.
Hey, Harry, can I ask you a question, Harry, real quick? Real quick, I just want to ask the question. What one of quick statement.
Can I ask you a question?
I have no problem. I have no problem with the guy going to see his daughter. He's supposed to go see his daughter. But in finding out, we need to find out him coming back, what made him miss the flight. You seeing your daughter didn't make you miss the flight. You know what I'm saying? That's something that you said that, okay, hey, I was going here, I seen my daughter, but something must have happened in that transition to where you didn't get on that flight. What happened at that time? Not you not seeing your daughter. I want to know that part.
Study Coach Prime. You need to study Coach Prime. I think y'all don't know Coach Prime. I think
you don't either. We know what we see.
I feel like I know him better than y'all.
He's a man. You know he's a man, right, Harry? You know he's a man, right? He's a human being. He's a human being. He doesn't walk on water. You know that, Harry.
Listen, me knowing
I'm better than y'all.
Do you got a tattoo on your back of Coach Prime
with the red tea and turn water into wine?
Listen, here we go. Warm and fuzzy. Warm and fuzzy. Warm and fuzzy. You like the way Prime walk across the football field. He love the way he walk across the field.
Hey guys, listen up. Me knowing Coach Prime, if I played for him, I'd have got out of there 2 days. I'd have been there 2 days at a time. Now that's me. I'm not
hey, somebody said in the chat, Valentine's Day might have made him miss that flight. If you know what I mean.
Yo, y'all don't know Prime at all. Like none of y'all know Prime. I know Prime. I'm his best friend. Listen, man, it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. And that's all I'm saying. It doesn't add up. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're right. I'm just saying it doesn't add up. That's all I'm saying.
It's all good. It's all good.
It doesn't add up because you're painting two different pictures.
But you know I'm about to say my bad, but you know he didn't get cut because he missed the flight, right? You know that, right?
Well, that's what I want to get at. That's all I want
to get at. I know why he got cut. He's dispensable. That's the facts.
You see, that's what
the fact is he got cut because he's dispensable. And no matter what excuse happens, if he's
allegedly.
He is absolutely dispensable. He's dispensable.
He was on the bubble.
That's fine.
He's on the bubble. So that's fine. it. That's why he got cut.
It's all good. If he's dispensable, right?
He's dispensable.
Good. Okay, but I surmise to you, like pastors would say, I surmise to you that Coach Prime is not the nefarious type that you're trying to paint. I'm trying to argue the affirmative to let you know that the painting that you're painting is missing a few brush strokes of the person, the man that we know to be the Coach Prime. Because while he has his flaws as a man, while he has his favoritisms because he's man, while he has things he lets, people cuss around him and do all of the things that I may not like about him. The one thing that I do know about him that he's just not one of these people that's just going to throw people away because you know why? Somebody would have came out already. Ooh. Somebody, okay? Michael Irvin, all of the people that Coach Prime has played with, interviews, all of these things would have come out already about his character that we would have already have in our domain. But there's nothing, nobody can ever, former players, any player, nobody has ever come out to say Coach Prime is the type of guy that's going to let somebody go if they go see their daughter and they miss their flight.
No,
it had nothing to do with it. It had nothing to do with his daughter.
That ain't got nothing to do with it, Harry. That's not nothing to do with it.
I think it was business.
Thank you. That's what we're saying, Harry. You keep bringing that up.
I'm saying it was business, allegedly.
Hold on. I got something to say. I want you to go look up the Tim McCarver story with Coach Prime back in the days when he was a baseball player and a football player.
And he threw that water on him.
That was Dion. That was Dion.
That was prime. Come on, y'all.
Okay, that was
grow. Oh, so now we're going to the history. Before the guy got saved. Oh no, wait. Before the guy got saved, this is what he did in the past. He can grow. Let's give him that grace. The guy can grow. So let's not make it. Let's not. Okay,
Hey, Harry, hold on, man. I'm gonna have to chime in here.
Y'all, wow.
Harry, you even said this. Harry, you even said this. That there's
I said what?
Prime time, and I'm with you on it. There's prime time, and then there's Deion Sanders. So when he's coaching, which one you think will show up?
Prime time.
When he's
That's
coaching,
a needed
I don't
question.
want prime anywhere around the football when he's coaching.
When he's coaching, I'm saying Deion Sanders is sure now. We're talking about Deion Sanders, the man. We're talking about Deion Sanders, the coach.
So
I want Coach Deion. I want Coach Deion who knows the football.
Okay.
I want Prime who likes to dance to be off the field when there's coaching going on because you're thinking about dancing, and I'm thinking about you managing the score. You're trying to score instead of which game was it? Y'all can tell me. Instead of us downing this ball, going to the locker room, you're trying to score, and then you're gonna give them the ball back with 2 minutes. You're gonna give them the ball back so they can score. Like that's Deion. That's Prime doing that. That's not Deion.
So I see Harry's going to ride or die. I got that. I got to talk to Tennis Channel. I just got to ask you one question.
Yes, sir.
You are a coach.
Yes.
You have a team.
Yes.
You have bubble. Hold up. You have bubble people. You want scholarships to get ready for the portal. You have a list of about 8 to 10 names, right? All you doing is like, if one of them come in with bad grades, gets in a fight in school, misses some meetings, then we're going to have to make some tough decisions. Now, whatever it was, if the meeting was missed because of Valentine's or the meeting was missed because they slept in that day, whatever the reason was, there's a cause and effect. Do you consider Prime an evil coach for telling a guy that broke a rule to go ahead, and I think we need to cut bait because we've been in his mind, he knows he's been on that list. Is he a bad guy for that?
No,
he's not a bad guy for that.
He's not a bad guy, but he's not.
Listen, you're leading. You're leading the witness.
Listen,
I'm not a lawyer, but you're leading the witness. That's not the context you're wrapping this in.
No, because every time I keep bringing that up, you keep saying his character.
You're the one that came up with the whole warm and fuzzies. And you thought I was going to miss that. And you thought I was going to miss that. I didn't miss that either. But you're leading Tennis Channel. And Tennis Channel he's an innocent bystander. He's a nice old guy that likes to come on the show every now and then. Don't do that to him. I'm too sharp. You can't do this.
I'm not doing. Listen, I literally asked a question. Even Coach Kev agreed. Coach Kev, East Coast Kev said it could have easily been a business decision.
Listen, what the East Coast said when he came on, he's more like a snake. Look, Alpha Rule, you're a snake.
I didn't hear that one.
I know what you're doing. I don't even need football to discern what you're doing. I know what you're doing. I know what you did last summer, and I can tell you what you're doing right now. Okay, there's a contextual truth. Okay, there's a truth, and then there's the contextual truth. You're not telling the truth. Contextually, you're misleading and you're misguiding. I already broke it down for you. I don't want to keep going into it. Contextually, you're misleading what you're saying. I did not say that Coach Prime doesn't have football acumen he couldn't make hard decisions. If you just look at what he did in Colorado, I question some of the things that he's already done. The Louis thing I've questioned. He had football players that played at Florida State that were on his CU Buff team. I've questioned all of those things, and I already said that. You keep going back to those things. Look what you just did to poor old Tennis Channel. Look what you just did to him. Look what you just did to him. You asked him. You set it up real nice. Hey, Tennis Channel. If you were a coach and you had a bubble guy and he was just missing meetings and he was doing this, would you not cut him? Like, come on, man. That's a leading question, bro.
But it's the truth. But it's the truth. It's literally the truth, Harry.
Listen.
There's a such thing as contextual truth. Contextually, if that's your context, you're right. You're telling the truth in that context. But the context that we're talking about, you're not telling the truth. It's not that.
No. Your context is untrue because you're saying that if he did do that, his character would be questioned. That's what you're saying. That's an incorrect context.
I feel like Stretch knows more than what he's leading on.
Obviously,
I think Stretch has been in.
I don't want him to say
Stretch has been very quiet lately. I think he knows a little bit more than we think.
This is supposed to be everyone's final comment.
I know.
You got
go ahead. I'm done. Go ahead. Here go. I know it's been long.
Ron, that always happens, man.
I don't even think we got to see you Buff Dynasty.
You got it, Ron. You got it.
We got stuck on Alpha Rule because he wanted to bring up Firestorm.
Finish.
I don't understand, but now you got people wanting to come back on the show. They're like, wait, I thought this was supposed to be your final thoughts. Now you're going back in the conversation.
Go ahead, y'all. I'm done, Cook. I'm just listening. Go ahead. I love the show.
Go ahead, Ron. You got it, man. My bad.
Ron, go ahead, Ron.
Hey, y'all made me open up my camera, man. I wanted to stay anonymous on this thing.
Hey, Ron, you a good-looking fella, man. I don't know nobody take that the wrong way.
Everybody's cute on the show today. Everybody's looking good today.
Hey, listen. Let me say this. We're talking once again. We're analyzing last year. On every given team, I think I've heard someone talk about all teams, high school, college, or professional. These kind of things happen. You talked about a kid being jealous or saying there was favoritism. Those kind of things happen at every level. Then you have to think about the acronym or the characteristics that Coach Prime said he wants on the team. Did this kid fit all of those? Was he a good fit for Colorado? They can't tell, or they won't know that until the kid comes over, and then they experience some things, be it play, practice, or his character on and off the field. I think someone said that he said something or broke a team rule, and that's why he was let go. I don't know why we are scrutinizing this thing to the 10th level. I'm wrong by saying that. We're doing it because it's Coach Brian. We are scrutinizing the heck out of this
because
thing.
I need to have a show, and it's a boring dead period in college football. So stop playing.
No, listen. I think moving forward and getting closer to the spring game and analyzing the different teams that we're playing. I mean, my gosh, we could have spent the entire the second half of the conversation, even though I was on and then off and then on again, on the next team after North Dakota State University. And I think I was Feel So Real that went down, was talking about the teams that they beat. But I hope and pray that Coach Prime and CU Buffs don't take any team lightly this year, especially North Dakota State.
True.
Because I've seen them play. They're not the biggest, they're not the fastest, but they that coach that they had, those kids were consistent on offense, they were consistent on defense. They may have been beaten, but they never stopped playing. And I don't think we should give any team, especially North Dakota State University, an opportunity. They should leave that first half or the first half of the first quarter thinking that oh my gosh, we don't have a chance.
Break their spirit in that first half. We should break their spirit. Like, we gotta go out there and break their spirit. Don't let them have an inch.
And Harry, listen, I don't think the gentleman Afaru, I think it was, I don't think he was talking about or questioning Coach Prime's character. He was talking about a coaching decisions and a means in which coaches release players or cut players. Really, it's done that way. It really is.
I don't want you to mischaracterize. Don't mischaracterize what I was saying. I didn't say he was questioning Coach Prime's character. I said the contextual bubble that we were talking in was not necessarily him having any issues making tough decisions. And I wouldn't say he's a bad guy for making tough decisions. If that was the case, then all of the stuff that you've heard me say about what he said about the whole Louis luggage and everything that he has to do, Coach Prime knows how to make tough decisions. He ain't that kind of guy. I know that.
Right.
And I don't hold him and say, yo, you bad for making that decision. I just said, listen, you're totally, the bubble you're in is outside of the bubble that we were talking. This ain't not, the bubble is different. We're talking in a different bubble. The idea of the kid missing his flight, that's the bubble. But why are we going back to saying, oh no, if Coach Prime does that?
No, listen. Okay, that's their
conversation. Are you in the Midwest or something?
Mine is this.
Your picture is coming in, but your mouth is moving differently. Your do you live in the Midwest where like your service is bad? Because I'm in New York. We're pretty cool.
Well, what about now? Can you hear me? Is it okay?
Yeah, now I can hear you now because it's kind of weird that your mouth is moving and your face is different.
Harry, stop. Harry, don't watch the man's face. Listen at his mouth, man. Listen at what he's saying.
No, Harry's taking advantage of an opportunity to get back at me. But that's okay. That's okay, Harry. Well, listen.
You said he was a good-looking man, so I was looking at him.
Listen.
Hey, I stopped looking at his face, man, and started listening at him, man, because he was confusing me too.
Hey, look, Harry's just trying to throw me off, man. But listen, now that I'm off the screen and everyone can hear me, I do want to say this: that Coach Prime does make tough decisions. I mean, the changing the offensive coordinator. That is a tough decision that you have to make. Coach Saban using 3 different quarterbacks. When have we ever heard of Alabama doing that in a season? Almost never. Tough decision. Coaches make those, and sometimes they're popular, and sometimes they're not. Coach Prime saying, "No,
I might ask you a question, Ron, because you're gonna keep going in this whole narrative, and I think." If you keep going in this narrative and you're kind of preaching to the choir at this point, okay. So I just want to kind of caution you because now you're talking in a way as if I'm not on the same wavelength with you based on what you're saying.
Harry, stop, Harry. I know that you are. I know that there's sometimes the things that you say. I know
the show, but now you're preaching to the choir. Now, what are we talking about?
I understand, and I know that you.
You just want to get it off.
Biggest.
You just want to get it off.
I know that you're the biggest Coach Prime CU Buff cheerleader on this platform. I know that.
Am I really? Am I?
I
don't think I am.
Listen, I know you are. You're a master. You're a master at the media. But I know you are because you were the first person in the nation that penned the term "no-fly zone." And like you say, you believe in prophecy. It's going to come to fruition this year.
I pinned BWB.
You're going to get your wish.
Not no-fly zone.
Yes. That was you. That's all you, Harry. You got the patent on it in DC.
No, okay, listen. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just wanted to know. I just wanted to let people know that I'm not against Coach Prime making good decisions or tough decisions. That's not the point that I was talking about. So without me having to go back over the whole point thing and going back and forth and stuff like that, we agree that Coach Prime has tough decisions to make because he inherited a team that there was no culture. There was a lot of what he termed bad spirit. The winning mentality was not in that building. He had to get rid of a lot of spirits that was in that building. He had to make a lot of tough decisions that probably some of us are not capable of making. So I give him that, and I want everybody to know before we end the show. I want everybody to know I get that. One thing I'm not going to allow you to do is to change my mind. At least I articulate it like that. One thing you're not going to allow me to do, just like when fathers or moms or dad go to jail and they're like, I don't want to have my kids see me this way. One thing I don't want you to do is to taint my memory or my idea of Coach Prime that I have built in my head. I don't want you to do that because the reason why I don't want you to do that is because I don't want to see my hero look a certain way and be tarnished by a certain talk. Because Coach Prime is a hero to a lot of us. he has a lot of values that we don't see. Number one, I speak a lot about his blackness. His blackness at CU is the type of blackness that I feel like we need because he stands upright. He speaks his talk. He talks his talk. He is the type of man that he is. You don't get too many of these black guys like this on this level, and he's unapologetic. Now, for me to start thinking like, oh, Coach Prime is this diabolical person, I don't want to have that in my brain about this guy. I know that's not him. Now, until I see it publicly, there's no way you can convince me. So whether you're trying to convince me or not, I don't know if I'll ever agree with you on any level of that because I don't see it at all. Somebody misses their flight, they go to Coach Prime humbly and say, all right, look, listen, Unc, I missed my flight. Please forgive me. You know, it is what it is. You know how tough it is. You know what happens to college students. Sometimes, we're having fun. This happens. If that happens and they have a humble conversation and they hug it out, what if he's a bubble guy? Whether he needed to have that scholarship, I don't know that Coach Prime gets rid of him. So the argument that you're trying to make, he's a bubble, he had to go, they had to find a reason, that sounds nefarious to me. It sounds crazy to me because I feel like he gave them a reason to let him go. And I'm trying to let y'all know that I can't ride with that type of thinking because that would be a nefarious Coach Prime. And I'm not ready to accept a nefarious Coach Prime. That's just it. Point blank, period. That's it. That's it.
Right.
So, yeah. So with that being said, man, I just don't. I mean, you can argue all day. You and I are never going to agree because I don't see nefarious Coach Prime. I know I saw the handshake with the black coach from some other team where the guy pushed his hands off and stuff like that. I've seen those type of things. I know that, Coach Prime is not a perfect man where I'm like painting this. I don't have this perfect picture in my head about Coach Prime. I know that he has his ways. All right. And if I knew him personally, he'll probably irk me on certain things too, because I don't like everything about him. But I just know his character that I know publicly. Yeah, he's not nefarious. I don't see it. All right. So with that being said, see you, Buff Dynasty. You wanted to say last words. I don't know if I ever got you to say your last words.
No, I was just listening in. I was doing a little research while I was listening in, man. So just to start it off, just to let the people know in the chat and people that listen, there's no animosity between us. Sometimes we all bring what we consider to be facts and information to the table, and we challenge that. Sometimes we challenge it a little harder than we do others. So there's no animosity. It's just iron sharpens iron. Second of all, I'm gonna end the show like I always say, man. I think CU, Coach Prime, and the players are in the right direction, doing the right things. Just a tidbit of a note here. As I'm scrolling through YouTube, I don't want to go too deep into the Tavares Dawson situation because, like I said, I really want to wait till some official comes from the team. But what I did run across is a video, a 2-minute video of Tavares Dawson exposes footage of him beating defenders at practice. So what that does, that recalls my memory back to the same thing that Willie Gaines did. So we did say that those two guys were roommates. So what I can say is, hey, you be around poison long enough, they'll eventually poison you. These two guys were roommates. So after Willie Gaines did his, here we are again, right after all this long conversation that we had. Tavares Dawson has done the same thing. So sometimes, man, regardless of what the situation was, you can work yourself out of things just the same as you can work yourself in things. Hey, the guy turned out to be poison. As unfortunate as it is, pack it up, go home, buddy. Because what we're trying to do, we're trying to build a team without all this. On every team across the nation, regardless of what you do, what your format is, what your platform is, there's going to be jealous of this. There's going to be favorite of this or favorite of that. But what you have to have is a team full of players who are mentally tough and strong enough to look up and above those things. And it's an old saying my granddaddy used to say, if you put a bottle of peroxide on the table, a wound will show itself. And that's basically what happened, man. It's unfortunate for the kid. I hope he find him somewhere else to go. But all I see is he done the same thing that his roommate done. It's very unfortunate, man. Sometimes you got to put your nose down. Sometimes you got to put your nose down and fight through stuff. Sometimes, no matter how bad it is, you got to put your nose down, put your head down, strap your boots up, and fight through that bull crap. That's all you got to do.
This is going to be our second 5-hour show. So, Stretch, Coach Stretch, that's your friend's son. That's your godson. I don't know if you'll go that far, but I want you to say something about that, because I don't want that to be the last saying.
So the video that was for the video is by TS4T Sports Media. The tag is Tavares Dawson exposed footage of him beating defenders at practice. 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
So you can if you can speak on that. My teeth is starting to act up, and my face is about to do that thing, and I gotta go cry. So so go ahead and speak on that real quick, because I'm in some pain right now.
Yeah, man, this has been one of those shows that I didn't think that was gonna, go this route. But all I want to say is I told Coach Chaney, when you bring the guys in this semester, do not have the same position groups living in the same room together. Because if they are having some type of discomfort, it's going to fester in their living quarters. So that's the number one thing I told Coach Chaney, which is the director of player personnel at Colorado Buffaloes, as well as Tavares Dawson dad told me that he can't take back what happened, and that this is a learning session for his son, and that there are other teams that want him to be a part of their program. And a lot of people are rooting for Coach Prime to fail. A lot of coaches. So they're using this as a recruiting tactic to get those players from CU if they do have any kind of stardom within their presence or on their platform. So Tavares Dawson was a explosive, elusive player that things happened throughout the year that allowed him to fall deep onto the depth chart, deep onto the bench, and which resulted into him being kicked off the football team. Tavares Dawson is currently in Boulder, continuing to take classes. He cannot break his lease because he don't want an eviction or lease breaking on his record. He's staying there right now. He's going to school, but he's not on the football team. He cannot do workouts within the program. So that's one thing his father told me that he's really mad about, that he can't continue to work on his craft. And that everybody should be praying for him and his family. And a lot of the things that's been going on with the Colorado Buffaloes, there's hidden agendas. And with these platforms coming out on YouTube, some of those agendas have been exposed. We don't have factual information. All we can go off on is our assumptions. And that's where we at today. But I just want to piggyback on what Alfaru said. There has been some things, as well as the chat has said, there's some buildup that has taken place amongst the players as well as the staff. And just like Alfaru said, there are players that are on the bubble. And unfortunately, Chick was one of those players because he wasn't one of Prime guys. When you're a Prime guys, there's a lot of fake it till you make it got to happen. And you can't show any kind of retraction from what's going on. So you have to be all in with what's going on. And if there anything that's going on that's different from what they're promoting, you know what's going on. And so we just got to be mindful that these are young men that are trying to find their way in this society. And we need to basically help them through this process instead of tearing them down. That's all I'm trying to bring to the table. Build everyone up the same way you're building up the stars, as well as the people with potential stardom.
Okay, so that's. I mean, I'm glad that you were able to articulate that, and it's my heart is clear that the conversation that was had is not like Coach Prime was just trying to get rid of him. Is that the young man did not handle the situation in the right manner, and even his dad was able to say, "Hey, man, maybe there's a different way that you could have handled that situation." And let me ask you a question: was Coach Cheney the guy that was sharing the pies with the wide receivers?
Yep, that's what happened. I went on Coach Cheney comment and say, "Do you have any pies for Chick?" Because no one is talking about it. And so he said, "Well, what's your angle?" He got in my inbox and say, "What's your angle?" I said, "I'm trying to talk to you. I know how to get your response. Why do you let that boy come up there and get sent home without being on probation? Y'all just cut the man just like that? Like you ain't gave him no sanctions. You just got rid of him." He talking about, "I'm not going to discuss it."
That's the unknown part. We don't know the stuff that led up to that.
Right. So that's the part that I want to talk.
You know what leads up to it because I had a personal conversation with his father, and he told me everything. He broke everything down.
His father might not know everything, man. It's still some stuff unknown. And
all right, but Coach Cheney, who is Coach Cheney on the CU Buffs? Let's just clear. Who's Coach Cheney on the CU Buffs?
He's
Coach Cheney he was a high school football coach down here in Lehigh, Florida, where Tavares Dawson and Omarion Cooper came from. Omarion Cooper went to Florida State, and Tavares Dawson went to Alabama. He's an ex-teammate of Deion Sanders at Florida State. He's from our hometown too. And so he recruited.
He doesn't coach on the team, right? He's not a coach on the team, right? Just making sure.
He's a director of player personnel.
Tavares came from.
Tavares Dawson's dad is a director of personnel on the team.
No. Coach Cheney. Coach Cheney is the players that got Omarion Cooper there, as well as Jordan Dominic, as well as Tavares Dawson. Do you understand now? Coach Cheney coached high school football 2 years ago in my hometown, which is outskirts called Lehigh Acres, Florida. It's outside of Fort Myers, Florida. Coach Cheney is also Coach Deion Sanders, Coach Prime's best friend, coming from North Fort Myers High School that also got a scholarship at the University of Florida State.
Okay. I just wanted to clear it up because, if I had a question, can you give me permission to share this photo you sent to me?
What photo?
The All-American you coached.
Yeah.
Look at that right there. So who's this young man?
That's Tony Sly from Dunbar High School in Fort Myers, Florida. He's a freshman All-American.
Freshman? What? He's a freshman in high school?
Yes, sir.
And he's an All-American first year?
Correct, sir.
You coached him when?
I coached him when he was 12 years old, all the way up till he was 14.
Okay, and now he's an All-American. So you were instrumental in this young man's life.
He ain't gonna give me no credit. He ain't gonna give me no credit because I dropped the ball. I was supposed to took those boys to a tournament, and I didn't get enough funding for the tournament, as well as room and board. So they all got mad at me. So he kind of still mad at me right now. But he's still taking pictures with me. But I ain't gonna take no credit from him because I'm gonna tell you why I ain't gonna take no credit from it because I've got him where he's at. But there's another guru coach in our town, which is named Ed Gant, that played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that is training all the college pro day guys, as well as the receivers that are in college that are top 25 receivers in the nation right now. So I can't get no credit because he's finna go to him. And, I don't charge for my services. I give them out for free. So those guys have a platform. They've made it to the NFL. I'm coming out of my situation. I just help out the kids. I go pick them up when they don't have rides. I give them money. I do the things that real coach is supposed to do. I don't use them as extortion. I don't try to make money off of them because that's not what I've been put on earth for.
Okay, so basically, so you're kind of like he's not gonna feel some kind of way like, yo, why are you trying to clout chase? He ain't gonna do that, right? Like you'll have at least a decent.
No, but I'm gonna tell you what happened with this situation while you're saying it. So I got on the St. Thomas Aquinas football program. Is one of the best football programs in the nation, out of Fort Lauderdale.
You want to show that again? Okay.
And so my cousin, which he's an all-stater, and he played with that guy you just had on the picture with me, and he went down. They're doing 7-on-7 right now all over the nation. And Cam Newton had a tournament down in Fort Lauderdale, and my cousin, which is a freshman, as well as TJ, Tony Sly, is a freshman, and they was having a conversation about how disappointed he is with the program that's in Fort Myers, and he wants to transfer, like my cousin took his son down to Miami, because Miami has a different game of football than any other city or county in Florida. And if you go and track that, Miami has a lot of players on these prominent football teams, like the Georgias and the Alabamas that come from South Florida. We on the Southwest coast. And so my cousin was like, all right, what's up? Blah, 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 blah. He said, man, I want to come down there with you. So I posted a picture of him, my cousin, and my other cousin with TJ right there. And the whole town came on an uproar on me because we're trying to get these players to the next level. A lot of times in my community, the kids are not having the grades to get in Power 5, so they're going to G5s and Division II teams. And I'm trying to curb that narrative, and everybody's getting mad at me because I'm trying to put the players in position to succeed. And my cousin is as well. And so everybody got on my ass, excuse my language, this week. I know. When I see you, I'm gonna break y'all. So everybody got on me this week about me being against the predominantly black school in our community that are not putting the kids into college like they're supposed to. And so I just, I said what I said, and I didn't even respond to those people because I know what time it is, and I know what kind of.
But the question that I have for you was like, this kid is not going to say you're clout chasing, right? Like you'll have a decent enough relationship.
The same kind of message me and Tavares Dawson have. I have the same type of conversations with him. But what I was trying to say is he's a minor still, and his mom is trying to right the ship. And she said that it's bad when you have grown men talking about their son's business when I'm driving the ship. And she don't understand that her son's not happy. And so, and for him to be successful and for him to be a freshman All-American, and he's telling you he's not happy with the program, you ought to take that into consideration. Don't think about me and what I'm saying and when all the backlash is coming up against me. Listen to the message. You know what I mean? And so it's bad because we never got a state championship in our area, so we still thriving to get a state championship. We don't have players like Deion Sanders come out of our area with no state championship. So, people want that ring. The ultimate epitome of this game is to win a Super Bowl or to win a national championship or win a high school championship. That's what we play the game for. We don't play it to, take a lot of losses or get to the semifinal game and not win. So St. Thomas has a better program, and my first cousin is over there, as well as CU is supposed to be offering my cousin. You heard it here from me, breaking news, but my cousin knows the real about Coach Sanders, and I don't think that he is implicating going to Boulder. He might choose Ohio State or Texas A&M or I don't know who we're gonna do.
People like you are supposed to be out there being the voices in the ears and like the silent, what do we call them? The silent recruiters, or those people that are gonna be like, hey man, go see Prime. You know what I'm saying? We want to put a championship in Boulder because if a white guy, if a black guy goes over to all those white people and he, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, if he brings a championship. If he's the first guy to do it in this white university, man, you know how he can look for our community. He's supposed to say all that stuff, man.
What I'm trying to tell you, my cousin is just like me. He's a philanthropist like me, and he has been giving out scholarships to kids since 2007. So my cousin knows the real situation with Deion Primetime Sanders. So he knows him just like Coach Prime knows us. He knows my whole family. And I don't know the situation, but with what I told him, what went down with Chick, all the information that I haven't put out there on the panel with us, what I told him, it tickled my cousin because he was like, man, I knew something was going on. And so those are things that happen. Yeah, we want Coach Prime. Like I say, I haven't got off Coach Prime BWB. I'm still on Coach Prime BWB.
So Stretch, let me ask you a question. This is what bothers me when I listen to these panels. We have a whole dossier on Coach Prime, but as far as this situation is concerned, and a lot of other situations, but when are we going to entail the part that Chick played in this? We're missing a whole section of this situation as if Prime just flipped the script and you're late. Like you get off the team. We're not stating all the things that led up to the point, bro.
He said that dad wasn't really satisfied with the way that he handled the situation. So that was the idea.
See you, Bubs. Your phone going. Your phone.
He said the dad told Chick that he didn't like the way that he handled the situation with Prime.
Okay. Yeah,
that he could have.
That must have been when my phone was going bad.
Yeah. He said that. He said that. So that's why I clarified it at the end before we got into this whole other conversation that it wasn't like, the kid was this angel and Coach Prime just kicked him out. No, he said that even the dad told him, like, bro, come on, man, how you gonna talk to Coach like that?
So why would Coach Prime be on trial for something he did? Was what I'm hearing. This is what I'm hearing. This is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing Coach Prime was the bad guy. Here's this kid. And he went through all of this stuff, regardless of what the kid did. Coach Prime had to do what he did as coach. I mean, whether we agree with it or not. So it seemed like when you get finished with this conversation, I'm gonna be honest with you, Stretch. Be honest. When you get finished with this conversation, if I was a weak-minded person, it would leave a bad taste in my mouth about Coach Prime. And I think that's what Harry, even though Harry wants to bring it out, bring the both sides out, people are going to make a decision on themselves, and it's going to leave a bad taste one way or the other. The ones that are weak-minded, that are not strong people, will buy into, like Harry was saying earlier. Harry said, okay, that doesn't sit right with me because that's not the Prime that I know. What you're saying, and I'm gonna back up a little bit. It could be true. All of the stuff that's happening, I'm not gonna say that it's not, but it doesn't set right with the Prime or the Coach Deion Sanders that we know. So we question that, and like I said, I'm like, so it leaves a bad taste. See what I'm saying? As a listener and a viewer. And everybody else that's out there, listen, they hear it one way. And the haters gonna say, yeah, see, I told you there was something about him. Right.
So Tennis, Willis, let me ask you a question. Do you think that we didn't handle that information or I didn't handle that information correctly? Because I think we exhausted that idea that you're bringing up right now. I don't think anybody's going to leave. Anybody with a brain should not leave the conversation saying what you're saying, because I feel like there was pushback There was people that brought up the different topics. Everybody had their opinion. Now, if you leave still feeling a certain way, then that's just the limitation.
And maybe that's
how
me.
You think.
And I agree with that. I agree with that. You know what?
Because I even captured it. I even said at the end, I was kind of I was kind of confused, but at the end when he said, the kid's dad said, bro, you could have handled that. I don't even have to be a part of the conversation in that, whatever he told his dad that he said to Coach Prime or how he spoke to his dad. I don't even have to know that conversation to just know that, okay, he's not one of these parents that was like, I can't believe he did that to my child. Even if the dad said, bro, you should have handled that differently, that was enough for my brain to accept it and say, okay, I understand something went on. Coach Prime wasn't this nefarious guy that he just said, the kid said something that Coach Prime didn't agree with, and Coach Prime had to do what he had to do as a coach. So that answered that question for me. So I don't know that anybody's walking away thinking anything else.
Well, multiply me if I'm feeling that way. Now I'm just one man. If I'm feeling that way, multiply me by 1,000 people. Just me.
Well,
just one
you
me.
think that I have that many views? You're giving me too much credit.
You got brother, let me tell you.
My streams
Harry,
don't
I hear about you, Harry. You get a big, the Harry B. Who the bandwagon buck? They hear about you. Trust me.
Yeah, I know they do, but you're giving me too much credit. Okay, go ahead, Stretch, so we can go, so I can get out of here. We're like 5 hours and 13 minutes. Go ahead, Stretch.
Listen, let's give us kudos to this length of time being on this channel.
A lot, yeah.
Absolutely.
Let's clap it up for that.
Absolutely.
Let's hope people watch it afterwards. They're gonna see 5 hours and be like, nah, I'm not watching that.
They're gonna watch this all the way to the end, sir. You got some good information going on right here. Tennis Channel, I wanna address you. And I want to address you as a senior member of the BWBs. All right. And this is coming from your underling, because I'm under you. I respect everything that you and the people during your time has put forth in this United States of America workforce, as well as community activists, as well as being a father, as well as an uncle and a grandfather. But I push back on that way of thinking, because that way of thinking has got us where we at today. We're not entrepreneurs. We're servants. We're conservative. We're consumers. And it's not going to get us in a place that we're trying to get to. And with that being said, I am sorry for being the type of person that brings out information that taints someone's character or brings any type of scrutiny to his character. But I've been a privilege to that as well. So I know how to handle it. So Coach Prime should be equipped enough how to handle it. I don't want to be the person that always is a Debbie Downer or always making things contradict each other. But
you're Bruno, man. Except your Bruno, your Bruno nature. I'm a Bruno too. We don't want Bruno.
There are some things that have been going on that I've been trying to get out there, and everybody called me a troll for a long time. And I'm glad that I have a privilege to this intel, and I'm glad that his father told me I can talk on the panel about this information. I haven't expressed all the information that was bestowed upon me, but I'm glad that we are putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Some of the things that if I would share with you guys, you will really be upset with me of the information that I have on Coach Prime, Deion Sanders. But I'm not going to share that information because I don't want it to be like I'm attacking Coach Prime, but I want all us to heal. I want all us to get better, and I want our leaders to handle their platforms in a different light. I want us to always understand the other side of things. I always want us to take suggestions from the audience or the chatterbox. And that's what makes me a better leader today, because I can take constructive criticism and change from some of the patterns that I had. So that's all I'm doing. I'm keeping Coach Prime accountable. I'm very upset with what happened with Tavares Dawson. I think it could have been handled in a different light. I don't think that a guy should be punished for freedom of speech and expressing how he feels if he wasn't on probation, if he wasn't a bubble guy.
Listen, you got to ask Monique how that freedom of speech thing goes. Okay, ask Monique and and ask all of the people that have this freedom of speech, and then go ask all of the other people that are enjoying their money and their freedom, bashing in the work that they're getting because they held their freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is very expensive, so it's understandable. But I really appreciate the fact that you know how to articulate half information because you know too much. You know so much. It's like is I don't know even how I wouldn't be able to hold my tongue from if I knew all that stuff. I wouldn't be. I'm such a truthful guy, and I just sometimes just speak off the cuff. Sometimes don't tell me nothing, especially if it has to do with something that has to. Not that I can't keep a secret, but I just feel like I appreciate the fact that you're able to give me enough of the story, enough meat for me to say, okay, you know what? I said, let me say pause on that part first, but enough information where I can make my own decision. And I think for Tennis Channel, Willie, I think that's what it was. I think we got enough information where it's not like, oh, we're throwing Coach Prime under the bus. We got information. That information is going to come from somebody. You're going to listen to it.
But don't you know, Harry, don't you know you've been around long too, man? Don't you know that all information is not good information?
Well, I mean, it's out there.
It's out there. But then now you as the individual have to learn how to decipher what's good.
But okay, so let me answer that question. Let me just say this and then we'll end, okay? I want you to understand because somebody also questioned I said it earlier, but I put out information about the domestic violence situation, and I put out certain information, and then always come back and say, "Why are you the one doing that?" And I say, "Well, CU Buff Dynasty just said that Tavares Dawson has information out there that says he has tape out there. The information is in public, so whether you get it from me, whether you get it from somebody else." I think it's better that you get it from me. And you know why? Because I treat everything with God gloves. I'm righteous. It's better that you get information from a righteous soul than from somebody that's trying to do it for the wrong reasons. You need people like me in this business because we're not all out here to get someone. I don't push back on Stretch for no reason. I'll keep things honest. If I hear something that pricks my ear, I'm going to say something. I defend both sides if it's well defended, if it's worth defending. So it's important that you get it here. You need righteous people in a world full of unrighteousness, unholiness. So the information is that it's not going to come from me all the time. You're going to get it out there somewhere. People always try to blame me, but I'm like, bruh, how you blaming me for something that's on a $300,000, 300,000 subscriber page? How you blaming me for that? You should thank me for doing this because number one, the way I handle information, if you get it from somebody else, they ain't gonna handle it like the way I'm handling it. Not everybody's in this for the right reason. So I defend my platform when information like that come on here. I defend my platform. Bishop Thomas is still on the team. Uncle Neely went on DMVR and said it. Okay, we'll discuss that on Monday. Thank you, East Coast Cap, for the super chat. But yeah, Tennis Channel, Tennis. I wanted you to know that. I wanted you to know that it's information that's already in public. Don't treat it like information that if you keep talking about it, then it's bad that you keep talking about it. No, it's already out there, but you need somebody who's responsible to take the information and discuss it,
but
and treat it righteously.
I still have to hear the other side, even though you are a righteous man.
Well,
and
good luck.
I respect
You're not going to hear the other side.
But then I mean, so it's hard for me to. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand you. But okay,
be able to,
all right. I'll pocket you. I'll meet you where you're at, and ask you this question: do you always get the other side, Tennis Channel?
No.
All of the conversations that you've been privy to, all of the panels that you've been on, every time you click on a buff thumbnail, every time that you hear Coach Prime, his divorce, not divorce, Coach Prime's pillar divorce, Coach Prime and his girlfriend broke up. Every time you hear that, or you're privy to those conversations, do you always hear the other side?
Wait, no, you don't hear the other side. So that's why, I mean, the divorce is final. All of that's final.
But now you're here saying, I need to hear the other side.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
Make it make sense.
Well, for it to settle with me, this is the type of person I am.
I know what you're looking for, and I'll
to settle with me, I got to hear.
Let me articulate it for you.
I'm a very good articulator. Okay, I think I am.
All right.
Now, here for me, if I'm receiving information, okay, Willie, you need to hear this here, da 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 da. I'm gonna check that information out. It could be true, but I've got to check it out, particularly if I'm going to relate that information to somebody else. Because when I go to somebody else and tell them what I heard, I remember from me, 1, 2, I'm passing out third position information. Okay, so if I'm passing out something, I want to be damn sure, because guess what? That person look, Willie, you told me this, and it wasn't true. Now I'm looking like a jack. You see what I'm saying? So this is why any information I receive on here from you guys, if it's sound, I know how to receive it. But any other information that I receive, I'm not quite sure about it, particularly if it's about somebody, now listen to this, particularly if it's about somebody that I respect highly. And I know we all have flaws, and I know we all make mistakes. So therefore, I am not on a judgment wagon about who said what, but I want to question it. Let's hear what Coach Brian have to say about this. All the people that you name, these guys can't speak for themselves.
But okay,
you see what I'm saying? And that's my thing.
This is where I'm at with it, and this is what I'm at with it, and we got to close out because I got to go. I surmise to you that this is what you're getting caught up on. You heard something that you didn't like about the guy that you admire, Coach Prime, and you're having a hard time with that information. That's where it's at for you. At the end of the day, what you're trying to articulate it to be, I don't believe it is. Because, and I'll tell you this, if you hear Fannie Willis and you go out there, all you're hearing is the information that they're giving you, right? You have been part of public conversation before, okay? And the other side matter as much to you. For some reason, this one matters to you more because now you want to know what Coach Prime is going to tell you. Coach Prime is never going to come out to you and tell you the details that this man, Coach Mike Lowry, is telling you, okay? So understand, the information you're seeking right now, you've never, you don't, let me not say you never because I don't know you that well. You don't normally get people texting, people saying, I have the text message from his dad, and I'm also a classmate of his mother. That's what you're dealing with. You got to deal with that information. So this has nothing to do with, oh, let me hear from the other side, okay? Because it doesn't, we usually in the media, we usually don't get this detail of information from a real source. We're usually dealing with hearsay for the most part. And you're on platforms and you're talking about information coming from sources of hearsay. You said that John the Liquidator he had connections with the CU Buffs. You said on this channel, you've said that. You listen to John the Liquidator, you listen to other people, other platforms, hearsay information. But here you are now. You're having a hard time with this information that you got that you really don't like. And you're saying, I need to hear Coach Prime. And I'm telling you, Coach Prime's not going to come on and show you text messages of a conversation. Okay. That's what you're having the hard time with.
No, I'm not. I'm going to tell you why. You just received information about, who was it? One of the guys that was just on the show just received information about the guy that wasn't on the team.
Bishop Thomas.
Bishop Thomas.
Uncle Neely went on the show.
Uncle Neely said that. So now let me tell you how things get messed up. I'm not gonna call his name out. But he just said on his show yesterday that the guy was definitely not on the team. Who am I going to believe?
Who just said? Uncle Neely? Uncle Neely?
No, Uncle Neely said. Uncle Neely's story was today. I don't know when it was dated, but Uncle Neely said the guy just gave the information that the guy was on the team. Bishop Thomas was on the team. I just heard yesterday, as of yesterday, that Bishop Thomas was definitely not on the team. Who in the heck am I supposed to believe now? Now listen, these sources came from two reputable sources. Very close. Listen, yeah. I'm not calling out any names, but you see what I'm saying? You see how information
I don't see what you're saying, because I feel like you're taking this out of context, and I want to end the show.
Not. We're talking about receiving information.
You don't normally get If a guy is on the phone, if a guy is on the line with you, this is not in the comments. This is not on the chat. This is on the panel. If a guy shows you the text messages and says, "I am the guy's friend. I go to class with the mom," you can say, well, you can continue to question whether he knows the mom, or you can continue to question whether he even knows the dad and whether that's the actual text messages from the dad. But you're hung up on trying to say, I'm not going to take that information for face value, which I respect, and I leave it alone. I say, okay, fine. But then on the other end, you're also trying to interpret that I got to hear from Coach Prime. And I submit to you that at that level of accountability never happens on the discussions that you're always with. So why is it that this is bothering you at this level to where you now have to hear from Coach Prime to debunk this text message that you're getting from this guy? You never get that other side of it. Nobody ever in the media ever gets the second side. We never get that. But now you're caught up on this part of it, and you got to hear from Coach Prime before you even say this is credible from a guy that's showing you text messages. I surmise to you that we don't get that side that you're looking for, and we can just say, okay, fine. I respect the fact that you don't like his sources, but to me, that's as close to having a good source as it's going to ever get. And you can keep chasing Coach Prime coming out and debunking this text. Is never going to happen.
Okay, so this will be my decision. If I was making a decision for myself, I know, we ain't gonna get
just
Coach Prime.
Listen,
we're not gonna.
Okay,
listen, we're not gonna. No, listen. Okay, listen.
That's it.
No, I ain't say that. That ain't true.
Just say he's lying and move on.
No, let me tell you. No, I'm not saying he's lying. I'm saying
you insinuating.
I cannot receive that now until I hear further information. Does that sound better?
Right. And you're going to get that information.
Listen, I cannot receive that right now.
The Brooklyn Bridge is for sale. I know someone that got a discount on it. You understand what I'm saying? I got a discount on the Brooklyn Bridge. All right?
You want to know my answer?
You got to get at me. You got to get at me on a Wednesday. All right, they're only selling it on the Wednesday. You got to get at me at the right time, and it's not going to happen. I got a discount for the Brooklyn Bridge. You got me.
You know what my answer is going to be? My answer is I cannot receive that information until I get another source on that. Maybe somebody else has heard about it. That's why, and that's where I'm at with this right here. Are you? Because you're right.
You never check.
He's from the old school.
That's what I'm saying. You never really asked for the other source before. You just went with it. But now all of a sudden, when we got some true information, now all of a sudden, now you want Coach Prime to come out and debunk this text. That's not going to happen, man.
Okay, I know that's not going to happen. But if it's not true, and I'm not saying it is, if it's not true, It will come out and be debunked. Just wait.
Good luck.
All right, good luck. And look, I told my daughter this. I told my daughter this. She questioned me 3 times. She was complaining about something. And I say, honey, just live. And I told her again, just live. I told her one more time, just live. Because life will teach you.
That bridge is for sale. All right. I got a discount. All right. Just know that I got a bridge for sale and it's on a discount.
Give me the homeboy this. Give me the homeboy.
I need an upfront payment.
Give me the homeboy discount and I'll buy it.
I need upfront. I need you to cash app me the amount. All right, guys, listen, man. Have a great weekend, man.
I can't believe you got me on here like that, man. That's cold, brother. No stretch. I'm just I guess I'm more passionate about this than anything else, but it's like it's on. It was that's just me. I didn't mean nothing personal about it. I wasn't personally attacking you. I'm just I need more information.
You need more proof. Proof.
I need more information. I didn't say proof. I said information. Harry, you are too much, man. You know that?
Hey, Tennis, listen. I was raised by my grandparents, and they from the old school way of doing things. And I just felt that way of doing things haven't got us nowhere. And so I just feel like we need to hit everything head on and stop fooling everybody and stop being with the buffoonery. That's all.
Yeah, man. So man, listen, you go search for that proof. Hey, when you get that proof, though, come back on this show because I need the drama too. So let's understand. If you can find a text message that Coach Prime is ever going to talk about. First of all, you never got no text message from no parent saying X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, listen, Tennis, man. Welcome back, man. I don't know where you've been, and if you ain't been sick, crazy sick like me, and my teeth started to hurt, and I was losing my mind. I was like, dang, these people are still talking. I'm about to punch something. Boy, that stuff hurts.
Oh no,
but
I was in the hospital for about 10 days, man, and they had to. It wasn't nothing seriously serious, but I had to be in there for them to do what they needed to do, and it took a little bit longer than what I expected, So I wasn't online or nothing, none of that stuff, So
you're still on this side of the earth. They're still on this side of God with us. So
it's a blessing.
I'm grateful to still have you with us.
It's a blessing.
All right, man. So listen, man, go take care of yourself. I'm gonna go take care of myself. Have a great weekend. You guys make this show happen. So I appreciate it.
One more thing before you go. If you get Aflac, they have dental. And once you pay for your extraction, you get the money back for the extraction, just to let you know. You know that, right?
Copy that. I'll keep that in the mind. All right, guys. So
Aflac. Coach Prime.
The Coach Prime Aflac. Yeah, you can't miss that. Hey, man. Tennis, man, look, I'm glad that you're still with us, man. Listen, we will have an opportunity to joust again. Okay.
I know we will. Harry, you stay strong, my brother. Stay strong.
You too.
Hey, Prime
Effect, I got your email. I'm gonna send you some stuff. Whenever you need me, I just want to say this live. If you need me for anything, you got questions for whatever it is that you're doing, I want you to holler at me. I try to help another person doing the same thing that you're trying to do. And some people don't receive good gestures too I guess, too welcomely. That's a word or anything. They just think that they don't have pure intentions. But my intentions are always pure. I want to see people grow, especially people in my community. So whatever you need from me, I'm here to help you to make it happen. Okay. And I won't charge you for the class.
All right, good. Send me your phone number. Let's just talk sometime, brother. Let's just talk.
I don't want to do the email. I don't send my number out for safety reasons.
Okay. So we do the email thing.
Yeah. You got the email, so you can always communicate with me through the email. The Join TLP Live. Those emails, I answer them. You see that I answer it all the time. So if you send me an email through here, if you want to communicate with me, you got any, any questions or anything you want to talk about, just join TLPlive@gmail. But my number is private for safety reasons. Because I'm getting too big.
Okay.
I'm getting too big, and I gotta protect my family.
Okay, I agree. I agree with you, man. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, 100%. So you get caught slipping, and then that's how they get you. So you know what I'm saying? I lived in the hood, and my hood mentalities and then my spiritual gifts are kind of clashing. You know what I'm
saying? and brother, you got to do that, man. You got to do that. I ain't big, so they ain't coming after me. So. He just ran off at the mouth.
After you get the 5,000 subscribers, people start recognizing you in the public, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, I gotta be careful who I give my information, man. 12,000 subscribers, and it's getting even crazier. So I gotta be very careful now how I move. So,
all right, my brother, be safe, man.
All right, man. So, but you can email me. It's right on my phone, so I check it. We can talk through there. Okay.
Okay, I'll do that.
All right, man. Okay, so have a good weekend, and I'm glad that you're safe. I'm glad you're good. You're healthy again.
Thank you.
All right, good weekend. Peace.
Okay, bye-bye.